freezing yesterday.
Hey?
It was freezing yesterday.
Was it?
Hate fresh air.
No, I liked it yesterday.
All right.
We ballot for the temperature, please.
Well, I was going to say, don't you have enough on your plate?
Speaking of Michaelia and I might be able to
All right. Well, we might need 2 signatures for it. Who knows? On that note, good morning, everyone. I'd like to declare open this meeting of the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee. I want to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we are meeting today and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. The Senate has referred to the committee the particulars of the proposed expenditure for the 2025-26 and other related documents for the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade portfolios. The committee may also examine the annual reports of the departments and agencies appearing before it. The committee is also due to report to the Senate on the 31st of March of this year. The committee has set the 20th of February 2026 as the deadline for senators to submit written questions on notice. The committee has set the 10th of April 2026 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session, and this includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to a superior officer or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. And I draw attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate of the 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and which I'll incorporate now into the Hansard. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement claiming that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to articulate the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. An officer called upon for the first time to answer a question should state their full name and the position for the Hansard record. And a good reminder just to ensure that all mobile phones are switched off or turned to silent. I remind senators and witnesses in the hearing room that microphones remain live unless I instruct otherwise. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I ask members of the media to follow the established media guidelines and the instructions of the committee secretariat. I remind everyone in the gallery that they are not permitted to speak or interfere with the proceedings or witnesses at any point during the hearing. Witnesses and senators who are seeking to table documents during the committee's hearings are requested to provide an electronic copy of those documents to the secretariat so they can be circulated to the committee and witnesses at the table. On that note, today's committee proceedings will commence with representatives from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in the non-trade programs. I'd like to now welcome the Senator, the Honourable Penny Wong, Minister for Foreign Affairs. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
Ms Jane Adams, AO, PSM, Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Good morning, Secretary.
Good morning.
And good morning to all your officers who are behind you. Minister, did you have an opening statement?
I do, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, Chair, Senators, good morning. We meet almost 2 months after the 14th of December 2025, a day when Islamist-inspired terror came to Australia's shores, an anti-Semitic attack and the deadliest terrorist attack in our nation's history, murdering 4 innocents and injuring dozens more men, women and children, an attack on our community and on our nation, on every Australian. And our hearts break for the families and loved ones of those who were killed and for the communities so deeply affected. And we say again to the Australian Jewish community that the Australian government stands with you and that there is no place for anti-Semitism or hate in this country. Colleagues, I spoke earlier this week in PM&C estimates about the government's responses to the Bondi massacre and about our commitment to combating anti-Semitism, but I did want today to take the opportunity to update the committee on the international response to this devastating event. The shock and grief from this terror attack have been felt around the world, and I have had many calls and messages from my counterparts who have reached out in horror and heartbreak at this attack on Australia. And I want to put on record my gratitude on behalf of our country to my counterparts who have been in touch offering solidarity, compassion and their thoughts to Jewish Australians and to all Australians. In the weeks following the attack, I spoke to counterparts from Israel, Canada, India, Japan, New Zealand, the Philippines, Slovakia, South Africa, Ukraine, the United Kingdom and the United States. We worked on the consular response and with other agencies and our overseas partners on the counter-terrorism response. We also worked to facilitate the return of Geffen Bitten, one of the heroes of Bondi, to Israel for medical treatment. Can I place on record my thanks to officials of the department who worked through the Christmas period in order to ensure that the government's response was supported. We have this week welcomed Israel's President Herzog to Australia to comfort those in the Jewish Australian community grieving and as an opportunity to engage on long-term peace and security in the Middle East. In addition to the humanitarian situation in Gaza, there have been a range of grave developments in the Middle East. Since we last met in December, the Iranian regime has massacred thousands of Iranians whilst attacking and arresting many thousands more for participating in peaceful protest. The regime has imposed nationwide internet and telecommunication blackouts in an attempt to conceal the scale of its brutality. Australia has imposed further sanctions on Iran to underscore our commitment to the people of Iran and our opposition to the regime's egregious campaign of oppression and destabilisation. I again reiterate, we stand with the Iranian Australian community at this difficult time, and we share their horror at the atrocities, and we acknowledge the immense distress of those still not able to reach loved ones to confirm their welfare. The people of Afghanistan are enduring one of the world's worst protracted humanitarian crises, exacerbated by the Taliban's oppression of its own people and failure to meet basic needs. Together with the Minister for International Development, Anne Ali, we have announced further humanitarian support focused on women and girls, prioritising food security, health services and the protection of dignity, safety and rights. This is a package that will be delivered by trusted agencies, including the World Food Programme and the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, Afghanistan Humanitarian Fund. This is to ensure that funding does not go to nor benefit the Taliban. It follows the establishment by the government of an autonomous sanctions framework for Afghanistan as part of our ongoing efforts to hold the Taliban to account. Globally, Australia will continue to make our contribution. We'll do this as part of multilateral efforts to protect civilians, provide humanitarian assistance and uphold international law and human rights. And we do this because we believe that living in peace should not be contingent upon where you were born. But as this committee is well aware, the world is only becoming more challenging. We approach the 4th year of Russia's illegal and immoral invasion of Ukraine. We have long known that Australia cannot rely on old assumptions. Since we came to office, the government has been working to make Australia more secure in a much less predictable world. At the heart of that effort is diversifying our relationships with what I have called amplified middle power diplomacy. For more than 3 years, we've been pursuing new alignments and maximising how we work with others to better promote and protect our national interests. Middle powers must keep working together for a world where no country dominates and no country is dominated. Logically, this effort must be focused on our region. where Australia's interests are most at stake. Our overriding responsibility as a middle power of the Indo-Pacific is to support peace, stability and prosperity in our region. And the government continues to focus on our region and on our relationships. Since we last met here, I've travelled to Indonesia with the Prime Minister to sign the historic Australia-Indonesia Treaty on Common Security, known as the Jakarta Treaty 2026, taking the close cooperation between our countries to a new level. And I acknowledge and thank President Prabowo and Foreign Minister Sukarno for their partnership and for their gracious hospitality. I made my third visit to Washington in 2025, where the Deputy Prime Minister and I participated in the AUSMIN meetings with Secretaries Rubio and Hegseth. Further, during his visit to Timor-Leste in January, the Prime Minister signed with Prime Minister Gusmão our groundbreaking Parceria Joint Declaration, establishing a new partnership for a new era. And we have been so pleased to welcome to Australia the President and Foreign Minister of the Republic of the Marshall Islands, the President of Palau, the Prime Ministers of Solomon Islands and Tonga, the Secretary-General of the Pacific Islands Forum and the Foreign Minister of Germany. All of these efforts are directed towards our guiding purpose to help assure the region we want, a region in balance in which sovereignty is respected, a region that is peaceful, stable and prosperous, where countries large and small have the freedom to decide their futures. And I want to acknowledge the remarkable work of Secretary Adams and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and all its officers here and in the network around the world for their efforts in supporting Australia's place in the world. Finally, Chair, I want to update the committee in relation to the heartbreaking deaths of Holly Bowles and Bianca Jones by methanol poisoning in Laos. Holly and Bianca should be with us today. They should be looking back on a trip full of wonderful memories, but they are not, and our hearts go out to their loved ones and to their friends. They are mourning a terrible loss, and recent events have added to their heartbreak. Since their deaths, I've been clear with the Lao authorities of the need for transparency and for accountability, and we have consistently conveyed our expectations that charges should reflect the seriousness of the tragedy that killed Holly, Bianca and 4 other foreign nationals, and we will continue to do so. To that end, this week I've appointed Mr Pablo Kang as Special Envoy to continue our efforts for progress in the investigation of the deaths of these young Australians, and he will depart for Laos as soon as possible this week. I thank the committee and I look forward to our discussion.
Thanks very much, Minister, and you're happy to table that. Thank you very much. Secretary, do you have an opening statement?
With your indulgence,
thank you very much.
Thank you. Chair, Senator, thank you for the opportunity to provide an opening statement. We meet in the aftermath of the horrific anti-Semitic terrorist attack at Bondi Beach. In addition to the Foreign Minister's international outreach, DFAT has supported diplomatic missions in providing consular support to their nationals impacted, and we provided practical support for victims and for families who needed to travel to Australia. Our posts overseas hosted memorial ceremonies and opened condolence books to help people grieve and show their support and respect for the victims. DFAT is committed to cooperating fully with the Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion. There is no place in Australia for anti-Semitism, racial hatred or extremism. This week we have supported Israeli President Herzog's visit to Australia, during which he is honouring the victims of the Bondi terrorist attack and providing comfort to the families and to the Jewish community. Senators, as I have said in previous committee hearings, Australia is having to deal with a deteriorating security environment. Events in just the last few months expose an international system under pressure. We face greater unpredictability from sharpening geostrategic competition and challenges to existing rules and norms. The pace of change and disruption is accelerating, and the risks for our national security and economic resilience can't be underestimated. On the other hand, Australians can be confident we are working effectively with agility to navigate this uncertainty. As a middle power, we are not just seeking to adapt to this less stable world, we're seizing every opportunity to shape it for the better. First, our priority remains our region. We're pushing forward with a series of groundbreaking agreements that bind us closer to our neighbours in Southeast Asia and in the Pacific through shared interests and a shared stake in each other's future. This architecture includes the Treaty on Common Security with Indonesia, the Jakarta Treaty, signed by the Prime Minister last week, a watershed moment in the relationship with our most important neighbour. It also includes agreements we are progressing with Vanuatu, Fiji and Tonga. The Department supported the Prime Minister's visit to Timor-Leste, the first foreign leader to visit since Timor-Leste became a member of ASEAN last October. During the visit, the two leaders established the historic Passeria Agreement. Reflecting the importance of our agenda with the Pacific, we have hosted 4 Pacific leaders in just the last fortnight. As the Minister said, we welcomed again Solomon Islands Prime Minister Manele, Palauan President Whips, and received the Tongan Prime Minister for his first overseas visit. We welcomed President Heine for the first visit by a Marshallese president in 30 years. Senators, we are also strengthening Australia's major strategic partnerships. In this 50th anniversary of the Treaty of Friendship and Cooperation with Japan, we will further elevate all aspects of our special strategic partnership. We are getting on with this important agenda with the Takaichi government, returned with a resounding majority in last Sunday's election. Japan is a crucial partner for Australia, a partner that makes a positive and strong contribution to stability, development and prosperity in our region. Australia supports Japan's efforts to maintain dialogue with China, to de-escalate tensions, in support of regional stability and international law, while also opposing economic coercion. In December last year, we used the 40th anniversary of the Australia-United States Ministerial Consultations, known as AUSMIN, to strengthen our alliance and AUKUS activities. As the committee will be aware, Ambassador Rudd will conclude his posting to the United States of America at the end of March, and I want to take this opportunity to record my own and the Department's deepest thanks for his effectiveness and energy in delivering outcomes for Australia. Ambassador-designate Greg Moriarty is, of course, eminently placed to progress our national interest in the United States in the coming years. We are also preparing to strengthen our long-standing partnership with Canada and when Prime Minister Carney visits Australia. Right now, our thoughts are with our Canadian friends in grief following the tragic school shooting in British Columbia. Senators, it's crucial that we stand with Ukraine as Russia's invasion of Ukraine grinds into its 5th year. We recently announced a further $10 million to the Ukraine Energy Support Fund, building on the $95 million package of defence capability support announced in December. We support all efforts to achieve a lasting peace in Ukraine that upholds Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Senators, to best position Australian exporters for international uncertainty and shocks, we are focused on trade diversification and resilience building measures. We are implementing our new FTA with the UAE, strengthening our trade partnerships with India, and regionally through the CPTPP, RCEP and PACER Plus. With the European Union, we are working to complete a comprehensive and balanced deal to bring whole-of-economy benefits to Australia. Chair, allow me to finish on our consular services. The Department is deeply committed to providing consular services with the greatest care to Australians in their time of need. The latest Consular State of Play, launched this month, shows the Department provided consular assistance and crisis support in over 26,000 cases in financial year 2024-25. DFAT's 24/7 emergency centre answered more than 61,500 calls for help. This is complex and challenging work, and our services consistently rank the highest amongst Commonwealth government agencies in levels of public trust and satisfaction. We have acknowledged our recent communication with the families of Holly Morton-Bowles and Bianca Jones regarding legal process in Laos concerning a US citizen in similar circumstances fell short of these high standards. We remain deeply committed to supporting Holly's and Bianca's parents in their pursuit of justice for Holly and Bianca, and we're making further senior representations to the Lao government in support of that mission. Thank you, Chair, Senators, for your indulgence.
Thanks, Secretary. And I'm assuming you're happy to also table your opening remarks. Yes. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to hand over to Senator Cash to start off today.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for those opening statements. Secretary, if I could just commence with questions in relation to what you addressed at the end of your statement, which is the deaths of Holly and Bianca. Can I ask, in terms of the trials that have recently taken place in Laos, on what date did the trials take place?
Senator, I will ask colleagues to assist the committee on those specific dates.
Thank you, Secretary.
Senator Elizabeth McGregor, First Assistant Secretary of the Consular and Crisis Management Division.
Thank you, Ms McGregor.
I believe the trial outcome was delivered on the 29th of January.
Yes, I understand that, and that is the outcome of the trial. My question was in relation to on what date did the trials take place?
Senator, I think we need to start a little bit before and clarify the different cases that are on foot.
Yes, thank you, Secretary. So the case on the 29th of January related to the death of a US citizen.
Yep.
Not to the deaths of Holly and Bianca.
Yep.
And of course the Secretary has offered an apology to the families for not keeping them fully informed of the outcome of the US case. Our focus remains the Lao investigation relating to Holly and Bianca's deaths. On 10th of February, Lao authorities confirmed to us that the case relating to their deaths is still under legal process and is not being completed. I've relayed that information to the families yesterday. That information relating to Holly and Bianca's case resulted from an escalation of our efforts in the lead up to the 29th of January hearing into the US case, and subsequent to that to seek clarification on what that US case and its outcomes meant for the Australians.
Look, thank you. Could we just work through that? Because obviously there's been media reporting and it's caused a lot of distress. In particular, I think it has been acknowledged to the families. And the Secretary, could I just confirm, Secretary, you offered the apology to the families?
I did, Senator, on the basis that we had been working very hard to keep the families informed of what we knew on the various legal processes underway in Lao PDR. And unfortunately, in terms of the actual sentencing outcome, there was a delay in our communication with the families, and my heart breaks that the families learned of these verdicts through their own networks and not through us, when we had been working so hard to keep them informed of what we could find out from the Lao system.
Was the apology a written apology? Was it a phone call apology verbally given?
Senator, I wrote a letter.
Okay. When did you write the letter?
9th of January.
The 9th of January.
Oh, sorry.
9th of February. That's fine. So the 9th of February. Is it possible to get a copy of that on notice, please? I don't.
Oh, Senator, I think it's private it's private communication. Nevertheless, we also issued a public statement.
Okay, the public statement, thank you. Have you personally spoken to the families?
I personally have not. The ongoing contacts are with the consular officers and the head of the consular division, Ms McGregor.
Minister, have you spoken with the families since this occurred?
Yes.
You have, thank you. Can I ask on what dates?
So when I became aware of what had occurred, I called both families.
Yep.
Personally, to offer my apologies at the distress that had been caused by the fact they'd heard through other channels. I didn't get hold of one of the families. I think it was during a estimates break. I spoke to the other family, and I said I'd been trying to reach both families, and she said she would also pass on what I had said.
No, and thank you for that. Could I just go back then to, obviously there's been the media reporting. I'd like to just explore what was right and what was wrong in the media reporting. So the trials concluded on the 29th of January, but that was the trial in relation to the death of the US citizen.
Yes, that's correct, Senator.
Thank you. So in relation to, as you said, the trials of Holly and Bianca, they are still...
Can I just ask, I think the actual charge, as I understand it, was in relation to an evidentiary point. Sorry, so... it was not... so your question was not quite accurate. So perhaps Ms McGregor or Ms Chan, someone from the table could perhaps clarify what the legal case that was reported
Yeah, because obviously the media reporting in a recent court case, 10 local workers from the Nana Backpackers Hostel, the accommodation linked to the incident, were convicted only of destroying evidence and fined $185 each and given suspended sentences. Was that in relation only to the US citizen, or does that also encompass Holly and Bianca?
Senator, the charges were in relation to the US citizen and specifically the tampering of evidence. I understand the workers removed the body and took it to a hospital, and in that sense they were accused of interfering with the crime scene.
Okay. And obviously this is a very delicate matter, so we're treating with the deepest of respect to the parents.
So I think, appreciate if perhaps an official could tell me if this is correct, but as I understand the advice to me is that the charge related to destruction of or unlawful handling of evidence.
Yep.
There wasn't a charge of manslaughter or something similar. So that.
But again, to the US citizen.
To the US citizen.
As opposed to...
Can someone confirm that? I think I'm right.
I can confirm that.
Was. So can I then ask, in terms of the status of the cases against Holly and Bianca, in relation to Holly and Bianca, what is the current status of those cases?
I might let my colleague Michelle Chan answer that.
Thank you, Ms Chan.
Michelle Chan, Deputy Secretary, South and Southeast Asia Group. Our focus remains on the Lao investigation into the cases of Holly and Bianca, and on the 10th of February, the Lao authorities confirmed to us that the case relating to their deaths is still under the legal process and has not been completed, so it's still underway.
Okay, so it is still underway?
That's correct.
Right. Can I ask what the exact nature of the charges are?
My understanding, Senator, is that is still in process. That is part of the legal process that is still underway.
Okay. Just in terms then of what occurred, and it has been referred to as a breakdown, if we could just explore the breakdown. Was DFAT aware of the trial against the US citizen?
Senator, yes, we were aware, and I'll ask Ms McGregor to detail the communications that, or the timeline of the communications that had been undertaken with the families in that regard. Before I do that, could I also add, your previous question, that we're dealing with a civil law system in Laos,
Yep.
so the question of what charges, etc., come at a different point in the system than under our...
They're now under our legal system.
Yes,
as if it
so
were, yeah.
the investigations are underway within the Prosecutor's Office and the Ministry of Public Security, and then when they're at the point where they can formulate the charges and take to court, then we will know precisely. So I know you understand that, but it's
for the
quite
I know.
a different
Yeah.
system.
So, Senator, I can give a little bit more information, and I might preface it by saying that we're continuing to prioritise timely and accurate updates to the families. We've contacted them at least 12 times since we became aware of the case relating to the US citizen, and we became aware of that case on the 14th of January. We informed them on that same day that case was moving to court.
Okay. In terms of becoming aware on the 14th of January, what was the process or the timeline in relation to when the charges were first laid, etc., against the 10 local workers in relation to the US citizen?
So, Senator, we became aware through our contacts at Post in Vientiane on the 14th of January, and that advice was confirmation that the case had moved to allow domestic court. The same day, I emailed the families to advise them that those 10 cases had moved to the court with charges related to the destruction of evidence. I also said we were seeking urgent meetings in Laos to clarify.
And just in terms of the mission, who's responsible in DFAT, both in country but back in Australia, for monitoring the trial, even in relation to other citizens, obviously not Holly and Bianca, through to ensure that the parents are kept updated of developments?
So our post in Vientiane is very focused on the matter, and they are monitoring developments and reaching out constantly to contacts in the Lao system for updates. My colleague Michelle Chan can speak a little bit more to those efforts.
So, Senator, this is a very high priority for our embassy in Vientiane, from our Ambassador Jones, down through our political and economic team as well as our consular team. So they're giving a lot of attention to this matter, and our ambassador has made a number of representations to convey our concerns and our expectations of a thorough and transparent investigation to various authorities in the Lao system.
Was that post the 29th of January when the trial against the US citizen concluded, or prior to that?
It's been a big focus for our embassy for over a year now, since the deaths in November 2024. It's been an ongoing focus, of course, since the advice of the trial of the US citizen.
And thank you, obviously it should be a high priority. But despite that evidence, there was a clear breakdown, and that has been unfortunately reported in the media. But in saying that, both the Minister you have spoken to, the parents, as you said, and apologised, and Secretary, you have also issued an apology to the parents. Was there a failure in monitoring the trial between when you found out on the 14th of January and the 29th of January when the verdicts were delivered?
Senator, the embassy in Vientiane were monitoring the US case because of, you know, the connection.
Yep.
If I could explain without taking away from what we've said in taking responsibility for the breakdown, with the best of intentions, people involved decided that they needed to understand more what the implications were for the Australian cases of this verdict, of this sentence, because it was, you know, it was connected, but on very different grounds to do with the tampering of the evidence. So we were trying to understand more what it meant directly for the investigation underway into the deaths of Holly and Bianca. Frankly, it was the wrong call. Yes, we couldn't explain. We knew that would be the question, what does it mean? And we didn't have the answer, and people were working very hard to figure out what it did mean and therefore what we could say in good faith. Frankly, it was the wrong call. We should have realised that information would be shared amongst the grieving families that including in other countries that, of course, had remained in contact. We should have said, this is what we know, we don't know exactly yet what it means, but that's what we're now trying to work with our embassy and the Lao system on.
Given Ms Chan's evidence that obviously this has been a high priority, as it should be, since the deaths, between the 14th of January, when the trial against the US citizen, the trial in relation to the US citizen commenced, and the 29th of January, when the trial concluded and the verdict was handed down, how many times did our representatives on the ground in country attend court?
I don't think those dates are quite correct. I'll just get...
Senator Kate Smith, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Southeast Asia Regional and Mainland Division. I just want to clarify that while we became aware on the 14th of January that the case was moving to the court, it was not brought on in court until the 29th of January. So I would not want colleagues to have a misapprehension that there were...
No, and I did want to clarify that, thank you. So you became aware on the 14th of January.
Correct.
There was no court proceeding between the 14th of January and the 29th of January?
Correct.
And then what actually occurred on the 29th of January in toto?
There was a hearing before the court.
Yep.
And on that day the matter was disposed of.
Yes.
And we were... left with information about the outcome that the Secretary has spoken about, and we were working through post to ascertain what that meant and what the implications were for Holly and Bianca's cases.
And did we have anyone in the court on the 29th of January?
Yes, we did.
We did, okay. On the 14th of January, when you became aware that the case would be progressing, did you inform Holly and Bianca's parents?
I defer to my contact
Senator, yes, I emailed both families to let them know that the 10 cases had moved to court with the charges related to the destruction of evidence.
Okay. And then what occurred between the 14th of January and the 29th of January? Was there anything that occurred in terms of you've notified the families that the case in relation to the US citizen on those charges is progressing on the 29th? What do you then do to ensure that the family feels supported, etc., understands what the process is until we get to the 29th of January?
So we were in regular contact with the families throughout that period to let them know what we were doing. So, as I mentioned, that same day we contacted them to let them know that the case had moved to court. The next day, which was Thursday, the 15th of January, there was a further email sent to the families from our consular staff acknowledging their response to our advice from the day before, and we let them know that we would respond as soon as possible once we had more information. On Friday, the 16th of January, which was the next day, I sent an email to both families advising of all of the requests for meetings that the Lao ambassador or our ambassador in Lao had requested with officials in the system. We advised the families also that Post had visited Nana's Backpackers to confirm that it remained closed. We also advised them that we were following up with the court to see if they could access the court and case files, which would give them information on that case. On Thursday, the 22nd of January, we heard that it was the case relating to the US victim. We advised the families on the 28th of January that we had received confirmation that the case related to the US victim and that there was not a connection to the cases of Holly and Bianca. At that point, we again advised that we were urgently following up the status of Holly and Bianca's cases. They remained our priority. And then, of course, on the 29th of January, the next day, there was the court outcome.
So what happened then on the 29th of January when the trial concluded and, as you say, the decision was handed down as reported, convicted only of destroying evidence, this is in the language of the press obviously, fined $185 each and given suspended sentences. Did you contact Holly and Bianca's parents on that day?
No, Senator, we did not, and the Secretary has apologised for that.
Okay. Can I ask then, on what basis who made the decision not to contact Holly and Bianca's parents on that day?
I'm not going to be naming specific staff in Senate estimates.
I'm not asking, well, perhaps you could give me, was it yourself, Secretary?
Oh, Chair. Can we... This has been very distressing for the families.
It is very distressing. That's why we're trying to work through it to see where the breakdown was, Senator Wong.
And the Secretary has explained the decision that was made, which she has described as the wrong call, but it was not made through bad intention. It was made with good intentions, which were to try and understand what the implications were for the cases in relation to the two Australian girls, young women, before the families were spoken to. Now, demonstrably, that was not the right call, and the Secretary has apologised, as have I. I just don't think it's reasonable for you to ask questions, but I don't want individual officers pursued in relation to it.
Well, Minister,
I'd ask you to respect that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Perhaps then I'll rephrase the question. At what level was the call made? I don't want to know who the person was. Were they an Assistant Secretary? Were they an EL1?
Senator, I have asked the department to review the communications and the conversations in relation to that and to identify opportunities, systems improvements, escalation to improve communications on these kinds of
Because
things.
obviously the fact that the evidence has been given quite articulately, thank you, that the department has been in contact with the parents, and in particular we've now seen the timeline from the 14th of January, but the failure in process obviously on the 29th of January. So at this point in time, Secretary, you saying you do not know how the call was made to not advise Holly and Bianca's parents of the outcome?
Senator, what I've said is that people with very good intentions were trying to find out more information for a more satisfying communication with the families to understand the implications is complex. It's quite hard to know, the exact thinking in the prosecutor's office. It's not straightforward. So people were working diligently to understand the implications and seeking advice and more information from the Lao authorities.
Secretary, was the breakdown then in the communication on the 29th of January, was it in country or was it here in Australia?
Well, our staff all work closely together. As you've heard, the Embassy has this issue as a very high priority, as does the Consular Division. What I would say is that I have also myself asked the Lao ambassador to help us have really as clear information as we can on the prosecutors' processes and to keep us updated of developments. It's not straightforward to understand.
And I understand all of that. As you said, we are dealing with a different legal system. Let me, though, just put onto the Hansard record what the parents have said, because the parents are actually distressed at the fact that they were not informed of the outcome. They've said, we feel let down by our government. They have failed our families. They have not been able to get basic answers. They have not applied meaningful pressure, and they have allowed our daughters' deaths to be quietly brushed aside. They've also said, we're out of options. We have done as much as we can. The only people that can do any more for us are our government. They've also said, and I would like to explore this further, the Danish and UK governments are getting information and our government just seems to be quite reactive. Our government doesn't seem to be able to get information. We feel abandoned. How are the Danish and English governments getting to talk to these people and we are not getting information from our government? So can you take me through the information that you understand the Danish and the English governments are actually getting?
Senator, I really, again, offer deepest condolences to the families for the deaths. This is just unimaginable loss. I accept the sense of frustration and need for accountability. That's why we are working so hard to press the Lao system at all, at senior levels, including political levels, for information, updates as to what's occurring. We now have been assured that the investigation process is still underway with regards to Holly and Bianca's cases.
So can you just say that again, please? What was that evidence you just gave? To ensure that the investigations are still underway in relation to Holly and Bianca?
No,
yes, sorry, I just wanted to clarify what you said.
I was repeating what Deputy Secretary Chan said, which is that we have clarified that from the Lao government's point of view, or the legal system's point of view, Holly and Bianca's cases are still under the legal process in Lao.
Thank you.
Have not been completed.
Thank you.
So given that case, that investigation is ongoing, we are putting all of our effort into urging full accountability and transparency to the extent their system allows it with respect to our cases. That's why we've asked, or the Foreign Minister has asked Special Envoy Pablo Kang to travel urgently to really make those points. So our focus is on our own case. We have been, it's not that we've just started, we've been very focused on this all along.
No, and I, as I said, I'm sure it has to be a high profile, that goes without saying. There has been a very distressing breakdown on a very important date, that date being the 29th of January. And despite all the evidence, can I ask, why did someone just not advise the parents of the result and then tell them, but we are also analysing the implications and we will keep you informed of that? Because the distressing part for the parents, as we all know, is that they do feel abandoned. It's the breakdown in the communication on such an important date. You'd kept them informed from the 14th. They knew this was happening. You knew this was happening. We had, as your evidence is, someone in the court on the 29th. And as we know, the most important things in these cases is just that basic communication. So can I ask, why were they just not told this is the outcome as it relates to the US citizen, and we are now analysing the implications of this as it relates to Holly and Bianca?
Senator, I can only say that I wish that they had.
All right. I'll have to move the call around. Thank you, Senator Cash. Senator Ghosh, and I'll come to Senator Shoebridge afterwards.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, you've spoken often about amplified middle power diplomacy, and you referred to it in your opening statement today as a key tool of Australia's foreign policy statecraft. Can you expand on what you mean by amplified middle power diplomacy and how it relates to our national interest?
I'll try and articulate it succinctly. I think this committee has, we've had the discussion in this committee for some time now, and I think it is observable in the world that we live in very, very different, very difficult times. We see a global trend away from a rules-based order towards the exercise of power. And we all know that for Australia, we have benefited greatly from the rules being the means by which disputes and issues are resolved and managed. We also know that if you have an international system which is predicated primarily on the exercise of power, that is risky for us as a country, but we also think for global and regional peace and security. So I've spoken about that for a number of years now, including before becoming Foreign Minister, and I think the trends have intensified since then. We see the UN, frankly, in crisis. We see conflict increasing, we see poverty increasing, we see development assistance being cut or reduced. We see great, I've spoken about China seeking to reshape the region in its interests. We see disruptive, destabilising powers like Russia, Iran, North Korea seeking to, as I said, to destabilise. And I've spoken about the President Trump's articulation of a very different role being envisioned for the United States and the world. So the point I've made for some years now is, it's been a consistent proposition, but it's become even more salient in today's world, is that we cannot leave the assurance of peace and stability, the sustaining of international peace and security as only a matter for the great powers. Now, that is not to say the great powers are not relevant, they are. But that is not the end of the matter. And we cannot simply be passive and say we're going to leave it to greater powers than ours to assure peace, stability and prosperity in our region and globally. So I think what we have seen in these last years is assertive middle powers like Australia working harder, I think alone, but also in existing and new coalitions. And I describe that as amplified middle power diplomacy, which is middle powers stepping up, exercising their own agency and working together in different ways. And you can see that in what we have been doing for the last 3.5 years. And we have to be active and ambitious in an increasingly multipolar world. So that is the, I suppose, intellectual framework by which your intellectual analysis by which you can understand the new architecture the government has been prioritising, whether it's the Common Security Treaty, or Treaty of Common Security with Indonesia, the Puk Treaty with Papua New Guinea, the alliance. You see it also in the Declaration for the Protection of Humanitarian Personnel, which we led at culminating in the announcement or the establishment of the declaration at UN High Level Week, where we saw 100 countries come together to say we must protect those who risk everything to help others in conflict. And if I may, just on a personal note, it was I remember sitting there outside the UN at the event. We had a very large attendance. In these times, to have 100 countries be prepared to sign up to something is unusual. And it was actually very moving to watch many countries, my friend Prime Minister Sugiyuno, the Foreign Minister Kaba from Sierra Leone, I think Japan, Switzerland, the United Kingdom, countries around the world from very different continents, different perspectives, but all united in saying, together we want to preserve this norm, which for me said, there are many countries who are seeking to do so. On the war in Ukraine, we're an active member of the Coalition of the Willing. We're pursuing a security and defence partnership with the European Union. That's in addition to the trade agreement that is still being negotiated that the Secretary spoke about. So we have to continue to build alignment with others in order to be able to work for peace and stability. That was a long answer. I hope it articulated the way we think about it.
No, thank you, Minister. It's a topic of interest, so I appreciate that answer. Secretary, are you able to provide some examples, in your view, of where that amplified middle power diplomacy is in operation in our region?
I have colleagues who can add, but I think Foreign Minister has articulated the key bilateral, regional and multilateral elements of that. So bilaterally, of course, we've mentioned a few times in this committee hearing already the significant treaty with Indonesia, the significant treaty with Papua New Guinea, the significant treaty with Tuvalu, and other arrangements bilaterally that we're intensifying work on. Regionally, we focus particularly on ASEAN as a regional body to help middle powers and even smaller ones deal with geostrategic pressures as a group, and likewise in the Pacific Island Forum. And multilaterally, ministers' example is a really key one, but of course in UN New York, for example, you'll find our people working with others on an interests-based approach, different partners for different issues, to collectivise and amplify our voice as appropriate. But I'm sure Dr. Subchuk can add.
Senator Peter Subchuk, First Assistant Secretary, Geostrategy and Partnerships Division. I think we've had a very comprehensive view of the architecture and the what and how of middle power diplomacy from the Minister and some key examples by the Secretary. I'd only add that because of the circumstances we're in and because they require us to amplify our middle power diplomacy, as the Minister mentioned, what that means is two things: that we need to put more of a premium on powers of persuasion over raw power, and secondly, that as a middle power, we have to invest in trust. And I think what we heard in terms of what Australia does in pursuing partners in the region in particular that match and supplement our reach, and what we do regionally through ASEAN, for example, to build capacity with partners like Japan and Korea is really important. Minilateral partnerships where our profile really comes to the fore, such as in the Quad, to respond to regional countries' infrastructure needs, maritime security needs, cyber security and humanitarian disaster relief, and how we collude with other middle powers in multilateral fora at a time when though the foundations of multilateralism are under pressure is really, really key. And we do that as Australia with the brand name that we have, but also through cross-regional groups such as MICTA, as well as on the arms control front through the Non-Proliferation Disarmament Initiative. But why we have influence is we've put a lot of energy in amplifying our middle power diplomacy in our value proposition as a middle power. We've expanded our diplomatic networks, we've enlarged our defence capability, we've extended the reach of our soft power, and we've also invested strongly not only in our own economic resilience but that of the region. And that really raises our stocks among other countries, and that's really, really key to effectively how effective our middle power diplomacy can be. But one other issue I'd mention is that we're also an ally of the United States. We're also a major economic partner of China. The ability of us as middle powers to talk to major powers, to pursue not only our interests but our obligations to make sure that they're reinvesting in rules is really important, and that sends an important signal to countries that are perhaps lesser than middle powers in our region and globally.
Thank you. Minister, you referred to that interaction earlier between the role of middle powers and the role of great powers, but if I could ask you to reflect on how the Albanese government's approach to amplified middle power diplomacy compares with previous approaches to our region.
Well, I think as you know, from the commencement of the first term, we spoke about, firstly, not only our geographic priorities, which were demonstrated by my travel priorities in the first year and the Prime Minister's, where I travelled to every Pacific Island Forum member and all the countries of ASEAN other than Myanmar in the first 12 months. Prime Minister's first bilateral visit was to Indonesia, and again this term, you can see the geographic priorities, but it also goes to how we engage, and I think we did see, unfortunately, particularly under Mr Morrison, a tendency to lecture, which is why I did emphasise listening and respect in how we sought to engage with the Pacific, well, with all countries, but particularly with the Pacific and Southeast Asia, that the Prime Minister has brought that personal respect to his engagements with leaders, and you see that in the friendships and respect that he has in the PIF and also in ASEAN in particular, but I think with the leaders with whom he's engaged. I would also make a point here about development assistance. When we came to government, we'd seen the largest cuts to foreign aid in our history. I think it was just under $12 billion. And a denial of climate change, which, as you know, is the entry ticket, as the Prime Minister describes, for engagement and credibility in the Pacific. They articulate very clearly that climate change is their number one economic and security priority. And of course, Australia was engaging in an attack on the multilateral system. You may recall negative globalism, which was the phrase that the previous government used. Now, I think all of that approach was deleterious to our national interests. All of that was bad for Australia's interests. I think it made us less influential, less credible, and less respected in the world, which is precisely the opposite of what you need to be, particularly in a time of turbulence. And so we have really worked very hard to turn that around, to restore our credibility in terms of climate change, to lift our diplomatic capability and to focus it, and to demonstrate leadership. But that work continues, and I won't pretend to Australians that the stability that we have known for much of the period in the post-war era is assured. I mean, that is a stability for which we have to work, and we have to work much harder. And my view has always been we do better at that if there can be a bipartisan approach on these issues. I regret it. Many times that has not been the case. I hope that will change if there is a new leader or a different approach, because I genuinely believe that we are facing some of the most challenging times that this country has seen since World War II, and we best respond to it where there is bipartisanship, a mature and considered approach, and I think we are diminished when foreign policy and international issues become issues of domestic partisanship. That is my view.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thanks, Senator. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Minister, and thanks, Secretary, for your attendance this morning. Minister, how many times have you met with President Herzog?
Sorry, could we just... You're doing the Herzog visit now? I just want to change officials.
Yes.
Yeah. Could we please change? Thank you.
How many times have you met with
Sorry,
President...
if we could just wait for the officials to get to the table,
right.
please.
No, four. Yeah.
Minister, how many times have you met with President Herzog on his visit here? And what was the duration of any such meetings?
How many times have I met with him, full stop, or on this visit?
On his visit here. And what was
just the once.
And where was that?
The state lunch yesterday. Well, so it was not a formal bilateral.
All right. Are you intending to meet with him again?
No.
How long was the state lunch?
Well, I wasn't able because obviously it's an estimates week. I wasn't able to attend the full lunch, so I'd have to. It went longer than I left before dessert, so I think I was there for about an hour and a bit from memory, but I can check that.
All right. Well, President Herzog has been visiting Australia. His government, the Israeli government, has been passing new extreme laws designed to take even more Palestinian land in the West Bank. And while President Herzog was here, the Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich announced those moves to make it easier for Jewish settlers to take over Palestinian land in the occupied West Bank. And he said this: "We will continue to kill the idea of a Palestinian state." Have you or any member of the Australian government raised that with President Herzog in his visit, objected to those appalling statements from the Finance Minister and made it clear that these moves by Israel are directly contrary to Australian policy?
There's a few questions there. I think the first one is the visit itself, and I respect that you have different views, and I acknowledge many people have very different views and very strong views about the situation in the Middle East, and also the visit of President Herzog. As I have said publicly, President Herzog has visited Australia in the aftermath of the worst terrorist attack our country has seen on our home soil, and an attack that it was an anti-Semitic terror attack. He is here to honour the victims of that anti-Semitic terror attack and to provide support to the Australian community, and I think you would be aware that this is a moment of great trauma for many in the Jewish Australian community. I do know people have different views about the visit. We have been clear about our position in relation to some of the issues you raise, including in relation to the West Bank, the conduct of the war in Gaza. We've been clear about that, including directly to President Herzog. I would say that this visit is important to a grieving community, and I would hope Australians and parliamentarians can respect that, regardless of their views about the actions of the Netanyahu government. In relation to the settlements issue, perhaps Mr Griffiths or Ms Sadhu could respond, and also Mr Smotrich.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Paul Griffiths, First Assistant Secretary of Middle East and Africa, Africa Division. Look, we've consistently expressed concern about settlement activity to Israel and the expectation that that Israel hold perpetrators of violence, but also perpetrators of settler violence to account and cease its ongoing settlement activity. Most recently, our officials in Tel Aviv have made representations to the Israel Ministry of Foreign Affairs on settlement expansion, land annexation and settler violence. That was on the 21st of January this year. And in Canberra, we have raised our concerns with the Israeli Embassy on the 2nd of December most recently.
Minister, I ask again, did you or any Australian government official challenge the Israeli head of state, who's out here, he says, in part on a diplomatic mission? He's been very clear, it's a diplomatic mission for him. Did you object to, while he's out here, his finance minister saying we will continue to kill the idea of a Palestinian state, and the Israeli government passing laws to make that a reality? You had the president of the state here. Did you, Minister, raise that with President Herzog?
Senator, if I may. Harinder Sidhu, Deputy Secretary, International Security, Legal and Consular Group. I just wanted to point you to a statement that the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade made yesterday in relation to that legislation. The statement read, Australia objects to the Israel Security Cabinet's decision to expand Israel's control over the West Bank. This decision will undermine stability and security. The Australian government has been clear that settlements are illegal under international law and a significant obstacle to peace. Altering the demographic composition of Palestine is unacceptable. A two-state solution remains the only viable path to long-term peace and security for Israelis and Palestinians alike.
Minister, I'm not asking about a statement that isn't even published on DFAT website. I'm asking if you raised it. You had the head of state of Israel out here at the same time as his government is pushing new laws to make it impossible for a Palestinian state and to take more Palestinian land in the occupied West Bank. You had him across the lunch table with you. Did you raise it with him?
Senator, I'll make a few points. The first is, I think everybody would be aware that in relation to Mr Smotrich, he was one of the Israeli ministers the government has sanctioned. The second point is, I think Israel and the Netanyahu government, I should say, is well aware of Australia's position on two states. I think you would have observed over time the response from Prime Minister Netanyahu to Australia's recognition of Palestine and advocacy for two states, as well as our responses on settlements, which is consistent with what Ms Sidhu has outlined. So the position that was the public statement is consistent with the position we've previously held. What I can indicate to you is obviously the counterpart for the formal counterpart for President Herzog is in fact the Governor-General. However, the Prime Minister has made clear to the House that the visit was also an opportunity for the Prime Minister to raise a range of issues with President Herzog. And the Prime Minister did so. And the issues that were raised reflect the public position Australia has articulated on two states, our position on settlements in the West Bank, our position on the US-led peace plan, the situation in Gaza and the need for humanitarian aid, as well as the other bilateral matters which you would know we have been active on, including the investigation into the death of Zomi Franco.
Minister, President Herzog has made it clear that his actions here are not merely ceremonial, that he's on an active diplomatic mission for the State of Israel. And he's also a person who the UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry on the Occupied Palestinian Territory, in its findings, has highlighted the appalling comments from him. Incitement for genocide comments is how they've identified them. And it's this comment of his in reference to the people of Gaza. It's an entire nation out there that is responsible. It is not true, this rhetoric about civilians who are not aware and not involved. It's absolutely not true. Did you or the Prime Minister at any point say to President Herzog, that statement was hateful and we condemn it, and we condemn the idea of treating every Palestinian as fair game in the appalling attacks on Gaza? Did you condemn that statement?
Senator, I've really responded already to your question. I've explained why Mr. President Herzog is here. I've also indicated to you that the Prime Minister engaged personally with the President, raised a number of issues with him. I've explained to you that the Prime Minister's representations reflect Australia's public position. You know the way in which we have sought to approach the conflict, the devastating conflict in Gaza after the horrific attacks of October 7. We have been, for 2 years, part of the international pressure for a ceasefire. We have called for return of hostages, and we have pressed for a two-state solution. We've recognised the state of Palestine, and we have spoken about the devastation and humanitarian crisis in Gaza. We have unequivocally condemned Hamas. We have committed some 130 million in humanitarian assistance. We continue to work with our partners to support the delivery of aid. We have sought to advance peace. And the Prime Minister put it very well yesterday, or the day before. He made the point there are two roads in the Middle East. One is for Israelis and Palestinians to walk the path towards a resolution. That is a two-state solution. And that requires dialogue. It requires engagement with Israelis and with Palestinians. The other road is one where the State of Israel does not find the long-term peace and security it seeks in its region, and the Palestinians remain an oppressed people. And we believe lasting peace requires engagement with both.
Minister, I asked you, you speak of lasting peace, you speak of a Palestinian state, but I asked you whether or not in President Herzog's visit you raised or condemned the statement from Minister Smotrich saying, on behalf of the Netanyahu government, we will continue to kill the idea of a Palestinian state. And it appears that wasn't objected to.
Well,
you invite somebody here who's been found to be complicit in genocide with that statement, and you reference public statements. Never has that been objected to by the Australian government. And you invite someone here who signs 155mm artillery shells that are used in war crimes. How is any of that consistent with your statements about wanting peace or any kind of sustainable state for Palestine?
First, we have been clear about our support for the state of Palestine. That is why we have recognised Palestine. And it is why we have taken the action with others that we have taken. And we do so because we believe the only path to long-term peace and security for Israelis and for Palestinians is with the establishment of two states. And that requires dialogue and engagement, Senator. Clearly, the Prime Minister has expressed the Australian Government's views on these and many issues to the President, as is appropriate.
Minister, you say that, and indeed the Prime Minister has said, that the issue of Zomi Frankum was raised. Zomi Frankum's family have still not had even a glimmer of justice. And Mal Frankum told SBS News recently that he and the family are still waiting for information. And this is what he said. Not only for Zomi, but for the 7 victims of the April 1 strike. I've spoken to a few of their families as well, and they're in a similar position, with kind of being in the dark, not having any updates. The pain of Zomi's family is just a tiny little glimpse into the horror show of pain that's gone across all of Gaza. But can you at least provide any update for the family on pressure you've made to have Israel finish its investigation or to provide the drone audio recording?
Well, I have engaged with Mal, Mr Frankum and the family. Others can advise what further engagement there's been, but he was very involved in the declaration for the protection of humanitarian personnel that I described, I think, in my opening statement. I asked him to attend the launch of that because I had spoken to him about wanting to do what we could to ensure that this did not happen to someone else. So I was very appreciative of his involvement. I think it made it very meaningful. The Prime Minister made the point yesterday that if President Herzog had not been here, that he would not have been able to raise it personally, which he did. So one of the issues I raised, I'm quoting from the Prime Minister, was Zomi Frankum and her 6 World Central Kitchen colleagues. The deaths were a tragedy and an outrage. That is the Australian government's position, and that remains our position.
Did the Prime Minister say it wasn't a tragedy, it was a crime to target and kill aid workers, including an Australian aid worker? And did the Prime Minister demand a conclusion to the Israeli investigation, which is now the better part of 2 years the family's been waiting? Were those basic statements and demands made to Herzog?
Senator, the Prime Minister of the country raised it with the President of Israel. With respect, he would raise that in the way he thinks is best for the country and to press the interests of Ms Francom and her family. So, I appreciate you want to write the Prime Minister's talking points, but he is the Prime Minister, and I'm sure he would have communicated that in the way he thought was most effective to get progress in relation to that investigation.
The family
Last
want
minute.
the Israeli investigation to conclude. They want some kind of justice, not just for Zomi, but for the other 7 aid workers who have been killed, and then the countless other aid workers and journalists and medics who have been killed in Gaza. This is a tiny insight into the horror show in Gaza.
I want an outcome in relation to the military investigation too, Senator. The Australian government does.
Have you asked for the drone audio recording?
We have consistently advocated for a full and thorough investigation and for justice for Zomi, Francom and the 6 other victims of that attack.
Is there a timeline? Has the Israeli government at least given Australia a timeline about the investigation into this murder of an Australian?
Senator, I'm not aware of a timeline, but I will take that on notice. In addition to the minister's comments and the Prime Minister raising the case of Ms Francom yesterday, I'd also add that we do continue to engage the Israeli officials on this. This is active for us. We are still trying to get accountability from Israel. Most recently, we spoke in Israel to the government there on the 6th of February in Israel, but also spoke to the embassy here in Australia in December.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll have to move the call around, but we are going to have a very short morning tea break now, and then I'll come to Senator Thorpe on once we're back from morning tea.
Senator Thorpe.
Yep, so Senator Thorpe's online at the moment.
On the screen.
Yep. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
How long will the break?
10 minutes.
latest moves in the West Bank?
If you could just hold for a minute, Senator, I'll just get the officials to the table.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Paul Griffiths, First Assistant Secretary of Middle East and Africa Division. Senator, can I just clarify your question? You're asking really for our assessment on the latest developments that we've seen this week on the settlement activity? Is that correct?
Well, the assessment, what assessment has DFAT made of the role of Israeli entities, including the World Zionist Organisation and its settlement division, in particular the settlement expansion in the occupied Palestinian territory?
Let me start in the broad.
Including presently, but what other assessments?
Right. Let me start in the broad. I mean, on settlement activity, we have consistently opposed settlement activity. The Foreign Minister spoke this morning on some of these issues, but we are conscious that settlements are illegal under UN Security Council 2334, and we repeatedly make representations to that effect to Israel. What we've seen just this week by the Israeli Security Cabinet is a decision effectively to expand Israeli powers in the West Bank. That impacts in particular two fronts: land sales, so enabling effectively outsiders from the World Bank. From the West Bank, my apologies, to purchase land in the West Bank, and also greater civilian oversight in areas A and B, which has some Palestinian Authority oversight. We have, of course, in line with previous statements, we have the position that we object to that decision. We've been consistent, as I said, that Israeli settlements in Palestine are illegal under international law and a significant obstacle to peace. We are concerned that any expansion of settlements really pushes the peace further from reach and pushes back against what we're seeing elsewhere in relation to the US peace plan and some gains made there, and fundamentally that the announcement's a step in the wrong direction. In relation to your question specifically about the World Zionist Organisation and the role of Israeli entities, I will have to take that on notice and come back to you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Has DFAT received submissions from Australian civil society organisations calling for targeted sanctions against Israeli entities and individuals involved in settlement activity?
Senator, thank you for the question. On the question of submissions, I might ask Mr. Griffiths to comment. I don't have any specific information on that, but just as a general point, to make it clear that Australia has been consistent, as he says, in saying that settlement activity is illegal under international law and a significant obstacle to peace. We have insisted that Israel must cease settlement activity. Australia has sanctioned extremist Israeli settlers to hold them to account for their violence, as well as Israeli ministers Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, who have been complicit in settler violence and who have been promoting settlements in the West Bank. So that's the action that we've taken so far.
Thank you. So I'm not sure whether you had whether you answered that you had received any submissions.
Not that I'm aware, Senator. We'll take that on notice and take that one on notice.
You haven't heard of any submissions coming from Amnesty International, Jewish Council of Australia,
Senator,
Medical Association for Prevention of War?
well, as you would appreciate, this is a very topical issue, and a lot of organisations and individuals have a view in this and regularly express those views. I will take it on notice on specifically what we have received. I would be certain that we have received some.
Okay, thank you. So, given the government's stated commitment to the consistent use of targeted sanctions for serious human rights abuses, how does DFAT assess the appropriateness of hosting or engaging with organisations identified as central to illegal settlement expansion in the occupied Palestinian territory, including the World Zionist Organisation and its settlement division?
Look, Senator, I think we can. I mean, you're citing civil society groups there. Really, all I can repeat is what we've said before, that we've taken very strong action internationally and strong positions internationally in calling out settlement activity in particular. And you know, there are numerous statements to that effect. As Ms. Sidhu outlined, we've taken sanctions against individuals and entities that are involved in those, that have been involved and made public statements to the effect in support of settlements and settler violence also. And yes, so.
Senator, if I could add to Mr Griffith's testimony there, where somebody, a group, an entity or a person is sanctioned, those sanctions generally relate to a number of factors, including financial sanctions, but also travel bans. So I have Ms Heckscher sitting at the table, who is responsible for sanctions and sanctions policy, and perhaps she can provide you a bit more information about the nature of the sanctions that we apply and how they operate.
Could I just add to my question, just so that maybe it could also be clarified as part of this next answer? But the latest, that Herzog's delegation included the chair of the World Zionist Organisation that I've mentioned. So you have them in your midst. Can you please explain?
Sorry, Senator Thorpe. I didn't hear all of the first part of your question. The latest what?
The uninvited Herzog in this country, his delegation includes the chair of the World Zionist Organisation, in which I mentioned, you know, who the gentleman referred to as a civil society group, and can't comment on that. However, the chair of that group is part of Herzog's delegation. So they're right there in your midst in terms of complicit in this takeover of sovereign Palestinian land. Just trying to make sense of it all.
Senator, the Minister has been clear previously to clarify that the Governor-General has invited President Herzog to Australia to honour the victims of the Bondi anti-Semitic terrorist attack and support the Australian Jewish community. Obviously, he is accompanied by a delegation and they arrive in Australia for the same purpose and on the same auspices.
Sorry, that was completely irrelevant to my question.
Sorry.
I made mention that part of the delegation is the chair of the World Zionist Organisation. I'm not talking about Herzog. We know what he's about.
Senator Thorpe, I
Talking
think...
about his delegation.
Yeah,
Minister.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. I've just been sent some information because I was trying to understand your question, and I understand that there has been a public statement by some of the organisations that you have referenced relating to what they are describing as a submission with DFAT's Human Rights Division seeking sanctions. I wasn't aware of that till, I'm afraid, till I heard your question. We generally would not, as you probably have heard me say, we don't discuss sanctions until we do them for obvious reasons. But if I'm happy to get Ms. Exer to explain to you where sanctions are, but in relation to your question, I'd ask that we perhaps take it on notice and we can have a look at the submission that's been provided and respond to you.
I appreciate that. And just for clarification, sorry, I didn't catch his name, but the gentleman talked about the sanctions and this country's stance against occupied Palestinian territory. However, in Herzog's delegation is the chair of the very organisation of the settlement division that's going on. So it seems to me that it's contradictory to what was explained to me earlier when the very delegation is the head is responsible for this. So how do you reconcile that as a government when you say one thing and you're doing another?
Well, Senator, I mean, I think the President Herzog's, delegation and who's a member of that delegation is of course a question for the President himself. I take your point.
Sorry, he doesn't come to Senate estimates, and he's not answerable to a genocide that's going on in Palestine. So I don't need an answer from him. I'm asking what the answer is because sorry, what's your name, sir?
Sorry, Paul Griffiths.
Mr. Griffiths, you explained very clearly the process of sanctioning. However, this country, this government, has rolled out the red carpet for the chairperson of the very issue that you seem so strong about doesn't happen here. So that's what I'm trying to understand. We are facilitating the chair of an organisation that's taking over Palestinian lands.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, look, I outlined what our position is, what we repeatedly convey to Israel, what we raise with Israel, and we have done a number of times. What I was getting to really is that the President's delegation, if it did include someone from the World Zionist Organisation, as you're saying, they may have views that are contrary to our own. We obviously need to engage with Israel and have a relationship with them. That includes on disagreements, of which settlements and settler violence are one that we can and do raise with them.
Is there any due diligence taken by the department in relation to what the delegation is of this person that's part of a government that's committing genocide, is there, what's the due diligence taken, given your explanation earlier that the sanctions are real and that this country's position on occupied Palestinian territory? How do you not know that the chair of this organisation, the World Zionist Organisation, how do you not know that? How do you know not know who's coming into the country that's doing this?
Senator, perhaps I can explain. The invitation and the management of President Herzog's delegation has not been a DFAT matter. That is a matter that PMNC has been taking the lead on for the government, naturally because this invitation was issued by the Governor-General and it involves the Governor-General and the Prime Minister. So we do not have a direct role in that process.
Last minute, Senator.
Yeah, that's a really poor answer, and I understand, you know, that's your lines, but I think it's a non-answer, and I think that you've been caught out here. And I'll go on to my last question.
Could I just add, I don't want to take up your time, Senator Thorpe, so perhaps the chair could give you a minute more.
Don't worry, I will.
Thank you. Yeah, we've been clear about settlements. We've said they are illegal under international law. We have said they are not helpful to the progress of peace. We have sanctioned both ministers and entities because of their involvement in or their treatment of Palestinians and associated with settlement and violent settler activity. So we do have a clear position on that, and you would not have been able to hear, because I think you might have been in another committee, that, as I said to Senator Shoebridge, you know, we are very clear that peace in the Middle East requires two states, Israel and Palestine, and we believe, along with many in the international community, that is the only path for lasting peace and security. And settlements are contrary to that, or are an impediment to that outcome. I will ask the department to look at the submission that you reference. I understand the point you're making. I think Ms Sidhu wasn't trying to do anything other than to say that this department doesn't accredit, as I understand, the President's delegation. So your political point remains a reasonable one. I understand the point you're making, but I'm not sure that officials, I don't know that we tick off who is the delegation, partly as a matter of how these things work, who's part of delegations, but also because technically the visit was not a Foreign Affairs organised visit. It would have been organised through Prime Minister and Cabinet. So I understand the point you're making. I will try and get more information, but that was the nature of Ms Sidhu's answer. Thanks, Chair.
All right, thanks, Minister.
So just finally, what consideration is being given to imposing targeted sanctions on individuals or entities alleged to be involved in breaches of international humanitarian and human rights law in the occupied Palestinian territory? And additionally, why have no sanctions been applied?
Senator Julie Heckscher, First Assistant Secretary of the Regulatory and Legal Policy Division in DFAT. The Australian Sanctions Office sits within my division. Just to note that, perhaps by way of background, the kind of sanctions frameworks that we have, we implement UN Security Council sanctions, we implement country-specific sanctions, and we have thematic sanctions. Both country-specific and the thematic are autonomous, so they're imposed by Australia. The UN Security Council sanctions are, of course, determined by the UN Security Council, and we're obliged to implement. The reason I mention that is we do not have a country-specific sanctions framework in relation to Iran, to Israel. The sanctions that have been imposed in relation to West Bank settler violence, and just to remind that on the 25th of July, Australia imposed thematic human rights sanctions on 7 Israeli individuals. That was financial sanctions and travel bans, and against one entity for involvement in violence against Palestinians in the West Bank. And as has already been mentioned, on 11th of June 2025, Australia sanctioned Israel's National Security Minister and Finance Minister for serious human rights abuses, and that similarly was undertaken under the Magnitsky, the thematic human rights sanctions. We don't speculate, as the Minister has said, on potential future sanctions we might undertake. Any time those are being considered, obviously any individual or entity will be considered against the criteria for existing sanctions frameworks that we have in order to determine whether they meet the criteria and whether sanctions will be imposed. Just to let you know, that's the general process. We wouldn't, as a matter of course, speculate on any sanctions we might be considering or that we might impose.
All right. Did you have any other questions, Senator? I'll come back to you later on in the day, Senator Thorpe. Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to go to Senator Roberts, and then I'll come back to Senator Cash. So, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. And my questions go mainly to payments to international organisations. My first bracket of questions come largely from a constituent, a leading therapist, female therapist, advocate for men's health, with a Master's in Criminal Psychology, who's worked with my staff. The Australian Government, through the Department of Foreign Affairs, is a major donor to the global UN Women Organisation. Australia provides a significant contributions, which appear to be about $31.2 million for 2022-25. Is this correct?
Officials to the table.
Senator Jamie Smith, the Deputy Secretary of the Development Multilateral Europe Group. Yes, Australia has provided funding to UN Women.
Thank you. UN Women, the group, UN Women, is often criticised for its public communications which reflect ideological bias against men and boys. Independent analysis by Dr. James Nuzzo, a Perth men's health researcher, found that public communications by UN Women to be, quote, inaccurate, biased, contradictory, unprofessional, overly emotional, and lacking in common decency and empathy for boys and men, end of quote. One example was a UN Women tweet commenting on journalists killed in 2020, showing 11% were women. And that's sad. But the UN Women tweeted, "Stop targeting women journalists." What steps, if any, has Australia taken to ensure that UN Women's public communications do not systematically exclude or marginalise boys and men?
Senator, what I'd say is UN Women is an important organisation, not only in terms of what they do, obviously in terms of advancing the issue of gender equality globally, but a lot of the programs that they deliver, including in our region. UN Women is a partner we work with in funding small, medium-sized enterprises. We know that empowering women and providing economic opportunities for women is a key driver to prosperity. It's a key driver to broader community development and the flow-on benefits that come to households, including to education, health. UN Women also is an organisation that's involved in responding in humanitarian crises. We know that women are disproportionately impacted in global humanitarian crises. They're 14 times more likely to be impacted and targeted in conflict situations, and ensuring that the protection of women, how we work with our humanitarian partners, including UN Women, has been a key driver to ensuring that we reduce and prevent the disproportionate attacks, particularly in terms of sexual assault, gender-based violence, where women are often targeted in those terrible conflict situations.
Thank you. You didn't answer my question, because I asked what steps, if any, has Australia taken to ensure that UN Women's public communications do not systematically exclude or marginalise boys and men? And I point out that we have 3 women with you, and we have the government leader of the government in the Senate and the President of the Senate are females. You've got wonderful talent around you. So,
Senator, and as you pointed out to me, you have a woman leading your party, but I think that is not the test. The test is to look at what we can do in a world where we know that in too many parts of the world, women and girls do not have the opportunities that we have in Australia. And I can tell you, there are many times that where our delegation has more women than the delegation with whom we are meeting as we go around the world. And UN Women's Communications is a matter for them. I can tell you why we invest in UN Women and in gender equality internationally. I'll just again go through some statistics. Women are 14 times more likely to die in a natural disaster globally, 4 times more likely to be displaced. 1 in 3 women experience physical or sexual violence in their lifetime globally. In our region, that figure is closer to 2 in 3. The World Bank estimates that the economic cost of sexual and gender-based violence is $1.5 trillion a year globally, and more than 380 million women and girls worldwide are living in extreme poverty. 2.4 billion women of working age do not have equal economic opportunities. 2.4 billion. And 1 billion women remain excluded from formal financial services. So, and the point I have made, including to counterparts and to leaders, is that gender equality in a country aids development, contributes to stronger development outcomes. If you are not fully harnessing or enabling the opportunities of half your population, if you have systemic reasons why girls can't go to school or can't go into further formal education or are excluded from the workforce, that affects everybody. So our position is, and I know there's I've heard your views on this in terms of Australia, so let's just leave that aside for a moment. But in terms of development, I think it is a pretty strong argument that gender equality benefits development, that is all peoples. And so that is why we seek to try and ensure that when we provide assistance, and it's not only through UN Women, but when we provide assistance, it seeks to try and improve some of those statistics, some of those outcomes that women and girls experience around the world.
Thank you, Minister. I agree with you. And my mother taught me...
Probably bad for both of us, Senator Roberts.
Sorry?
Probably bad for both of us.
We've said that same thing in the past, Senator Wong. My mother taught me that and showed me that women have superior qualities in many aspects and men have superior qualities in others. And we need both. We need both. My question is not whether women deserve this funding, women deserve the treatment, women deserve the communication. That's not it at all. My question is why and what steps have Australia taken to ensure that UN Women's public communications do not systematically exclude or marginalise boys and men? When I was growing up in the 60s, men had it easier in many ways. Now the boot is on the other foot. I'm not calling for any one to be superior to the other. I'm calling for equality. And I want to know why the communications are systematically, from UN Women, systematically exclude or marginalise boys and men. So let me continue with the next question.
Well, can I just respond?
Sure.
We don't, I mean, we do provide funding to UN Women. It is not the only funding we provide for gender equality. What we've set to do is integrate that into our development program, so you get outcomes that try and redress some of the inequality that I've described, because you get better development outcomes. And Mr Isbister or Ms Gill can probably speak more eloquently to that than I. But in terms of UN Women, I don't vet their communications. But what I would say, it would be unsurprising if they spoke more about women, because that is their mandate.
No, I agree. That's not surprising at all. What happens is we're systematically being excluded or marginalising men and boys. And our funding, I believe, should not go to that. But thank you for your answer. The United Nations proclaims, quote, leave no one behind, as a principle and as a central promise of the Sustainable Development Goals framework. Dr. Nuzzo analysed 499 posts from UN Women, showing that approximately 94% referred only to women and girls, less than 1% referred only to boys and men, and just 1.6% referred to both sexes. That is a startling dichotomy. The vast majority of UN resources and effort go towards females, even though boys routinely lag behind in education. Males make up the majority of homeless and victims of violent crime, while 7 countries have a life expectancy gap of more than 10 years that favours women. How does the Australian government reconcile continued, and this has come to us from a leading female, how does the Australian government reconcile continued funding with the UN's Leave No One Behind commitment and with Australia's obligations to non-discrimination?
Senator, what it says, I mean, UN Women, when it was established, its mandate was specifically to be looking at acknowledging from the UN, from state parties across the globe, that there was a need to put a particular focus on addressing the economic, the security, political disadvantage that women faced globally. And that mandate is something that UN Women has. But UN Women is one of many, many UN agencies that we work with other civil society and other organisations. I don't necessarily accept that the systemic exclusion of men is part of the UN Women's mandate. I think there's a very strong acknowledgement that, particularly in single female-headed households, the investment and support and investment in opportunities for women flows through to broader family and community benefits, including boys, in terms of their participation in society, their education opportunities that come. And so I think, you know, the UN Women, yes, it was established to particularly deal with an element of the time, but it's part of a much broader mandate that the United Nations has, which the Australian government and many other governments contribute and fund to as part of the development programs. And our investment and work on this is driven by gender equality, the needs of men and boys, of women and men. And our investments is when the government launched the policy, its new policy on gender equality, was very much focused on addressing the issues that the foreign ministers raised about the disadvantage and exclusion, the economic opportunities and prosperity that comes for a whole society when there's greater investment made, and particularly in our region, particularly in Melanesia, particularly in the Indo-Pacific, where we know that the issues of sexual and gender-based violence, the impacts that has on households, is higher than in many other parts of the world.
Thank you. The International Council for Men and Boys has identified and documented 12 significant areas where males suffer from disparities and disadvantages, which apply around the world as well as here in Australia. UN Women is the official international entity responsible for pursuing gender equality, which you've just commented on, which encompasses support for boys and men where they suffer from significant disparities in education, health, longevity, well-being. What steps, if any, has Australia taken to ensure that UN Women's activities do not systematically exclude or marginalise boys and men, particularly where males experience worse outcomes in education, health, suicide, workplace deaths and life expectancy? Have you done anything on that?
Well, I'd say that we are, obviously we engage regularly with UN Women, not just in New York, but obviously in our region collectively. We involve them and consulted them and continue to outline what Australia's approach is on international gender equality and our expectations that all parties and all organisations that we fund are aligning and advancing those. And our policy, the government's policy, is very clear about our focus on equality for all and what that means about elevating those.
What evidence-based standards are applied to ensure Australian taxpayer funds are not used to disseminate misleading or deceptive claims, such as the UN Women campaign that focuses on online abuse, where females are claimed to be the only victims, particularly when the messaging from UN Women omits and contradicts large-scale survey evidence showing that men are equally or more likely to experience online harassment, including findings from Australian parliamentary research, Pew Research and European surveys?
Well, Senator, I wouldn't necessarily accept what you've outlined on it. If we are given reports or evidence or issues that make claims or there's evidence that doesn't comply with our policies or positions, we will absolutely consider them, investigate them and engage in discussions with parties. But I wouldn't necessarily say the way you've outlined, articulate necessarily the message your women is how we've currently seen or had issues raised with us.
Okay, so that's what you're seeing. Minister, the fundamentals in this country are going to hell. People sleeping under bridges. We've got families in Queensland, at least, and I think elsewhere around the country, going home to their kids in the car and sleeping in the car. Cost of living is skyrocketing. Energy prices are trebling over the last few decades. Standard of living is deteriorating. We're focused on this. It's not just Labor. We've had decades of this focus that is now entrenching a division between the genders.
Senator, I think the government's focus is on the first priority is to keep Australians safe and secure, and then it has been cost of living, and so I disagree with your assertion. I think the government has demonstrated that it has made dealing with cost of living, providing some cost of living relief to families has been our priority, whether that has been through tax cuts, the investment in Medicare, the investment in urgent care clinics and the investment in bulk billing to try to expand the number of bulk billed consultations. Important, it's a health initiative, it's also a cost of living initiative, childcare, rent assistance, the investment in housing. These are all about seeking to address the problems, some of the problems you identify. So I don't agree that has not been a focus. Our argument for development assistance, and I appreciate One Nation has a different view, is that we live in a very difficult world and that our security is connected to the region in which we live and the world in which we live. And one of the ways in which we can contribute to stability, because we know that development improves the stability of a country, is to work with our neighbours to improve their development outcomes. You know that economic prosperity, economic opportunity is integral to stability. So that is why we do what we do.
Okay, I'm going to move the call along. Now I'm also just mindful we have an early lunch break given the closing the gap statement in the House. So I'll hand the call to Senator Cash, who'll take us to the break, and then when we come back after lunch, I'll rotate the call to other senators. But Senator Cash?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll just briefly finish up on the line of questioning that I was pursuing earlier this morning in relation to the deaths of Holly and Bianca. Secretary, can I just ask you, I hope you can confirm this, since the 29th of January, have Holly and Bianca's parents been given one point of contact in the department that they can literally just pick up the phone to get information?
Senator Elizabeth McGregor, First Assistant Secretary, Consular and Crisis Management Division. In all my communications with the families in January and February, I've expressed my willingness to talk to them anytime to explain what is going on and to try and help them to the best of the department's ability.
Okay, thank you for that. And just again, very briefly, in terms of the media reporting, Secretary, is DFAT aware of the reports that no further charges are expected against hotel staff?
I have seen the reports, Senator.
Yeah, no, so my next question then is, okay, so you've seen the reports. How are you verifying this or testing the veracity of that information?
Michelle Chan, Deputy Secretary, South and Southeast Asia Group. Senator, as I said, our embassy and us here in Canberra in terms of the Lao ambassador are in very regular touch with the Lao authorities on the status of the investigation and the case. And as I mentioned earlier, we were advised earlier this week by the Lao authorities that the case is still under legal process and has not been completed.
Thank you, Ms Chan. And just in terms of, you did mention the hostel previously, earlier this morning, that you had someone there to see that it was it still closed, I think you said. There are reports that the hostel has reopened under a different name. Can you confirm the status of the hostel?
Senator, so the late... Oh, sorry.
So on the 6th of February, we had officials from our embassy travel to Vang Vieng, and they confirmed that there is no hostel currently operating on that site. But of course, we can't rule out what might happen in the future. And it does appear that preparations are underway to reopen something, perhaps a hostel at the site.
Okay. And in the event that a hostel does open, what's the process to ensure that Australians are absolutely aware of risks that they may face?
So can I say a couple of things? I've I think said publicly last year that we don't believe the hostel should reopen.
Yep.
But your question is an important one, and one we have spent some time working on. One of the things in my engagement with the Jones and Bowles family that we have discussed was how we can work to ensure this does not happen to another young Australian. And to that end, we have worked with others to it actually might be better to Ms Regega to talk about the Drink Wise campaign and the additional travel advice warnings or the travel messages that we launched towards the end of last year. And I want to again express my appreciation to the parents for their involvement in that launch at Melbourne Airport and for their involvement in the advertising campaign. But perhaps Ms McGregor can go through.
Senator, our travel advice advises about the risks of methanol poisoning, including that several foreign nationals, including Australians, were victims of methanol poisoning through consuming alcoholic drinks. Travellers are urged in our advice to be alert to potential risks around drink spiking as well. Since the incident in November 2024 at Nana's Backpackers, we've updated the Lao travel advice to ensure it remains current and up to date, including on methanol poisoning risks. The message has also been amplified via Smart Traveller social media. In March last year, the Foreign Minister announced a strengthening of our efforts to increase awareness of alcohol-related risks of overseas travel amongst young Australians. The government is providing targeted advice and alerts on alcohol-related risks to travellers through text messages and messaging at Australia's international airports. And on the 10th of September last year, the Foreign Minister launched a new online safety hub that provides practical information for parents, universities and schools on alcohol safety, methanol poisoning, drink spiking, drug safety and travel insurance. The Minister mentioned the Drinkwise campaign. On the 18th of November last year, the government, in partnership with Drinkwise and the families of Holly and Bianca, launched an alcohol safety campaign to support Australians travelling overseas for schoolies. This included educational videos made available to schools across Australia, digital advertising on social media and promotional activities at airports. We're also collaborating with youth media, with industry and non-government organisations to ensure that message reaches young people throughout the summer travel period.
Thank you.
Could I just perhaps summarise it? One, we've launched the Partying Safely Hub, which is about raising the awareness of alcohol-related risks of overseas travel amongst young people. And I think in the first 48 hours after it was launched, it was viewed some 5,000 times, so that is a good thing. Second, all 179 of our destination-specific travel advisories contain advice on methanol poisoning and drink spiking. Third, and obviously schoolies is a high-risk time. Ahead of that, Smart Traveller released a set of schoolies cheat sheets both on the hub for young people going to Bali, to Fiji, to Thailand, Vanuatu, with useful travel advice and tips on avoiding poisoned drinks. Fourth, we partnered with DrinkWise to release new resources for parents, students and educators for young people, including videos and other materials. And that is the launch that I was very grateful that the families of Bianca and Holly were there for the launch of that partnership ahead of schoolies. And fifth, we are working with youth travel providers to try and ensure that they incorporate the Smart Traveller messaging, including partying safely, in their communications.
Thank you, Minister. Just very briefly, Ms McGregor, you're the point of contact now. Prior to the 29th of January, did they have a point of contact that they could call the parents?
So prior to the 29th of January, I was in touch with them and had offered the same availability to talk through any concerns they had.
Minister, I've seen the announcement today in terms of a transparent investigation. What is that going to entail? And when you say transparent, will the results of the investigation be made public, etc., given the unfortunate breakdown in communication?
Sorry. So you're talking about the special envoy.
Correct.
Sorry.
Envoy, yeah.
So I'd make the point that there have been some, I think 89 representations at officials level on this matter, and I have spoken to my counterpart as well as the ambassador in relation to this case. It was clear to me after the 29th of January court outcome that that did underscore the unacceptable delays in this injustice. So I discussed with the department appointing a special envoy to travel to Laos to press for progress in the case. Mr. Kang, who has previously been an ambassador in Southeast Asia, so he's a reasonably experienced officer and also worked in the Prime Minister's office. I asked him to do this. Obviously, he will continue. He will press for progress in the investigation. It's not his investigation, obviously. He's there to try and press a system which is a very different legal system to Australia's on progress in relation to these matters. We've consistently made clear, whether it's myself, the Deputy Prime Minister or the Prime Minister, our expectation that charges should reflect the seriousness of the tragedy that killed Holly and Bianca and 4 other nationals.
Thank you for that. I'm just having a quick look at a media article online. The department is quoted as saying, the department prides itself in its commitment to consular services and to ensuring that the interests of consular clients and their families are paramount. On this occasion, we fell short of our aspiration. Australian officials continue to underscore our expectations of a thorough and transparent investigation and that there is justice for Holly and Bianca. Is that thorough and transparent investigation the same as your announcement of the appointment of the special envoy, or are they two separate things?
The thorough, well, first, I think actually you're quoting from the statement and what the
Correct, yes.
what the Secretary has said today. Our expectation is of a thorough investigation. Mr. Kang is going to press for that.
Yes, sorry. and in relation to the breakdown that occurred on the 29th.
Oh, I see.
Sorry,
Sorry,
of January.
I misunderstood. I thought
and this is why I think there has been some confusion.
I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about what we were seeking to do in Laos.
Yes.
To try and continue to advocate for.
Correct.
Justice for...
Absolutely, and that is what the Special Envoy will be doing in relation to the breakdown of the communication that has caused, obviously, the heartbreak to the families. Is there an investigation into that?
Senator, I have asked for an internal investigation into the review is the word, review into the communications that...
Okay. And who's going to undertake that investigation?
The review will be undertaken by a person qualified on communications and public engagement issues.
So is that someone from within the DFAT, or are you going to bring in someone from outside?
I haven't completely settled that.
Okay. Another department, perhaps?
Well, I think I'll need to look at just an appropriate lead.
So that'd be independent of the department, I assume, so they can bring in a completely different lens.
I will be looking for a qualified person to review, someone who's very familiar with our how the consular caseload and consular system works. So, you know, DFAT does run that system. We have a lot of experienced people in that regard who haven't been involved in this actual particular case, who can look. So I think it can.
So would it be a specialist in Lao? What type of qualifications would they?
And public engagement.
Communications and public engagement. Given obviously the distress this caused from the family that has been acknowledged by both yourself and the Minister, and has unfortunately, you know, many Australians have obviously read this and share that same distress. Can I ask why you have not yet commenced the internal investigation?
Well, I have commenced it in that I've said we need to undertake a review. As I said earlier, it was really a well-intentioned wrong judgment call. So we need to ensure ourselves that we've got enough processes to test judgments that are made like that in our internal system. Sometimes case officers, you know, have a very sort of ongoing relationship with the cases that they manage, but maybe sometimes we need to make sure that the judgments that are being brought to bear are tested more fully. So that's what I've already decided to do. Yesterday, was it just yesterday that we spoke to the Lao ambassador? Or was it the day before? My initial, as well as my own communication with the family, my next priority was direct discussion with the Lao ambassador about the distress that was being caused by, I guess, a feeling from our side as well as from the family's side that we didn't always have the most timely and specific updates, and that despite that we have been asking for that all along, I emphasised to him that we would be stepping up our, even further, our expectations from the Lao system to work closely with us on this, given the significance and the importance. So that was another immediate action from my point of view.
When do you expect to formally appoint the person to undertake the investigation?
Well, it won't be a kind of formal appointment in a kind of capital A sense, but we will organise a review as soon as we can.
With all due respect, organise a review as soon as we can. I actually have to say I don't think actually goes with the urgency of this situation and the distress.
Senator, I'm in estimates today, so as soon as I get out, I can get on with my other...
Senator, with all due respect, Secretary, it was the 29th of January and you have publicly issued an apology. When the breakdown occurred, Minister, and I find your answer quite flippant that you just gave me, merely announcing something does not mean the commencement of a process.
Senator, we became aware of this on Monday of this week, and obviously the first priority has been to engage with the families to consider an immediate response as well to the what the US case indicated to us, which is obviously Mr. Kang's appointment, and to make further representations. I know Ms Adams and the department will address this expeditiously, but I will just make the point this was only clear on Monday of this week.
So, Minister, in that regard, and thank you for that, in terms of expeditiously, what are your expectations?
Senator, I expect to do that this week.
This week, okay. And in terms of the investigation or the review, whichever you'd like to call it, how long would something like this normally take?
I don't think it should take too long.
Okay. So at the next estimates, we would be able to pursue the review just to ensure that everything was undertaken.
I think that's quite reasonable.
Okay. I've actually now finished my line of questioning in relation to this, Chair.
Okay. Well, that's good, because on that note, I think we are now going to break for lunch, acknowledging we have the Closing the Gap statement at 12 o'clock. So we'll break for lunch. We'll see everyone back here in 1 hour. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Now, Senator Whittaker, you've got the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon. I have some questions relating to the Prime Minister's visit to Timor-Leste in late January for officials. I'm not sure if I should wait for a few people to come to the table. Hello, thank you. So I'm hoping you can take me through the key outcomes of the Prime Minister's visit to Timor-Leste in January.
Thank you, Senator. Michelle Chan, Deputy Secretary, South and Southeast Asia Group. It was a fantastic visit. The Prime Minister visited Dili on the 28th to the 29th of January, and that really secured important outcomes for Australia. That included the signing, as the Secretary and the Minister have mentioned, of the historic Passeria joint declaration with Prime Minister Xanana Gusmão. And as the Prime Minister noted, Passeria elevates our friendship to a new level and cements our cooperation across economic security, development and people-to-people relations right across the board. The Prime Minister also used his visit to reaffirm Australia's really strong and long-standing support for Timor-Leste's participation in ASEAN, which of course is the most important regional organisation in Southeast Asia. He was in fact the first leader to visit Timor-Leste since it became a member of ASEAN in October last year. The Prime Minister also announced Australia would expand our support for Timor-Leste's growth and resilience, something which is of great importance to Australia. That was through a number of initiatives. One was a new private sector development program to support small and medium business enterprises. The two Prime Ministers also announced the quantum of Australia's commitment to establish a dedicated infrastructure fund to support Timor-Leste's long-term economic diversification and resilience. And Australia will allocate to that fund a fixed 10% of total state's upstream revenue from Greater Sunrise, funded entirely out of Australia's share of that. And that would see at least a third of Australia's future revenue from the project provided to Timor-Leste through the infrastructure fund. And we would establish that fund in the event any commercially viable solution proposed by the commercial parties is approved by the states, consistent with the 2018 Maritime Boundary Treaty. And that's regardless of where the gas is processed. The Prime Minister also announced an additional $8.2 million in support for Timor-Leste's ASEAN and WTO accessions. We've been a long-standing partner for those two processes, and that brings Australia's total assistance to $20 million. And finally, he announced a new human development initiative to improve primary health services, nutrition, literacy and numeracy.
Thank you. There's some really significant announcements from the visit. How was that received on the ground in Timor-Leste?
It was extremely well received. I don't know if you saw some of the footage and the photos, but I think we had hundreds of children on the streets. He had a very warm welcome from both the Prime Minister and President Ramos Horta. And Prime Minister Gusmão said, and I quote, "Prime Minister Albanese's visit is an important moment in the relationship between our two countries and reflects the depth of friendship, trust and partnership between Timor-Leste and Australia. At a time of global change and uncertainty, Timor-Leste highly values our partnership with Australia." So I don't think you could get a stronger endorsement than that.
Absolutely. You mentioned in your earlier answer the joint declaration with Timor-Leste had a section on prosperity and resilience that included some new details on our engagement with Greater Sunrise. Can you talk to why that particular development is so important to the Timorese?
I think it's important because Timor-Leste's long-term economic development and prosperity is obviously of great importance to Australia. It's one of our closest neighbours. It has had a long-running Bayu Undan field that has stopped producing. So the development of the Greater Sunrise gas field is a high priority, both for Timor-Leste and therefore for Australia. It will be a very significant contributor to Timor-Leste's long-term growth, development and resilience. So we are very strongly committed to seeing that developed in a way that is commercially viable and in line with the 2018 Maritime Boundary Treaty.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to another recent visit that the Prime Minister made to one of our near neighbours. Along with the Foreign Minister, the Prime Minister visited Indonesia. Could you talk us through the outcomes of that visit?
That was another, I think, quite momentous visit. Indonesia really matters to us. It's obviously our largest neighbour. It's the largest economy in Southeast Asia. And as the Minister said, our security and our prosperity come from our region. And I think that could not be exemplified more than in the relationship between Australia and Indonesia. And the Prime Minister again has said that Australia's relationship with Indonesia is based on friendship, trust, mutual respect and a shared commitment to peace and stability in our region, and that no country is more important to Australia or to the prosperity, security and stability of the Indo-Pacific than Indonesia. So that's why the trip was so important. There's been huge progress in the relationship. We have a real permanent interest in being not just neighbours, because we are neighbours, but also friends and, more importantly, really strong partners. When the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister visited on the 6th of February, the Prime Minister and President Prabowo signed the Australia-Indonesia Treaty on Common Security, the Jakarta Treaty, as the Secretary mentioned. It takes our defence and security cooperation to a new level. And I think it's quite a watershed moment in the bilateral relationship. It's really significant because it commits, it's based on the 1995 Agreement on Maintaining Security signed by Prime Minister Keating and President Suharto. It commits both countries to consult at leader and ministerial level on matters affecting our common security, and to develop such cooperation as would benefit their own security and that of the region. We undertake to consult each other in the case of adverse challenges to either country or their common security interests, and then consider, if appropriate, measures which might be taken in response, either jointly or individually. It also commits us to promote mutually beneficial cooperative activities in the security field. So it's significant because it's a recognition by both countries that the best way to secure peace and stability is by acting together, and to have that codified at treaty level is of enormous significance. It builds on the Lombok Treaty of 2006. It builds on the 2024 Defence Cooperation Agreement. And I think it's a real reflection of the trust between the two countries, the political trust, and it also really provides a pathway to much closer consultation on security issues, and also greater strategic trust across, I think, the breadth of the relationship.
Thank you. I think you talked a bit in your answer about how important it is, but I think it's worth emphasising. So if you could just perhaps state again, how important is this treaty for both of our nations?
Look, it does build on existing treaties, which are really important for different reasons, like the 2006 Lombok Treaty, which we refer to constantly because in that treaty we commit to each respecting sovereignty and territorial integrity of each other. It builds on the 2024 Defence Cooperation Agreement, but this obligation to consult and undertaking to consult each other on adverse challenges and then looking at what we might do together in response is really significant. It's that reflection of political trust and strategic trust that really shows that the relationship is at quite a different level.
I understand that Australia's Southeast Asia Special Envoy, Nicholas Moore, and Australia's Business Champion for Indonesia, Jennifer Westacott, joined for part of the visit. Could you talk to us a little bit about how our economic engagement with Indonesia is progressing?
That's right. Our Special Envoy, Nicholas Moore, and our Business Champion for Indonesia, Jennifer Westacott, were there. I think it really goes to the point I made about how important Indonesia is as our nearest neighbour and as the largest economy in the region. Our economic relationship, I think, is underpinned by regional and bilateral free trade agreements, including the Indonesia-Australia Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, IA-CEPA, which entered into force 5 years ago. But we've had a number of initiatives since then, including through Australia's Southeast Asia Economic Strategy to 2040, which is a practical roadmap for how we can increase two-way trade and investment with the region. But under that, under that Southeast Asia Economic Strategy, we've had a number of business and investor missions to the region. And Nicholas Moore and Jennifer Westacott were in Jakarta last week for the 5th Australian government-supported business mission to Indonesia in the last 18 months. And that's part of 22 missions that have taken place under the Southeast Asia Economic Strategy. I think no other government has been so active in promoting inbound foreign investment to Indonesia as Australia has been. And there's been a lot of progress. So 2 years in under that economic strategy, underpinned by 5 years of expanded market access and certainty under IA-CEPA, has seen trade and investment continue to grow between our two countries. Two-way trade almost tripled to $35 billion since IA-CEPA came into force, and Australian FDI flows to Indonesia have increased in 2025, reaching more than $1 billion. And also, all of that has meant that for the first time in some years, Australia is now a top 10 investor in Indonesia. So we were number 9 last year, and that was up from number 11 in 2024.
Thank you. That engagement's especially important for my home state of Western Australia, so thank you very much for that update. Minister, I asked you a couple of days ago in estimates about the visit to Indonesia, and I wondered whether perhaps, though, there was anything you wanted to add about our engagement in the region more broadly.
Thanks very much for the opportunity. Well, I think to start with the principle that our security and our prosperity lies in our region. The point that I have made and the Prime Minister has made is that in these difficult and turbulent times, we cannot just occupy the space, and so we don't. We don't just live here, we're not just residents, we are architects, and we are building understanding, we're building trust, we're building relationships, we're building economic opportunities, we're building our collective capacity to secure our sovereignty. And the agreements that Ms Chan has described and the other work we have done in the relationships in our region are all directed to that end, which is in challenging times, what do we do to assure peace, stability and prosperity in our region? So I see the Treaty on Common Security in Pasiraya and the Puk-Puk Treaty and the Tuvalu Agreement and et cetera, all of these agreements as very much within that paradigm and within that framework. Ms Chan spoke about the Southeast Asian Economic Strategy, which was a policy in opposition which we have brought into being in government. And in great part, it was really driven by 2 objectives. One is that we know historically Australia has really benefited from the growth of the North Asian economies. Western Australia is an obvious example of that. We have had an economic relationship and we have hooked into their growth, and that has been to the benefit of both parties. Well, we need to do that with ASEAN as well, as it grows. But the second point is really one of the points I think Ms Chan raised, which is you also have to, as a partner, make sure you understand the other party's priorities. And obviously, economic development is central priority for Indonesia. And so we had to do more as an economic partner. It's to our benefit, but also because it is an integral part of the relationship. On the Treaty of Common Security, the way I think about it is it's really a new level. It is about us saying we not only share geographic space, but we are recognising we share strategic space, and we are going to treat each other accordingly with a level of strategic trust and consultation that we don't offer all others or many others. And that means that we have, I think, there are two aspects of the agreement which I think are really significant. The first is the ongoing consultation, because that is us both saying, we know that we need to talk and engage more at leader level, at minister level, as well as at institutional level about how we do this, including where we have different perspectives, how we sort through that or work through that. Then the second aspect, which Ms Chan talked about, is the obligation to consult in the event of something negative happening. And that is saying, again, we want to work together. So I see it as a different level of commitment, and I would just again acknowledge the leadership of President Prabowo and the Prime Minister in striking this agreement, and the contribution of Foreign Minister Sugiono to this, and we appreciate it greatly.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. And Minister, I had a series of questions about northeast Syria, but we received some correspondence from you dated today, and you may have, and I just, for the record, wanted to thank you for the response, and particularly the commitment that's been made to raise substantial issues about human rights and minority rights, the Kurdish rights, directly with Syria's transitional government and in multilateral forums. I think it's, I know the Kurdish community, the Yazidi community in Australia appreciates Australia making those representations directly. So, and I hope it's a matter of ongoing attention for yourself. But as I said, I just for the record want to thank you for the correspondence. I'm now going to ask you some questions about Donald Trump's Board of Peace.
Hang on. I'd gone to Syria.
Yes. It was a deliberate misdirect.
Yeah,
yes.
I reckon.
Minister, Donald Trump's Board of Peace is seen by particularly many international lawyers and many informed observers as an effort to sidestep the UN. It has been publicly and roundly rejected by the UK, by France, by New Zealand, by Germany, many other members of the UN who we share values with. Why hasn't Australia rejected the invitation to join Trump's Board of Peace?
Senator, as you know, the initial background of the Board of Peace was it was part of a resolution in relation to the Gaza and the transitional administration when it was announced. When the charter came out, it was it obviously had a broader approach. As the Foreign Minister has said publicly, it's a treaty that potentially has international legal considerations that we need to look at, and the Australian government obviously looking at how we support broader peace elements, peace issues, are considering the issue. There's other countries that have also made considerations and looking at the border peace and the Charter at this stage.
Well, Minister, the UK, France, New Zealand, Germany, they've all had a look at this and taken a strong and principled stance and said, no, your counterpart in the UK, the British Foreign Secretary, gave us one of the reasons the UK wouldn't join is she'd never be part of a so-called something that's talking about peace when President Vladimir Putin's got an invite to the same organisation. UK Labor can clearly say no. The New Zealand government can stand up and say no. Why the silence from you, Minister, about this bizarre plan from Donald Trump?
Well, Senator, I have been asked about this and so has the Prime Minister. So I think silence defined by you means we don't say what you want us to say, which is not unexpected because we have a different view about the alliance, the relationship with the United States and how to handle the relationship. The point I have made is the Board of Peace is an international treaty. It would have legally binding obligations for Australia. That requires a range of considerations that are quite different to those which apply to other international groupings or commitments we've entered into. We will continue to work with the US constructively particularly for peace and prosperity and stability in our region. We have very important economic and security engagements or relationships, particularly in the Quad, as well as AUKUS, and obviously we remain supporters of both of the UN and active members of the United Nations and also of the G20.
Well, Minister, how long does it take to make a decision to not join something when its charter places Donald Trump personally as the chairman, nominates him, grants him unlimited sole authority to nominate his designated successor, provides Donald Trump in his personal capacity exclusive authority to create, modify or dissolve parts of the board, gives him sole power over revising the charter and inviting members, and then says that he'll retain the chairmanship whether or not he's President of the United States, and he said he wants to remain chairman for life. How long does it take Australia to say, actually, we don't want any part of that? You can say it nicely if you want, thank you for the invitation, but no. But how long does it take to look at that and say, we don't want to be within a bull's roar of that?
Well, I think I've answered your question, Senator. And it is important to note, as Mr Asbestos said, the original, I think, Security Council discussion of this focused on Gaza and the peace plan. We are strong supporters of the peace plan, and we want to work to provide practical support to the board's work to implement the 20-point plan. We obviously want to work through that. In relation to the UN, I'd again say to you, the Prime Minister stood up at the United Nations last year, gave spoke on behalf of the nation and made clear our continued support for the United Nations.
Well, Minister, the so-called Board of Peace is part of a general attempt to unravel the international order from the Trump administration. Do you agree with the Canadian Prime Minister when he said in his recent address to the World Economic Forum about the fiction of the rules-based international order, he said this fiction was useful and American hegemony in particular helped provide public goods, open sea lanes, a stable financial system, collective security and support for frameworks for resolving disputes. And then he says, but that bargain no longer works. And let me be direct, we are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition. And he placed the blame for that rupture on the Trump administration, tearing down that order. Do you agree with the analysis of the Canadian Prime Minister?
I'd make a few points. I think if you read what I have consistently said, I think since 2017, and what the Prime Minister has said, is we have been very open about what is occurring to the rules-based order. And it is not just the United States. It is a permanent member of the Security Council using its veto to avoid accountability for a war, a conflict, an aggression, which is a breach of the Charter. So let's be clear, that is what Russia has done, and the UN Charter did not contemplate the extent to which the veto could be used to justify the abrogation of the Charter or to avoid accountability for that. We've also seen it, and we have been upfront about China's increased assertiveness in our region and the ways in which it has sought to exercise its interests and assert its interests, including in the context of trade. And we have, of course, I have been upfront with the Australian people too about President Trump envisioning a different role for the United States in the world, and what we have to do about that. And I suppose that one of the differences between the Australian Labor Party and the government and the Greens political party is we don't see the sum total of our work as simply making loud statements of criticism. We see our work as securing Australia's interests in a much more challenging environment in the way that I have described.
But will you see, Minister, it's statements like that where you criticise, with good cause, the abuse of the UN veto by Russia. You criticise similar conduct by China, but you fail ever to call out the same conduct from the United States, who has used its veto to prevent the criticism of Israel 45 times since 1972. It is, when you keep providing a bully with a get-out-of-jail-free card, it only emboldens their behaviour. And the failure to call out the US, and particularly under President Donald Trump, emboldens a bully. Kidnapping leaders, threatening Greenland.
I think I and the Prime Minister have been very clear about Greenland, actually. So I'd refer you to our previous comments, which is very clearly that we believe that the future of Greenland is a matter only to be determined by the people of Denmark and the people of Greenland. So I think articulating a clear position in the way we have is consistent with Australia's interests. Look, Senator Shoebridge, your party has had the same position on the United States for decades. Your position is not related to the new administration. You don't support the alliance. We disagree with you. You don't support the US in terms of the role in the security of our country or of Australia's economy. You're entitled to that view. We don't agree with you. Unlike you, Senator, we don't believe our job is just to protest. We believe our job is to navigate the nation's interest in a world that is much more difficult and much more complex, and that is what we are seeking to do.
Well, indeed, Minister, but
Last minute.
when you make statements like, we believe that the future for Greenland is a matter for the people of Greenland and the people of Denmark, you could make similar statements about the future of France is about the matter for the people of France, the future of Italy is for the matter for the people of Italy. But what you failed to say when you make that statement about Greenland is you failed to point out what the threat is. You failed to even mention the threat. And the threat isn't Russia. The threat isn't China. The threat is Donald Trump and a threatened military invasion. The threat is punitive tariffs being directed against our friends in Europe. The threat is our so-called indispensable ally who we're enmeshing our military with. So when you make a generic comment but you don't address the threat, it has almost no meaning.
Okay. That's your opinion, Senator. I think most people looking at a response to a range of the facts that have been in the public record will recognise that that is Australia asserting the principle of sovereignty.
And you just forget that the threat is Donald Trump.
Thank you, Senator. Now, Senator Cash.
Thank you very much, Chair. And obviously, due to time, I will start moving through questions as quickly as possible. Senator Wong, what is the government's interpretation of the chant "Globalise the Intifada"?
Let's have a look.
Probably a matter for the Home Affairs portfolio, but I've made public statements about that already.
Okay, so could you give me then your understanding of what "globalise the Intifada" actually means?
I have made public statements about the
She'll have to wait now until the Greens back.
my concerns with that particular phrase.
Could you tell me what it means?
I think I don't use it, so you could probably ask the people who use it, but I think it is being used. I think Ms Segal talked about it as, I think the phrase she used was, it is used to whip up hatred against Jews.
Correct, exactly. Thank you.
I
don't know why that's so difficult,
I have said,
yes.
may I? Thank you. I've said that I think she's right.
Correct, it is. That is the accepted meaning of "globalise the Intifada."
Well, we can't speak for everybody who uses it, but I'm saying this is how people have understood it and experienced it. And so I think in a society where we know we have to turn down the temperature, lower the temperature here in this country, I would rather people did not use it.
Correct. So in terms of the comments by Ms Tame during the visit of President Herzog, from Gadigal to Gaza, globalise the Intifada, do you condemn those comments?
Senator, are we going to do a cycle of outrage, are we? About
No, not at all. I would like you as the Foreign Minister,
I can't answer the question.
Given that it was the President of Israel who was visiting, to condemn those statements.
Senators, let's just get back to questions and answers. You ask the question, the Minister will answer. Minister.
The Prime Minister was asked about this week. I refer you to his answer. I think we should be toning down the temperature. I do not believe that Australians want our politicians to dial up the outrage and dial up the temperature when we know this is a divisive and difficult issue for our country. Now, you know my personal view about those statements. I've said so publicly. But I don't think this cycle of outrage that people on both sides, we've seen it in the chamber from the Greens political party as well as from the coalition, is helpful to our country.
Well, I would actually say to you, Senator Wong, in your capacity as the Foreign Minister, in particular given it was the President of Israel, a foreign dignitary, who was attending this country where these chants were made at the rally in Sydney, I would put it to you that Australians actually want their government to condemn, in particular in this instance, an Australian of the Year using a violent chant at a public rally. Worse though, not just globalise the Intifada, but from Gadigal to Gaza, globalise the Intifada. So again, Senator Wong, I'm going to ask you personally, in your capacity as the Foreign Minister. The Prime Minister, he can be asked in his capacity as the Prime Minister. I am asking you, in your capacity as Australia's Foreign Minister, do you outright condemn the statements made by Grace Tame from Gadigal to Gaza, globalise the Intifada?
I'd make 2 points, Senator Cash. Well, 3. One is we all know what you're doing, which is to try and continue to elevate this conflict here in this country, and I do not think that that is doing the nation a service. Secondly, I stand by what I have said about that chant and others, and I have been clear and public about it. The third point is you had an opportunity to vote to both criminalise but also prescribe hate speech. You had an opportunity as your party to do what the Executive Council of Australian Jewry asked us to do, which was for the Parliament to ensure stronger provisions against hate speech. Not only did your party refuse to vote for it, you yourself were absent from the chamber for the legislation that had been put up, which had been agreed with the opposition leader, Ms Lee. So I'm not going to take lectures from you about hate speech, because you want to come in here and have a political argument about your outrage around a phrase, but you will not do anything, including both what the Executive Council of Australian Jewry wanted and Ms Siegel, the anti-Semitism envoy, wanted. Your party refused to, and so did you.
Minister Wong, look,
I think you're a little confused about the
yeah,
legislation.
Minister
because
Wong,
we supported
I
the
do
legislation.
object to the way you've reflected on Senator Cash.
Oh, don't worry about that. I couldn't care less. Good God,
but
seriously.
what I just want to reflect
See,
on
I can
what
sit here and say, from Gadigal to Gaza, globalise the Intifada as the shadow foreign minister is an absolute disgrace. An absolute disgrace, and I condemn those statements being made.
Let's just get back to questions and
I'm very disappointed,
answers.
Senator Wong, that as the foreign minister, all you've got is excuses and insults.
I also condemn those comments.
Do we have
in
more
the strongest
questions?
possible terms. Can I just raise a point here, Minister? When the Prime Minister was asked, after Minister Clare said from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free means different things to different people, the Prime Minister was asked about that particular cry, and he was very clear that he denounced that particular cry and that particular slogan after Minister Clare made those statements. So it is not inappropriate for this question to be addressed to you as Australia's Foreign Minister.
I've responded.
I wouldn't call it a response, but anyway. In terms of the chanting, in particular led by Ms Tame of From Gadigal, I assume you do know what Gadigal is.
Keep going with
yes
the question,
or no?
please.
From Sydney to Gaza, globalise the Intifada. Has the government raised these comments with Ms Tame?
I'm not aware.
No, that's fine. So have you raised the comments then with Ms Tame in your capacity as Foreign Minister?
Well, the Foreign Minister of Australia doesn't ring up everybody who has said things during this debate, Senator. On both sides.
But I'd put it to
on both
you.
sides. No, on both sides. And I understand again, you want to dial up the outrage despite the fact that your party refused to support vilification.
A strong stand.
Well, no, you haven't actually.
Senator Henderson, Senator Henderson, please let the Minister finish her answer.
Actually.
We want to
Thank you, Senator Henderson.
I think I have the call, not you.
You do have the call, Minister.
Sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
You're interrupting me.
On us to do.
You're interrupting me again. You come in here and dial up the outrage, but when it counts, when you could vote to strengthen our hate speech laws, you refused to. Your party refused to support them. And you went directly against the anti-Semitism envoy's report and the calls from the Executive Council of the Australian Jewry. So everyone, well,
thank you, Senator Henderson. We don't need your interjections.
I would suggest, perhaps, if you are serious about wanting to deal with these issues, instead of dialing up political outrage, you could have legislated. Now, in terms of I have made public statements previously about those, a range of the phrases you have outlined. I've done so on more than one occasion, and I'd refer you to those comments.
Well, Minister, I put it to you that Ms Tabe's statements have caused great distress to Jewish Australians, and I would have thought this was a great opportunity for you at Senate estimates to ensure that the Australian people know that the government, and in particular you as the Foreign Minister, condemns not just the use of the phrase, but the use by Ms Tame in the context that she did, in particular given it was the Israeli president who was visiting Australia. And worse than that, could you remind me, why was President Herzog visiting Australia?
I think everybody knows what you're doing, Senator.
I'm just asking,
we had the worst
what was the stated reason for President Herzog's visit?
You've heard me say it many times, Senator. I mean, President Herzog was invited at the request of members of the Jewish community. He is here. He was here to mourn with and to support those who lost loved ones and have lived through the worst anti-Semitic terrorist attack in our country. And if you want to have a bipartisan approach on anti-Semitism, I'm up for that. I don't believe that we do that by dialing up the outrage and dialing up conflict. I think Australians are tired of the conflict being dialed up here. What we need to do is to return to a place where we can actually discuss our differences, including on Gaza, with respect, and that we should model that.
Does your government take any responsibility at all for the rise of anti-Semitism in Australia, which is now, quite frankly, shocking the world since the massacre of October 7th, 2023?
Well, I think the Prime Minister has responded to that previously. We took a great many actions in the context of rising anti-Semitism. And we are taking more, and we will work with the community, with community leaders, the broader Australian community and the Parliament to stamp out anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism and all forms of hate have no place in our country.
And yet here we are under your government, Senator Wong. It is incredibly distressing, and quite frankly, if Australians can't be outraged over the deaths on Bondi Beach, I don't know what they can be outraged by. Are you aware of reports that Labor MP Anthony D'Adam attended the rally and other Labor MPs, MLCs were present at the rally in Sydney protesting against President Herzog?
These are state MPs?
Correct.
Well, I am now.
Excuse me?
I am now.
Oh, so you weren't aware, you hadn't seen the media reporting the considerable stress that it caused to the Jewish community?
Well, Senator, I have not read all the media on this. And obviously yesterday I did engage with President Herzog and members of the Jewish community over the state lunch.
Yes, and I had a meeting with President Herzog
but
as well.
I'm just saying, it's... I'm not aware other than what you reference and I assume through public reporting.
So you weren't aware that several parliamentarians from your own party, albeit state parties, were protesting against the President of Israel visiting Australia? Is that what you're saying?
Well, can I just say in relation to protest, I think the Prime Minister has articulated the position of the government, which is we ask people to respect the reasons for President and the context for President Herzog's visit. We understand people have different views about this. People have different views about the Middle East and what we have seen over the last 2 years. But we ask that people respect the reason for the visit.
Can I also then take you to another topic then, and that is in relation to something that we have previously discussed at estimates, and it is the return of the ISIS brides. So, Minister, can I ask you, have any more ISIS brides arrived in Australia since December Senate estimates of last year?
Senator, not that we're aware of. No.
Not that you're aware of. So
I think the simple answer is probably no. But
the Senate estimates in December, and I'll just get you to reconfirm this. You confirmed that 2 ISIS brides and their 4 children arrived in Australia in September 2025.
That's correct. We've said that before.
That is
Senator.
correct. Yes. And so from September 2025 until today, it's the government's position that no further ISIS brides have returned back to Australia.
Senator, the Department of Home Affairs would have the most precise information. I'm just sharing with you what I'm aware of.
That's fine. Minister, do you know if any further ISIS brides have returned to Australia since September 2025?
My answer is the same as Ms Sidhu's.
Is the department aware of any former ISIS brides and their family members currently seeking to return to Australia?
Senator, we've said previously that we have long been aware that there are Australians in IDP camps who have been seeking to return to Australia for quite some time.
Okay. Are you able to give us an indication of how many that is and which camps?
Senator, I'd have to take that on notice. The numbers, we don't have much precision on numbers.
Has the department had any interaction with Save the Children, who has been facilitating the bringing of the ISIS brides and their 4 children back to Australia?
Senator, we engage with Save the Children obviously in a number of contexts. They are one of the parties on our NGO cooperation program, for example, in the aid program. So I cannot be precise about our contacts with Save the Children.
Okay. It is obviously in the context, not so much of aid. Yeah. Aid is obviously a context that you would have discussions, but in relation to the return of ISIS brides and their children.
In that context, no.
Have they raised their repatriation work with you at all?
Well, we haven't had any contact with them, Senator.
Senator Wong,
was public. I mean, this is going back some time. When was the court case?
2020.
I think Save the Children have had a public position about repatriation.
Oh, no, that's what I know.
This is not. It is well, you know.
Their position is
very clear.
well known. So it's the government's interaction with Save the Children in relation to them coming back that I'm wanting to explore. So, Minister, have you had any discussions with Save the Children in relation to their repatriation work as it stands with ISIS brides and all their children?
No. I think you've asked me this on notice and I've indicated no. I think from memory I've indicated previously and probably reflected in the question on notice that I have met with Save the Children to discuss. My list here is aid cuts, the situation in Gaza, and also because we asked civil society to work with us on the declaration for the protection of humanitarian personnel, but not on the issue you raised.
Okay. So, Minister, have you ever requested or received advice about whether or not any other groups are seeking to fund the repatriation of the ISIS brides other than Save the Children?
I don't believe so, Senator, but I would just say this is not DFAT, this would be Home Affairs.
No, I understand that, but there is a crossover in terms of the department has given evidence previously in relation to passports, etc., and the giving of passports, or the facilitation of the giving of passports, which is what I'm wanting to just confirm. Before travel documentation had been issued to the group that came back in September 25, that Save the Children, they're on the record as you said, were assisting to be repatriated. Had the department received any advice about the funding sources that the organisation was using to undertake the repatriation?
Senator, sorry, but You're entitled to ask your questions, but you're asking, the first question is no, that Mr Dew said the department has not met with them, and now you're asking questions about what did we know about what they were doing when we haven't met with them to discuss it. So it's just a
meeting with them personally does not mean that you don't have knowledge.
Okay.
And so I'm exploring the level of knowledge.
I don't know.
No, so I'm asking the department. You've said you don't know. That's fine. I'm now asking the department.
What was the question? Did they have knowledge of?
How they're actually raising the funds to get them back.
Senator, no, we had no engagement discussion with Save the Children on anything related to this issue.
Do you have any knowledge as to then who paid for the airfares, etc., or other expenses as incurred by the ISIS brides?
Sorry, which group? The one?
The September ones.
We wouldn't know that.
We would know.
Because obviously we've discussed previously at estimates that the government's policy is to permit self-managed returns, supported by third parties, to be fair.
Well, hang on. I think I better respond on that, Senator, if I may. Look, just like your government flagged, and I can't recall if it was you or another minister, obviously people can engage in self-managed returns, and I think under your government you made clear that you would see self-managed returns. I would say to you, Australia's security agencies have made clear they are prepared to respond to self-managed returns from IDP camps. AFP Commissioner Barrett has made that clear at estimates. We're appropriately prepared and positioned to respond to any self-management returns from the internally displaced camps. Senator, she also said we're always positioned and prepared for self-managed returns from that region. She referred to an ongoing investigation. What I would...
Sorry, who's she?
The Commissioner.
Sorry.
I said...
she.
Commissioner Barrett, I
yes.
said. Now, Senator, from your previous history, you'd be aware of existing frameworks, including, for example, temporary exclusion orders.
Correct.
Home Affairs Secretary confirmed earlier this week we have a fairly robust system of managing, I think what description is Australians of interest, persons of interest. Yes. And she talked about the provisions which now allow that work. What I'd say to you is, our first priority is to keep the community safe, and we'll continue to look at all the ways we can best ensure that.
Just to confirm, you keep saying the coalition, we did not have a policy of self-managed returns for this cohort via third parties. That was not our policy.
Senator, it's not a policy, it's a reality. I mean, the fact is that we have seen, under both parties of government, people have sought to return without government repatriation.
And let's be very clear in terms of the former coalition government, we returned orphans at the time of the Commonwealth's choosing. We did not engage with Save the Children, as Minister Burke has, to allow them to determine when and how a cohort can return. So in terms of your knowledge as DFAT as to where Save the Children is getting the funding from to return people, you have no knowledge of that?
No.
Okay. And Minister, you don't either?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Senator Cash. Now, I think Senator Hodgins-May might have to go down the committee, so I'm going to hand the call over to her. I'll come back to the government and then crossbench. So, Senator Hodgins-May.
Much appreciated. Thank you, Chair.
That's all right.
My questions are about the Clean Energy Transition Partnership. As a signatory to CETP, Australia...
Sorry, Senator, can you just wait 30 seconds? Sorry, we just got the wrong people at the table. So, Clean Energy Transition Partnership?
Transition Partnership,
Thank you.
Correct. Shall I commence? Yeah. As a signatory to the Clean Energy Transition Partnership, Australia has committed to encouraging other governments and their public finance institutions to adopt similar commitments. I'm keen to understand what specific diplomatic engagements DFAT has undertaken to expand CETP membership or engage in programs that support it since we signed in 2023.
Senator, I'll begin and I'll pass it to our Ambassador for Climate Change, Will Nankervis. But just to say that obviously in signing this, the Department of Climate Change, Energy is a lead department in relation to how we work with other countries around transition energy. Obviously, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, we work closely with them about how we support those efforts. We obviously have elements around our own climate financing commitments, particularly in our region, assisting countries in their energy transition. But yeah, the lead agency in relation to the CTP is the Department of Climate Change.
Thank you. Did you want to respond, Mr Nankervis?
Will Nankervis, Ambassador for Climate Change. Just to add that we work very closely with the UK, who's the lead on the CETP, including strategising on the sorts of issues that you raised, Senator, including the question of, you know, how do we attract further members to the partnership.
Okay, thank you. Well, perhaps if you could provide on notice even how you engage with those colleagues on this topic and what support you provide, or unless you want to provide that briefly now.
Well, again, I'd sort of say that the Department of Climate Change does have an international partnerships division on energy transition. They obviously lead on a range of how we, the Australian government works with countries in close engagement with DFAT. But yeah, Australia engages through a wide range of different international climate forums, through the COP, etc., where we're regularly engaging with countries around how we collectively trying to drive ambition to deliver on the net zero commitment.
Thanks. Perhaps on notice, if you could provide some specific examples of that collaboration and support that you're providing and particular forums, for example, that you've been involved in initiating with the department, that would be really useful. Minister, as Minister for Foreign Affairs, can you rule out unequivocally that Australian taxpayers will not be exposed directly or indirectly to financing new fossil fuel projects overseas through finance, diplomatic facilitation or promotion by your government?
I mean, Senator, obviously in terms of the partnership, it's around how we work together to support countries' transition to net zero. It doesn't completely exclude where there may still be the need and investment in fossil fuel energy. There's situations we know in response to crises and natural disasters where there is a need for humanitarian aid and assistance, where energy recovery and support's required. And so we work closely, as we do through our bilateral program, through the multilateral banks and others, about how we're accelerating investing in energy transition. We've got ambitious programs in the Pacific where we're supporting countries in the Pacific transition to renewable energy. The government recently announced another $500 million in the infrastructure financing facility that has a strong focus on energy and the transition, and has a $75 million commitment on Renew Pacific, which is focused on delivering renewable energy projects across Pacific Island countries.
Thank you. I suppose just outside the context of natural disasters, extreme weather events where perhaps there is some short-term assistance required of that nature, can you rule out that government funds are going towards sort of ongoing fossil fuel projects abroad? Or can the Minister rule that out in particular? Or not?
Yeah, look, Senator, it's as I said, our funding, particularly through the ODA program, is focused on how we're supporting countries in the energy transition. We don't have a blanket exemption that we will not, in any situation, provide funding. There is clear in the partnership agreement that you've referred to is around how we're working with other countries to collectively support that energy transition.
And maybe I'll try again to the Minister. Do you think that overseas promotion of fossil fuel projects, of course outside the context of disaster relief, by Australian officials undermines the spirit of the CETP or the Clean Energy Transition Partnership, regardless of which portfolio or department is leading that activity?
Well, Senator, I'm sorry, but you can't just get around the machinery of government by saying regardless of it. I don't think we're responsible for the partnership you're asking questions about. So
you
I think
are implicitly involved if they don't have...
Well, but that's not... I mean, portfolios have responsibility for particular areas of government, particular the administration of government, for legislation, for programs, for funds, and so we're not the ones leading this. But can I make a broader point? We do seek in our development assistance to do two things, well, to do many things, as you would know from your history, but in relation to this, we are supporting the energy transition, climate adaptation, resilience and so forth. We do it in partnership. So just as you would not, I would hope that, we are respectful partners, and we listen to the priorities that other countries and development partners put to us. That's the basis on which we operate in the development space. Obviously, an example of that is the Pacific Resilience Facility, which arose out of me asking in that first year my counterparts, foreign ministers and leaders, how do you want us to provide funding on adaptation and resilience? Do you want it, is it best for you to do it multilaterally, is it best for you to do it bilaterally, or is it best to do it regionally? And that resulted in the resilience facility being funded. Obviously we made a big commitment to that, but we also, through the Pacific Islands Forum process, ensured that the corporate being was brought into existence and have supported that. So I guess my point to you is, we seek to be guided by the priorities of Pacific partners in particular.
Well, that perhaps, Minister, leads me on to my next questions in relation to Sunrise.
Sunrise?
In Timor-Leste.
Timor-Leste.
Yep. Given Osaka Gas's ownership stake in Greater Sunrise, has DFAT held any discussions with the Japanese government or its public finance institutions regarding potential financing of the project in Timor-Leste? And you can table those on notice if necessary.
Senator, this is a project supported by Timor-Leste. You're aware of that? Strongly supported.
I've got more questions coming, Minister, and I am aware of the project, and I've got questions from the ground in Timor-Leste from civil society groups on the ground, so I please don't need another lecture in colonialism today.
Okay. Thanks for that. But my point to you is, and you're entitled
you were here last time.
Senator, you're entitled to ask these questions,
I know,
but
Minister.
I again would say to you, I think it is important for you to respect what the elected government of Timor-Leste's position is. It may not accord with your political priorities, but it is their priorities.
Minister,
and if we are,
may I proceed with my questions, please? I have a very short block of time before I have to go to another committee.
I'm allowed to answer the questions.
It's not an answer, it's a lecture.
Well, I wasn't intending to lecture. I'm pointing out the inconsistency with saying we need to be a respectful development partner, but you want us, because of your political priorities, to ignore what the development partner
care about
wants.
climate change, and I care about civil society groups that we're representing on the ground, Minister.
Okay, well, that's clear.
So will you take those on notice and we'll proceed then?
More questions?
Yeah, I've got more questions.
Excellent.
So you take that on notice then, if you're not providing the answer now.
Sorry, what was the question?
The question was to provide any discussions with the Japanese government on its public finance institutions regarding potential financing of the project in Timor-Leste.
Senator, I think in the absence of a specific project proposal that's live, it's a fairly hypothetical question.
I'm not sure how it's hypothetical.
Well, there isn't a current
Are there discussions being held with Japanese government or its public finance institution regarding potential financing of the project in Timor-Leste?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, there isn't a specific.
The Greater Sunrise is the project. So
it's a potential project.
Okay, around the potential project. I'm not sure how that's.
Senator Michelle Chan, Deputy Secretary, South and Southeast Asia Group. It is for the Sunrise Joint Venture Partnership to propose a development concept to Australian Timor-Leste in line with the criteria set out in the 2018 Maritime Boundary Treaty. They have not yet done so.
Okay, perhaps I'll put different wording in on notice. The Department gave a well-scripted answer earlier about how recent engagements in Timor have been received by the Timorese people. I'd like to draw attention now to Timorese not-for-profit, Lau Hamatuk, who raised the point that Australia has historically collected approximately US $5 billion in oil and gas revenue from fields that we now concede belong to Timor-Leste, while disturbingly only US $1.4 billion in development assistance over the same period has been provided. Has DFAT provided advice on how Australia could return or compensate for these revenues?
Senator, I don't think that's really a DFAT portfolio question that you're asking.
Senator, but I would make the point, I'm not sure, I can't verify the figures that you've referenced, or as I said, as the Secretary says, probably not a matter for us, but
I'm happy for you to
ask Ms. Chan. Sorry, I just might ask Ms. Chan to perhaps explain what the Prime Minister put on publicly announced when he was in Timor, because it goes to this question of under international law, who would get what proportion of revenue and what Australia has sought to do. So I'll just ask Ms. Chan to do that.
Thank you.
So, Senator, I did mention this earlier, but both Prime Ministers, when the Prime Minister visited Timor-Leste, the two Prime Ministers announced the quantum of Australia's commitment to establish a dedicated infrastructure fund to support Timor-Leste's long-term economic diversification and its resilience. And Australia will allocate to the fund a fixed 10% of total state's upstream revenue from Greater Sunrise, funded entirely out of Australia's share of that, which would see at least a third of Australia's future revenue from the project provided to Timor-Leste through this new infrastructure fund. And Australia would establish the fund in the event that any commercially viable solution proposed by the commercial parties is approved by the states, consistent with the 2018 Maritime Boundary Treaty. And as I mentioned, that has not yet happened.
So what that means is that the commitment is, in addition to Timor-Leste's legal share, should a project proceed, that we would allocate this proportion of what would otherwise be Australia's share to Timor-Leste.
Thank you. Yes, and I do have a question about the infrastructure fund. If there is anything additional, like in terms of direct assistance outside of the infrastructure fund, in relation to my earlier question, can you please provide that on notice? But
sorry, what do you mean?
In relation to direct assistance that's being provided for that $3.6 billion gap between revenues taken and expenditure made.
Over decades. This would be look, we're the largest development partner. I don't know about the figures that you've identified, but if we can assist...
If you've got anything, thank you.
Yeah, if we can assist to understand that time frame, we'll do that.
And in relation to the infrastructure fund, which you just mentioned, can DFAT confirm that this fund will be additional to and not offset by reductions in existing development assistance?
Yes, that's correct.
That's correct? Okay, good, thank you.
That's the intention. Of course, yeah.
And I suppose then as a follow-up, will Timor-Leste have discretion to use this fund for things like education, for nutrition, for healthcare or other social priorities, or will it be restricted to infrastructure linked to the gas project or future gas projects?
I don't think we've talked about those details, but it would be an infrastructure fund for Timor-Leste to use, and we know that they do have a strong desire for further infrastructure development.
We are... many of those programs are when we are the largest development partner, as you would know, in Timor-Leste.
And so they will have agency over how it's used. Okay, thank you.
That's correct.
Good, thank you. And
my point about that, Senator, was simply to say this is additional to our existing bilateral program, which goes to a lot of the areas that you described.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Last minute.
And finally, does DFAT hold a copy of Wood's 2024 feasibility study on the Greater Sunrise development?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Yeah, please. And if so, we would ask that that be tabled as well, please. A copy of that report.
My understanding, it's, I would have to check, but my understanding is it's commercial in confidence.
We will check on the first, but if we did, it's not our document. I'll look at it, Senator, but I'm flagging as a matter of courtesy with you. It may well be that the answer comes back that we can't release it.
Okay.
Because it's not our document. Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, we'll have a look.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you, Chair, very much for your flexibility.
No worries. Always happy to help out. On that note, I'm going to ask a couple of questions now with respect to Iran. And then after, just so the other senators know, I'll be going to the crossbench. I know Senator Thorpe's online. And then I'll come to the other two independent senators here. All right. Minister, I note in your opening statement that you gave to the committee this morning, you mentioned the Iranian regime's brutal crackdown on peaceful protesters, which have obviously shocked the world. I was hoping you could please outline what the government's position has been in response to these events and any other Iranian activities.
Well, Senator, can I first say what I've said publicly, that the Australian government stands with the brave people of Iran in their struggle against oppression, and we express our solidarity, particularly at this time, with the Australian Iranian community. We have condemned publicly, so that's myself, the Prime Minister, myself and other ministers, the regime's violent crackdown on its own people. We have, as I've, a regime that requires the murder or that murders its own people to maintain authority is not a regime with any legitimacy. We call on Iran to protect the rights of its citizens to protest. We condemn the killing of protesters, the use of force, arbitrary arrests and telecommunications blackouts. Our government has taken stronger action against Iran than any previous Australian government. We have sanctioned more than 200 Iran-linked persons and entities, including more than 100 Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps linked entities and individuals. We have bolstered our sanctions framework to enable us to more effectively target those involved in oppression in Iran, particularly against women and girls. And you would be aware that we made the decision to expel the ambassador to Australia and withdraw Australia's ambassador to Iran in light of the evidence that the government has outlined. We have listed the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a state sponsor of terrorism, and we were at the forefront of efforts to remove Iran from the Commission for the Status of Women. And we also co-sponsored the Human Rights Council resolution establishing an independent investigation into human rights violations. Those are all the things we have done, Senator, but I acknowledge what is happening is incredibly distressing, particularly for the Iranian Australian community. We stand with them at this time. It is, and I know many senators have been communicating with members of the community. It is very difficult for the community, particularly with the blackout, to not be able to confirm the well-being of friends and family in Iran. And I know how distressing that is for many people in this country.
Yeah, thank you, Minister. And I should just probably note, as you'd be aware, last week the Senate unanimously passed a motion condemning the actions by the Iranian government and stood in solidarity with the Iranian people, both in Iran and here in Australia. And I just want to acknowledge those senators, particularly Senator Pocock, who's in the room with me, who was one of the co-sponsors of that motion. Just for a few questions I have for the officials at the table, Secretary. I do note the Minister Wong spoke about Australia having expanded our autonomous sanctions framework for Iran. Could you or your officials please provide some further details on what expanding that framework means in practice and what sorts of activities can be targeted that could not have been targeted before?
Yes, thank you, Senator. Julie Heckscher, First Assistant Secretary of the Regulatory and Legal Policy Division. In July 2023, the government expanded the Iran sanctions framework, that's the country-specific framework, to introduce an additional set of criteria targeting persons and entities who are or have been engaging in, responsible for or complicit in the oppression of women and girls in Iran, the general oppression of the people of Iran and undermining the good governance of the rule of law in Iran, and persons or entities who are or have been assisting Iran to threaten or undermine the sovereignty or territorial integrity of another country. Now, before that was in place, the country-specific Iran sanctions framework covered proliferation and missile activity, and it covered breaches of existing UN Security Council resolutions. It didn't have that broader coverage. So it was a significant expansion. The first use of that expanded framework was on the anniversary of the death of Mahsa Amini. And there have, in fact, since then been in a total of 4 tranches using that expanded criteria. And in fact, 9 tranches of sanctions against Iran since the government came to power. 4 of those under that expanded criteria, which specifically enabled targeting actions against women and girls, undermining the integrity, the governance, rule of law in Iran, and the sovereign and territorial integrity of other neighbouring countries. But 9 tranches, 4 under that, 3 under the Magnitsky human rights, and 2 in relation to the proliferation elements of the existing framework. In fact, I think the Minister mentioned there's 318 in total sanctions against Iran across all of the various frameworks, of which 223 sanctions were undertaken by this government.
Thanks for that. I know you mentioned Mahsa Amini. I was also interested to know how many sanctions have been put in place since she was killed.
Since she was killed, I can give you the different sets of sanctions that we have actually done. Yes, here we go. Since the death of Mahsa Amini in 2022, government has sanctioned over 220 Iranian individuals and entities and listed various IRGC as a state sponsor of terrorism more recently, but there's also been other IRGC-related sanctions as well.
Yeah, and just on that, I was also going to ask, as a follow-up, if you're able to provide some examples of the sorts of individuals and entities that the Australian government has sanctioned.
The specific individuals?
Well, if you could provide some examples to the committee of the sorts of individuals and entities.
Senator, I can probably help
Mr.
there.
Griffiths.
Paul Griffiths, First Assistant Secretary of Middle East Africa Division. As my colleague Ms Heckscher has mentioned, it's 123 individuals, 100 entities since the death of Mahsa Amini in September 2022. Some of the key individuals have included Iran's Minister of Intelligence Security, the commander and the deputy commander of the IRGC Quds Force, and former Defence Defence Minister, so there's some examples of very high-profile individuals. And on the entity side, it has included the IRGC Intelligence Organisation, the IRGC Navy, and Iran's Cyber Police.
Okay. And these don't relate to any individuals here. These are clearly people over in Iran, correct? Yep. Okay. So what sort of action has Australia then been taken in the multilateral system to hold Iran to account?
Senator, the Minister mentioned some of these, but as mentioned with the death of Mahsa Amini in September 22, since then, on the 14th of December 2022, at the UN, we were at the forefront of efforts to remove Iran from the Commission of the Status of Women. In November 2022, we co-sponsored a Human Rights Council resolution establishing an independent investigation into human rights violations in Iran. We've regularly joined with international partners to publicly condemn Iran's egregious actions, including the G7 Rapid Response Mechanism statement on Iranian transnational repression and other malign activities that was in September 2025. And also this year, we co-sponsored the UN Human Rights Council resolution condemning the Iranian regime's brutal repression of protests and renewing the mandates of the fact-finding mission in Iran and the Special Rapporteur on Iran.
Can you just remind me, so we had the ambassador obviously is no longer here in Australia. Who else had also was asked to leave, and what staff remain at the embassy?
So we expelled the ambassador plus 3 diplomats, Senator, and the Iranian government chose those 3 diplomats. So at the moment there is a chargé and 2 other diplomats in the embassy. Okay.
I mean, like the Minister and a lot of us, we're quite alarmed by the reports of what we see mainly online, and particularly the reports of the executions and the death tolls, and obviously there's a range of numbers that have been circulating online, but I just wanted to ask, and have we made clear what our position is with respect to the death penalty, something that the Iranian regime tends to use on a very regular basis?
Yes, Senator. We've, since the outbreak of protests on the 28th of December 2025, the Prime Minister and Minister Wong have issued 10 public statements condemning the regime's brutal repression of its people. DFAT officials have made 4 representations outlining the government's concerns to the Iranian Chargé d'Affaires here in Canberra. That includes, just last week, two representations on the death penalty, Australia's objection to the death penalty, but also specifically in relation to the events that have been taking place since December. And of course, we've spoken about sanctions, but since December, there's also been sanctions against 20 individuals and 3 entities connected to the IRGC.
Can you also, just for clarity, and also for anyone that might be watching, but advise what the current travel advice is for Iran? There might be maybe different officials that might need to come to the table.
Good afternoon,
Hello.
Senator. Elizabeth McGregor, First Assistant Secretary, Consular and Crisis Management Division. Our current travel advice for Iran is at level 4. That's do not travel. That's the highest level of our travel advice. It's been at this level since March 2020. Our ability to provide consular assistance in Iran is extremely limited. Embassy operations there are suspended. We say that Australians in Iran should strongly consider leaving as soon as possible, if it's safe to do so. The travel advice was last updated on the 27th of January 2026, and it remains current. It notes a range of risks which are elevated for Australians, including risks of arbitrary arrest and detention, and security forces' responses to protests, which have been severe, with many protesters and bystanders injured, killed or detained. The security environment is extremely volatile. So we're saying that Australians who remain in Iran, despite our advice, who need consular assistance, should contact the Australian Government 24-hour Consular Emergency Centre, but obviously they should strongly consider leaving as soon as possible if they can.
And what are those contact details? Because like a lot of us, we know a number of people who have family over there, and it'd be good to get that on the record about what the contact details are if anyone is in need of assistance.
So those details are on the website. I will give you the number.
Which I'm assuming is dfat.gov.au, is that right?
That is the correct number.
Okay.
And yeah,
I can
I've
assist,
got the, okay. I think we've both got it in front of us.
It's just right in front of us. Okay. Well, you go ahead.
So that number is 1300 555 135 if you are calling from Australia. If you are overseas, it's 61 2 6261 3305.
Given your advice, if anyone still plans to travel there because of family, is it something that they're allowed to do in the current circumstances? I mean, we obviously will say, listen, you know, we're at level 4, we advise not to travel. But do you prohibit someone from travelling?
Senator, we're unable to prohibit somebody from travelling, but we do ask people to check the Smart Traveller website and to consider our very strong advice that they do not travel to Iran.
And do you remain in contact or have their contact details? If you do you then send them, are there text messages, emails, anyone that you know is intending to travel to Iran? What form of communication, if any?
So, Senator, all of our information is on the website. We strongly encourage Australians to look at the website and to read the detail that is there and available to everyone.
And if I may add to that, Senator, it is possible for Australians to subscribe to the news channel on the Smart Traveller website. Over 200,000 subscribers are currently on that site. That means that they get updates to travel advice as they occur.
My last question, if they are in country and do need to get assistance and can't because of blackouts with telecommunications and internet, are there any other embassies that they are able to go to?
Several of our partners have left Iran. At the moment there are like-mindeds who are still operating there, but we do encourage them to call the Consular Emergency Centre on those numbers, Senator, that I gave you before.
All right, thank you very much. Now, I just want to see if Senator Thorpe is on the line. I'll move the call around to crossbench. Hello, Senator Thorpe. You have the call. Oh, you're on mute.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. My next questions are in relation to payments and international organisations. Are they at the table or do they need to come to the table?
Are you able to tell us which organisation, Senator? Because it may that will help us with which official.
It's in relation to funds going to the US.
I'll just start with the crossbench.
Thank you. I think I can see people at the table now. My question is, does your department fund the International Peace Institute with headquarters in New York?
Senator, the Australian Government has provided funding to the International Peace Institute in the past, yes.
Does the government currently provide funds to the International Peace Institute?
No.
When was the last time?
2020.
And when was the first time?
2002.
2002. So was DFAT aware of sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein's financial and personal links to the IPI?
We were aware, well, there was reports back in 2020 that the Epstein charity had donated funds to the IPI.
So DFAT were aware that they were giving money to an organisation that a sex trafficker was a part of?
We were made aware when the reporting, I think, came out in 2020 that the Epstein Foundation had made donations to the IPI.
So on what basis did you cease funding the ICI, and when did you stop funding the ICI?
Well,
as soon as you heard that information, or after that, or before that?
Well, when the report came out, the International Peace Institute Board did an audit to look at any issues and concerns in relation to the funding that had been provided by the Epstein Foundation. I think it was done by KPMG, and there was no, from that report, that international independent audit that was done, there was no issues that were identified of concern in relation to how the funds had been utilised or in any way benefited Epstein. Our funding finished soon after that, 2020.
Soon after this country found out that they were contributing to a fund that had something to do with a sex trafficker.
Well,
so how long after? Because, and what kind of information was in that report? Was it, how did Jeffrey Epstein, what was his relationship with this organisation? Was it donations, loans? What kind of influence did he have in terms of financial?
What? Senator, it's not our organisation. So I think Mr Asbista has explained the Australian government hasn't funded this organisation since 2020. Obviously there was some contributions made for a number of years before that. I think you're referencing the report that I wasn't aware of that Mr Asbista just outlined, but it's a report done by the organisation itself. Is that correct?
Yeah, the board itself, when it had become aware of the issue, they commissioned an independent report that was done by KPMG.
So what due diligence was done by DFAT, given DFAT was funding an organisation that was associated with a sex trafficker for a number of years prior? What due diligence is done before this government gives money away and possibly entertains a known sex trafficker?
Just to be clear, Senator, it was not this government.
And also to be clear that we don't control the organisation. We do due diligence in relation to the objectives and financial responsibilities of any organisation. The funding that had been provided was for particular initiatives that the International Peace Institute does on research, on supporting peace negotiations, on support to the UN. There's a wide range of different governments that have provided funding to the IPI over the years. And as I said, ours was very specifically at the time, since 2002. It goes back, now almost 24 years. It was stopped in 2020 for particular things linked to peace building efforts in the UN. As I said, once there was concerns raised around the Epstein Charity Foundation provided, the board itself commissioned an independent review which was provided to us in terms of the findings of that, and since then we haven't been providing funding.
So can you, when you read the report and realised, oh goodness, we can't be giving this organisation any more money, there's a sex trafficker involved, how long after reading the report did the government actually stop funding or entertaining this sex trafficker's influence in this organisation?
Well, again, well, two things I'd say. It was 2020 that the accusations came out. The Australian government didn't make any payments after 2020. And I'd also be clear that the report that was done by KPMG, commissioned by the board itself, I didn't identify any undue influence that the Epstein Charity Foundation had at that time.
Thank you. So was DFAT aware that former Prime Minister Kevin Rudd served as Vice Chair and later Chair of the IPI during or after Australia's funding period?
Yes, I was aware of that. I'm not exactly sure of the period.
So has DFAT sought assurance from Mr Rudd regarding his knowledge of Epstein's involvement with the Institute?
No, but again, I'd say that the board, as I said, when these concerns were raised following the Epstein legal case and the findings, the board itself commissioned its own independent report.
So no one's had a conversation with Mr Rudd about his chairmanship and the possible link to a sex offender, sex trafficker, Epstein?
I haven't spoken to Kevin Rudd. We can take the question on notice more broadly.
Senator, maybe I can add, of course, none of the specific individuals were in these positions in 2020, but I also am aware that Ambassador Rudd, in his private capacity, has made statements on the record about this matter, like in the media.
Can you please provide related to decisions involving the IPI?
Senator, I'm sorry, you just cut out. Can you repeat that? The line must have just cut out.
Apologies. Can you please provide on notice all documentation relating to funding decisions involving the IPI? And I have just two more questions, Chair.
We'll do our best on it. Obviously, as I said, it goes back to 2002. That's 24 years, but we will take it on notice and do what we can.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Has DFAT launched any inquiries following new revelations and now a criminal investigation into corruption being launched by prosecutors in Norway?
Are you referring to the IPI again?
Yes.
As I said, we haven't funded it for 6 years.
Okay, so the government's not interested in what the Australian government may have been a part of when this country were funding the IPI. Not interested in that now, given the new revelations. Is that not a point of interest for people in this country?
I wouldn't say that's what I'm simply saying is that the Australian government's engagement with IPI hasn't continued for the last 6 years. There is, as you well know, Senator, ongoing information that's coming out on the Epstein case and foundations. If there's further issues that emerge that need to be considered, we'd look at. But I think the issues you're referring to is particular Norwegian individuals who have been, there's documentation elements that have come out about their engagement with Epstein, etc. But if there's issues in relation to that potentially risks past funding for the Australian government, we'd obviously always be wanting to understand what the potential implications and risks are, and if there's need to further investigate it, we would.
Thank you. And just lastly, was DFAT aware of the close relationship between Epstein and the IPI president, Terje Rod Larsen? Larsen left IPI in 2020.
Yes, and so again, him leaving was what led to the decision by the board to commission this independent audit review by KPMG, which I referred to earlier.
But I think the answer.
So the question is
I think the answer is not on. I'll take on notice if there's anything further in addition to. Obviously, this is we haven't funded for the last 6 years, but I think the answer to your question is no, not until it was reported publicly.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm good, Chair.
Thanks, Senator. Now, Senator Pocock, I'll come to you, and then Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time this afternoon. Minister, I have some questions about the desecrated war graves in Gaza. And firstly, I want to acknowledge and thank you for your letter yesterday confirming that the Prime Minister raised this issue with President Herzog, and that the government has confirmed that the cemetery will be restored when it's safe to do so. And I'll note I tried to ask DVA questions about this estimates last night, but we didn't get to them. So I'm hoping to ask questions here. I appreciate if some of these matters are best left to DVA. Just let me know.
Well, I thought it was a good idea to write to you because I think you said you had a constituent. I thought the quickest way to get, I think it was the information was to give it, and you could send a letter on.
No, thank you.
Let me just hold on.
I was interested when you, Minister, or the Prime Minister first became aware that the war graves had been destroyed.
I'd have to. I'll have to check that.
Sure.
I'm trying to. I want to make sure my answer.
Yeah, no,
is
that's fair enough.
Accurate. I mean, it was reported. Was that last week? So I will find out when I personally became aware. Is that the question?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll look at that. I'll come back to you and see if I can provide something.
And what date was DFAT aware of this?
Paul Griffiths, First Assistant Secretary of Middle East and Africa Division, Senator Pocock. We'll have to take that on notice. I don't have the details of when we were specifically advised. As you've sort of highlighted, it's a DVA lead on this. There's some points I'm aware of, but I'll take that on notice.
Minister, you probably have to take this on notice too, but if you could let us know when you or the Prime Minister first communicated with the Israeli government about the war graves. And
Personally,
if it wasn't you,
as
then
opposed to, I think what my letter to you indicated that there'd been representations by DFAT and Defence. Is that right?
Okay.
Sorry?
Provide information.
Okay. And so at a ministerial level, nothing until President Herzog's visit, but prior to that, DFAT were active and potentially DVA.
Well, perhaps I might
Yes, Senator. So the embassy's raised it twice with the Israelis, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on the 6th of February and with Defence on the 9th of February.
6th of Feb, 9th of Feb. If you were aware of this last year, why was there the delay? I was looking at an SBS article where RSL first flagged in August 2024 that Australian graves could have been damaged in Gaza. So why the delay in DFAT?
As I say,
getting onto this?
I don't know the date that we were first advised of this. Obviously, Gaza's been a war zone and the like, and we haven't had the lead on it. I know there's been engagement with the Commonwealth War Graves Commission, and there's been some discussions in Israel with, I think, the British Embassy, but I can't give you any further information on when we were first advised.
Thank you. Has the Australian government asked the Israeli government to cover the costs of the restoration?
I don't know, Senator. I think that's a question for DVA.
DVA? Okay, I'll keep that for DVA.
Senator, and I think I said this to you, I think all of the graves and places where Australians have fallen and are interred have great significance for our country, and particularly for the Australian veterans community, but for all of us. And it is one of the moving things you can do is to in country to visit the many places around the world where Australians are buried. Now, it is a matter of great importance to the government. It's a matter of great importance to the veterans community, and we have been clear with Israel about the importance these graves hold for Australians and for all Commonwealth veterans. I think the lead on this has been DVA, but we have made the representations. I will check on notice when, I think you asked when I personally became aware, which I think was more fairly recently. It is possible, as you say, that this may have been, I think you said that this has been raised previously. I don't recall it being raised with me previously, but I will check.
Okay, thank you. Minister, in another committee earlier in the week, I read out an excerpt from a letter from a Canberran whose great grandfather is buried in the cemetery, and she's asked me to ask, what are the plans to either restore the cemetery or to repatriate the remains of those diggers? Is repatriation under consideration?
Senator, I think that would also be a matter
DVA?
for DVA, yeah.
Okay. And who would be providing information to families? Also DVA? Can you tell me what date you briefed the Minister on this?
The Foreign Minister, you mean? No, I can't. I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. Thank
I said I'd take on notice when we became, when we became aware. I don't recall knowing about this until recently.
Sure.
But it may also, as Mr Griffiths has said, obviously there's been quite a lot of issues in relation to Gaza that have been very pressing. But we'll check.
No, thank you. Thank you, Minister. Thank you. I'll appreciate your work on this. I'll take the rest up with DVA. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. Now, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I've got 3 topics to cover, and they're fairly quick, I hope.
Well, I hope so.
Does Australia still contribute funds to the Palestinian Authority?
Senator, our funding to Palestine, our program in Palestine, goes to UNRWA, to UNICEF, to the UNFPA, UNDP, the UN Office of Project Services, and there's some other programs like Australia Awards and those kinds of funds as well. And there's a regional programming, a smaller amount.
So we don't pay money directly to the Palestinian Authority, but it can get to the Palestinian Authority through those other agencies?
That's correct. So, for example, Senator, our funding to the UNDP, some of that under a T3 program, I think it's called, is assisting with electoral development, with the preparations for local elections, for example, which fits in with the Palestinian Authority's commitments for reform. So the UN agencies are assisting with those projects.
Do you have any way of finding out how much they each pay to the Palestinian Authority?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
If you could, please, and could you tell me how much Australia has paid to the Palestinian Authority indirectly through those other agencies in the last 5 years?
Certainly, Senator.
Thank you. Does the Palestinian Authority still contribute to the Martyrs Fund?
To the which
Martyrs Fund?
No, Senator. So, as part of President Abbas's commitments to reform the Palestinian Authority, sorry, I just need to find my my notes on this, so I've got giving you the right information. One of those commitments was in relation to the social payments reform program. The PA has revoked laws and regulations related to that system of prisoners, martyrs and the wounded. So under the new laws, they've broadened out their social welfare assistance, so it's unrelated to what it previously was in relation to prisoners, martyrs and the wounded.
Thank you. Does Australia contribute in any way to funds that find their way into the hands of the families of deceased martyrs, deceased terrorists?
No, Senator, I don't believe so. I mean, we're very active in our funding allocations, and our strategic partnership framework has a number of safeguards and the like in place that are related to counter-terrorism, a range of safeguards, counter-terrorism funding and fraud and the like. So we're very specific in our funding that to exercise those, funding going in that direction.
Thank you. Next question. Next set of questions is about Afghan support. At a time when Australian families are finding it very hard to pay vital bills and put food on the table, why has this Labor government given $50 million to Afghanistan, which is controlled by the Taliban?
Senator, I'd really ask, I've seen some misinformation in the public sphere about this, and I'm very happy for others to explain the support we are providing, particularly to women and girls.
Thank you, Minister. Senator, thank you for the question. Sarah Story, First Assistant Secretary, South and Central Asia Division. We're aware of reports and concerns in the community around the Taliban seeking to interfere in the provision of humanitarian assistance. We are confident that our humanitarian support, which is actually $310 million since the fall of Kabul, including the Ministers Wong and Ali recent announcement of $50 million on the 29th of January. This has a particular focus on meeting the needs of women and girls and on nutrition, healthcare and protection assistance. Particularly, we work with established partners such as UN agencies to ensure that our support reaches those most in need. And we work with long-standing partners, Senator, to ensure our aid supports those most in need, so in other words, does not go to the Taliban. The United Nations Assistance Mission in Afghanistan has stated that it takes extremely seriously any allegations of malpractice and corruption and ensures these are promptly investigated.
Who would accuse the UN of corruption? The violent government, the Taliban government, which is violent, oppresses women, sells the grain, we're told, given to them by charities, and makes the local men work in return for grain that was donated by governments from the West. The Taliban are not our friends, I'm sure you agree. Ask any soldier who served there what he or she thinks about this. The Taliban government is corrupt and most foreign aid is stolen apparently, so it's reported, and not passed on to those in need. So you rely upon the UN and other agencies to make sure that our aid reaches the right spot.
That's right, Senator.
How confident are you?
Senator, I can take that on notice to provide you with more extensive detail, but we do not regard, I just need to reiterate, we do not regard the Taliban as the legitimate representatives of the people of Afghanistan. And I would note that we consider that there is, while there are some who have this view, there are also many who express strong support, Senator, for the provision of humanitarian support to the people of Afghanistan because of the very dire and deteriorating humanitarian situation in the country.
Thank you.
Could I just add to that, Senator, please? First, the situation in Afghanistan is dire. You're right, the Taliban is not our friend, which is why we have been so clear about our view in relation to the Taliban, and also why we have taken action. A World First Sanctions Framework, the imposition of financial sanctions on senior Taliban so-called ministers for their involvement in the oppression of women and girls. So we are very clear, we do not recognise the Taliban. And you're right, we have had previously to alter our provision of aid and discontinue programs for the sorts of reasons you have outlined. What the department has sought to do is to recognise both the dire need, but also how is it through other partners that we can provide assistance to people who need it whose need is so great, and independent reporting and regular donor engagement, such as has been described, are in place to confirm that our UN partners are delivering aid effectively, accountably, and in line with humanitarian principles.
They're going to get it to me on the question.
We used to fund, was it CARE? Yes. I have a photo in my office actually of two girls walking to school, which was taken by an Afghan man who I met at an event where we had to talk about what we'd done and show what we'd done, particularly for women and girls, but we had to discontinue the program for the very reasons you outlined. But we're seeking to provide some assistance with the sorts of protections that the department has outlined.
Thank you, and you're going to provide me reassurance on notice?
Yes, Senator.
That the money is getting to the right place?
The Minister noted that independent reporting and regular donor engagement that does confirm the partners are delivering effectively. So we can provide you with a little more information on that, certainly.
Thank you. How much has the government given to Afghanistan since 2021? Is it 310 million or more?
Yes, Senator, it's 310 million in total that's committed and provided. That includes the most recent announcement of the 50 million.
Thank you. I ask these questions because some of our constituents are pretty upset with Australia doing things pretty tough at the moment, but the Taliban is doing it even. People in Afghanistan are doing it even tougher.
Yes, Senator, if I could just add, almost the same size as the Australian population, 22 million in Afghanistan is assessed to be in dire humanitarian need. So I know that this is a balance that we must take.
Just on the spur of the moment, Minister, the thought comes to me that Iraq, our involvement in Iraq and Afghanistan was based on the so-called evidence of weapons of mass destruction from England, America under Bush and John Howard in Australia. And then we were told by all three leaders in their nations that there was never any evidence. We've gone into those countries, jeopardised our own people, boys and girls, and we've created a mess, and now we've got more of a mess. Is there any thought to stopping the mess in the first place? making sure that we only enter conflicts where there's justification?
There's a lot in that question, Senator Roberts.
Well, it's a simple answer, yes or no, really.
And, you know, historically, you might recall the position the then Labor opposition had in relation to the Iraq War. So I'm not sure this is I can do your question justice in terms of a full and comprehensive answer, but I think it is, I think 2 points. One is committing Australian men and women to conflict is the most serious decision a government can make.
Yep.
And it should be, it is a decision that should be made soberly and
with facts. With facts.
On the basis of facts, a very clear assessment of our national interests, because you know, it is the most serious decision and weighty decision a government can make. The second point is, you know, we cannot assure stability in other countries from where we are. We can contribute to it, but obviously, ultimately, peace and stability require many elements in country and in the region, but it is a reminder of why, whether it is in the Middle East particularly or more broadly, we keep as our objective contribution to peace and stability.
Yeah, and it boggles my mind that, as far as I know, and from reports through the media, no one in the Parliament has questioned the original decision to go into Iraq and Afghanistan, held people accountable. Last set of questions, Chair. This is about Papua New Guinea. How much aid actually flowed to assist people under the Octeti Treaty? Compensation.
Well, Senator, sorry, can I just take issue with what you said previously? You said that no one had taken issue with it. The Labor Party in 2003 strongly opposed Australia's involvement, and I think history has, made that with the benefit of hindsight, that decision was clearly, I think, the correct one. So
has anyone held the...
well,
let's leave it for another day.
Yeah, we'll leave that for another day. Sorry, the question was Octeti.
Yeah, yes. A disaster of significant proportion occurred in New Guinea in 1984 when an Octeti mining tailings dam failed and now releases 80 million tonnes of toxic poison into the Fly River per year. The Australian Papua New Guinea Western Province Strategy 2022 promised millions of dollars of aid to local people affected by the poisoning of the land and the river. How much aid has actually flowed to assist the local people under the treaty?
Thank you, Senator Justin Lee, First Assistant Secretary of the Melanesia Division. The history of the Octeti mine clearly was a matter for the parties that were involved in that at the time. There were commercial entities that were involved in that. For Australia, though, and the Australian government, we continue to appreciate the significant development needs in Papua New Guinea, including in Western Province, where the Octeti mine is based and continues to operate. It continues to operate as a mine owned by the Papua New Guinea government and by the local landowners. And so we continue to have a program of development in Western Province. And under the Western Province Partnership, we've committed $52.5 million over 3.5 years for a range of development activities there. And that's part of ongoing development that we've provided to Western Province over many, many years.
Thank you. Are you aware of the growing civil unrest because the aid has not yet significantly been distributed? There are lots of question marks about that.
Senator, I'm not aware of specific incidents of civil unrest there.
Are you aware of the growing number of deaths apparently from the market gardens of those people being poisoned by heavy metals from Octeti mine? And it was an Australian mine, largely BHP, that owned it when the tailings dam failed.
Yes, as I say, Senator, that mine continues to operate, and it's now run by the government of Papua New Guinea and Western Province, the Western Province government, and so those issues should really be referred to them.
Could you tell me, or just confirm on notice, whether or not there is unrest there? That's what I'm advised. And could you tell me when aid will flow to those people in a meaningful way?
We can take on notice any further situation of unrest that might be occurring in Western Province.
Thank you. I'm from the mining industry, and everything comes out of the ground, either through agricultural mines or the ocean. But we're not in favour of mines that walk away from legacy issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks a lot, Senator. Okay, now, Senator Henderson, I'll give you the call.
Thanks very much, Chair. Minister, I wanted to ask about the 15th of August 2025 letter to the Minister for Home Affairs, in which it was referred to Save the Children, and that outlined that the US government has offered to provide support for repatriations in the near term, and these are, of course, repatriations of ISIS brides and their children. The support will be provided by Combined Joint Task Force Operation Inherent Resolve Syria TCN Repatriations Team. This offer is a time-bound one with no guarantee of support beyond September. I'm just wondering if you are able to advise us if this repatriation support is still available.
Sorry, this is a letter to, not to me, it's to...
No, to the Minister for Home Affairs.
Oh, I'm not sure we can assist with that, Senator.
Well, it refers to the Combined Joint Task Force Operation Inherent Resolve Syria TCN Repatriations Team. So what I'm seeking is, are you able to tell us whether that repatriation support from that team is still available? Could you, if you could take it on notice,
Sure.
if you're... Thank you.
But I'm also unclear if it's a...
So,
you said it was a US letter.
It refers to the US government has offered to provide support for repatriations in the near term. So given...
This letter was tabled in Home Affairs?
I assume it was tabled through the Department of Home Affairs, yes.
Right. Okay.
Yes, that's right. I've just had that confirmed.
Well, I will... Did you... sorry, I'm not trying to make a point here, but did you ask them?
No, I appreciate
No,
that,
no, genuinely.
Minister. I'm not... I'm asking is about your knowledge and the the involvement of the department
Sure.
in relation to that.
Sorry, you finish.
In relation to that matter.
We can take on notice, see if there's anything that we can usefully provide. The reason I asked if you asked them is obviously they might be able to provide more information.
So I guess what I'm trying to understand is whether the US-led Operation Inherent Resolve and the support that it offers is still available.
It's not something that DFAT has been involved in, but I also note that the situation in Syria has, of course, changed since then.
All right, well, if you could take that on notice, I'd be grateful. Thank you.
Just so we can coordinate, did you ask the question in Legal and Con?
I would need to check on that, Minister.
Oh, you weren't there?
No, because I've been
No,
in estimates
I'm just, right.
since Monday morning.
No,
from
no,
9,
that's fine. I know there's
from
been
9 a.m. until 11 p.m.
right.
every day.
We will talk to them, that's fine.
I am trying to wave my magic wand, but I can't be in all committees at all times. Can I ask?
Feels like you are sometimes. But feels like you might be one of the few. Sorry, Senator Collins, you too.
Senator Collins has been doing a mighty job, as have all, and Senator Smith, as have all coalition senators.
Smaller team this time, right?
We're managing to
punching above your weight.
We're managing to multitask very well, you might notice. So I'm just wondering if you have an anticipated deadline as to when the ISIS brides cohort will have all returned to Australia. Now, we did discuss this extensively at the last estimates. What can you tell us about?
Senator, we have no further information or advice to offer since last estimates.
So you've got no knowledge whatsoever? No one in your department?
Sorry, perhaps I should ask you to repeat the question.
You have got no knowledge? No one in your department has got any knowledge?
Of?
The return of any further ISIS brides apart from the ones who returned with their children last year?
Well, I think, as was said earlier today, we are aware of the people in the displaced persons camps who have long held desires on some of them to return. That's what we've said many times.
Yes, but there was also evidence given that there were plans afoot, and certainly there were reports to that effect, for further cohorts of ISIS brides and their children to return to Australia. So I'm just seeking information as to what your department knows, Ms Adams.
So, Senator, we are aware of media reports that relate to potential plans afoot, but Senator, our testimony has consistently been that we have been long aware of the desire of these women and children to return to Australia.
And when did the government decide on the policy of so-called self-managed returns with the support of non-government third parties like Save the Children?
Senator, there is no policy as such. As Foreign Minister said earlier, we have long been aware of individuals in internally displaced persons camps in Syria with an intention to return to Australia.
Well, this
Senator,
was... if you could... obviously the Prime Minister made reference to the fact that the government's position was that there would be self-managed returns.
No, so, sorry, you may have been away, but I did cover this with Senator Cash, but I'm happy to cover it again. It's not that there is a policy of not repatriating, so no government-assisted repatriation. Secondly, as is the case under your government, and your ministers were clear about this as well, it is also the case that Australians in these situations may seek to return in what we've described as a self-managed return. And that, I think, a number of them returned whilst you were in government, and the government's been upfront that that is something people are aware of. I've referred to Senator Cash to the evidence of the AFP about security agencies being positioned to handle any such self-managed returns if that indeed occurred. We also responded to Senator Cash in relation to Save the Children, where I indicated that I had not met with them in relation to this issue as Foreign Minister.
But just to be clear, your government is content and happy and has a position that third-party organisations may assist repatriation. Is that correct?
I don't think that's the way I would describe it.
Well, that's the effect of the position of the government.
Sorry, Senator, I hadn't... You asked me a question. I think I'm entitled to respond, yeah? That is not the way I would describe it. You know that Australian citizens have various entitlements which are not discretionary under law, and no government is able to make them discretionary.
With respect, that wasn't the question.
Well,
Minister.
no, but it is, because it assumes an active decision. I'm making a point that the legal framework and the constitutional framework gives people certain rights and obligations. What I said to Senator Cash, I referenced the AFP Commissioner's evidence in October, where she said that she wanted to provide assurance and confidence that the AFP remains appropriately prepared and positioned to respond to any self-managed returns from internally displaced camps. I also said to the Senator, particularly given her history, that she would be aware of existing frameworks, including what we call TOs, temporary exclusion orders, that Ms Foster in Home Affairs had confirmed earlier this week the system of managing Australians of interest, and I said that our first priority is to keep Australians safe, and that we will continue as a government to look at all the ways we can best ensure that safety.
And Minister, that's the core of the concerns that we're raising, is that we are very concerned that these so-called ISIS brides have been radicalised and are returning to this country and pose a community risk, a safety risk, particularly to communities where they settle. And so, and of course, since the last estimates, we've had the tragic Bondi terrorist attack. And I just want to confirm your understanding, Minister, that this was an attack inspired by ISIS ideology.
I think the Australian Federal Police Commissioner made that clear in the days and weeks after these terrible events.
So given this dreadful situation, given the ongoing threat of radicalisation of certain individuals in this country, is the government now considering changing its position where ISIS brides and their children, anyone potentially radicalised by ISIS ideology, will not be permitted to return to this country?
Well, Senator, that is what I am talking about. I think you misrepresent the government's position.
I haven't misrepresented. I'm seeking to understand whether you are going to take action in relation to those who are potentially radicalised by ISIS ideology.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Minister.
If I can finish now, I think
You
you've
can.
misrepresented our position. I'm making 3 points. The first point is that just as your government sought to deal with this issue, that there are rights and obligations which accrue to Australian citizens, which are not a matter of government policy or government discretion, but they flow from people's constitutional rights. And the example, you might recall, the High Court has had a fair bit to say about that. The second point I'd make is that the AFP has given evidence about being positioned for this. The third point I'd make is that there are existing frameworks. They include, for example, as I said, TEOs. These are matters for Home Affairs, and I think Secretary Foster dealt with them. My final point is that our first priority is to keep the Australian community safe, and of course we will continue to look at ways we can ensure that.
Minister, I absolutely accept that citizens may have a right to return to Australia, but what I'm asking is what is your government doing, particularly in relation to any policy changes concerning third parties which may be assisting these people? Because right now, third parties, and I would put to you that the government is allowing third parties to assist their return. This is not something the Morrison government did. So again, I say, particularly with the risk of radicalisation by ISIS ideology, is the government taking any steps to limit, prohibit any party from facilitating the return of ISIS brides to this country?
I think, again, I'd say our first priority is keeping the community safe, and we'll continue to look at all the ways we can best ensure that. In relation to the specifics of your question, now that I understand what you're asserting, that would be something you would need to ask Home Affairs.
So I appreciate that Home Affairs obviously plays a central role.
No, Senator, you can...
I'm asking about the policy changes of your government.
It is in the Home Affairs portfolio. I appreciate you weren't able to attend. You can put questions on notice about this, but it is not the policy responsibility of this committee.
So, Minister, what I'm asking is about third-party organisations, including those organisations that have foreign affairs funding through the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Now, I've raised Save the Children. There may be other organisations, but is the government taking any steps whatsoever to place limitations on third-party organisations facilitating the return of ISIS brides?
We place limitations on what our funding can be used for. Now, we can talk to you about that. So what we fund development partners or NGOs to do, and we've had evidence about that today, or, you know, in relation to different organisations, you know, what we fund, we are clear about what we are funding.
No, what I'm asking is...
So, for example, I think...
Minister, with respect, that wasn't my question.
No, but it is. It is.
No, because what I'm saying is that...
I'm trying to be helpful.
Well,
I'm trying to be helpful.
Senator Henderson, with respect, can you just let me manage the chamber, the committee processes here?
Goes both ways.
It does, actually. I'm glad you said that. And I think, you know, the Minister would appreciate you respecting her and her officers. So stop talking over me for a minute. Just please, please, you are. Well, I'm the chair and I'm trying to manage the situation here and you keep interjecting. Now, the Minister is trying to get an official here to answer your question, so let her do that.
So, Senator, I was actually trying to be helpful. You asked me a question which I pointed out was Home Affairs, and I appreciate you did not attend for the reasons you've said, but you can obviously put them on notice. I then said what we could talk to you about was when we fund NGOs, development entities, how we make sure we are clear about what we fund.
So, Minister,
I'm hoping, because that is the flip side of your question.
No, Minister, with respect, it's not, because what I'm asking, I'm not asking that question. Wow. I'm saying, is your government taking any steps whatsoever to place limitations or prohibitions on third-party organisations which seek to return ISIS brides? I'm not asking for the scope as to how these organisations are funded. I am specifically seeking your direct response in relation to whether you've taken action so that there's not an open door to third-party organisations bringing back ISIS brides and their children, particularly if they pose a risk to the Australian community.
You are conflating a lot.
No, I'm just being very straight with you.
You are conflating a lot.
I'm raising a serious concern that many Australians...
in silence, Chair.
Well, you just said I'm conflating a lot.
She doesn't want to listen to my responses. Can we move on? I listened to her in silence. I tried to be respectful.
I know you don't like...
She's doing it again.
Senator Henderson, yeah, you can ask your questions, of course, but you also need to let the Minister also provide a direct... Can you let me finish too? Otherwise, I will move the call along, okay? So... we haven't got much time left, and I appreciate everyone has other things on at the moment, but let's just get back to questions and answers. Sorry, anything to add?
Mr Scott can respond.
Mr Scott?
Senator Henderson, Steve Scott, First Assistant Secretary, Humanitarian and Civil Society Division. The program through which Save the Children receives the majority of funding from us, the ANCP, Australian NGO Cooperation Program, 2025-26, their payments under that will be $8.4 million.
Mr Scott, sorry. No.
Seriously, like, I mean...
Minister, that is not...
Sorry, no. Senator Henderson, okay, we're going to suspend briefly. Thank you. We're back. We're back, everyone. Excellent. Now, where were we again? Oh, that's right. You're asking questions.
Revise my questions. I'm just going to cut to the chase because we haven't got much time. So, Minister, is it the case that currently any organisation can book a plane ticket for an ISIS bride to come here whenever they like and there's no issue with that? No prohibition, no restrictions?
We don't fund that.
No, but I'm asking...
So is it illegal for someone to do that? Is that the question?
No. Is it the case that currently any organisation can book a plane ticket for an ISIS bride or their children and that they can come to this country without any restriction or prohibition?
I think I'd refer back to my answer to you before, Senator. I think there are two different sets of issues. One is the legal and constitutional framework, which you're aware of, and my answer that we'll continue to look at the ways in which we can keep the community safe. In relation to your question, that's a question for Home Affairs, not for us. We can answer in relation to development partners, and I was trying to be helpful by explaining to you that we fund in accordance with certain parameters. I think Mr Scott was about to tell you that we don't fund Save the Children, for example, for activities in Syria. That's what you cut him off from saying, which is why I was getting irritated at you not letting the official explain.
So meaning, just to clarify, meaning that Save the Children is not funded for any repatriation work, Mr Scott?
From our programs, there is no funding for Save the Children to do repatriation work.
Okay. So do they receive any other funding from the government to do repatriation work?
I can only speak to our programs, Senator. Our programs do not fund Save the Children.
And how are you assured that they're not engaging in repatriation work, misusing their funding? Is there any checks and balances?
We have a rigorous accreditation process, Senator, for anyone that receives funding under our programs. Save the Children have undertaken that. We have an annual granting mechanism too. We regularly assess all the programs that are being run. We can provide a list of the programs where Save the Children has received funding under the ANCP.
And I asked that because, of course, Minister Burke said in June last year, when he had a meeting with Save the Children, that he would help find a way to ensure ISIS brides could come back to Australia. So from your department's perspective, how are you ensuring that none of the funding is being misused such that organisations like Save the Children are misusing Commonwealth funds to bring ISIS brides back to Australia?
So you conflate two things. The first is it's not reasonable to put to an official, as in the way that you did, your assertion about what a minister in a different portfolio did. So I'm asking you to excise that part of the question. The second goes to what are the checks and balances around our framework for funding. Mr Scott can go to that.
Thanks, Minister.
And as I said, for anyone to qualify for funding, first, actually, an NGO has to be accredited with ACFID, the peak body for NGOs in Australia, and obviously Save the Children has gone through that. They have to be a member there for 2 years, and then they can go through our approval process to be part of the ANCP. And obviously Save the Children has been a member for a long time, and that every 5 years that is renewed. They go through that accreditation process. We also have, these grants are done on an annual basis, so we're reviewing the granting process every year, and we do audits and checks on programs all the time. And as I said, we can provide details of the programs where we are funding Save the Children under this program. It is not in Syria.
Thank you very much, Mr Scott. Happy to take that further information on notice. Secretary, can you just confirm, given the horrendous Islamic extremist terrorist attack in Bondi, will potential ISIS brides be subject to any security checks when applying for passports?
Senator, every person who applies for passports has a certain level of security assessment, and so I guess the answer is yes.
So what about additional checks? So if you can identify that there are ISIS brides coming from Syria or another part of that world, are there any additional security checks before passports are just issued?
Senator, I think we've said previously that, any Australian, under the Passports Act, any Australian who meets eligibility requirements is entitled to a passport, and those requirements go to citizenship and identity. Where there are security concerns about a potential applicant, they may be flagged by our security agencies in the system, and those flagged applications will be referred to the security agencies for further checking.
If DFAT discovers the application first through the passport system, do you then refer that to the security agencies or to Home Affairs?
It would depend on the circumstances, Senator, and it would depend on, for example, as I explained, if there is a flag.
So since Bondi, has there been any change in your processes concerning the issuing of passports, including to that part of the world?
So the process of issuing of passports is governed by legislation and by a set of regulations that sit under the legislation. Those have not changed, but obviously the processes, there are processes in place that may allow for this kind of checking.
So when you say there are processes in place that allow for this type of checking, so you've got some additional checks or policies?
No, they were as I described.
Again,
sorry, I just misheard. Sorry, your response, Ms. Sidhu. What did you say?
It was as I've just described.
Right, Minister, sorry.
Senator, again, this is probably a matter for Home Affairs. There is existing legislation, and my recollection is this has been the subject of bipartisan legislation, including when through the PJCIS process, so Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, around how these security issues are dealt with and the role that other entities, in particular in the Home Affairs portfolio, have.
I appreciate the point you're making, Minister. That's why I'm confining my questions to the role of DFAT, and that is the issuing of passports. Could I just ask the department to please update the committee on the situation in northeast Syria, particularly regarding the Syrian Democratic Forces?
Yes, certainly, Senator. I might also ask my colleague from the Middle East area to join me. But in short, you'd be aware we do not have a presence, DFAT does not have a presence in Syria. There has been, we would describe the situation in northeast Syria as fluid and volatile. There has been a great deal of conflict, obviously, and I don't have the dates in front of me, but I believe it was in late January, I think it was the 30th of January, following a lot of conflict, the Syrian transitional government entered into a ceasefire and integration agreement with the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces. That integration agreement has not been made public, but there are reports that describe that agreement as including elements, for example, a permanent ceasefire, a phased approach to military and security and administrative integration, agreements on military withdrawals, the integration of SDF forces in the Syrian security forces, a handover of strategic assets in northeast Syria, including oil fields, airports, and state control of institutions and border crossings in northeast Syria. I would say that it is very difficult to obtain accurate or precise information. The situation does change from time to time.
And I very much appreciate that. I just wanted to know whether you understand who is guarding the internally displaced persons camp, such as at Al Roj and Al Hol.
Senator Paul Griffiths, First Assistant Secretary, Middle East and Africa Division. So at the moment, Al Hol is controlled by the Syrian forces. The SDF, we understand, still holds Al Roj, but is handing that over. I'm not sure that we've got a timetable on when that will be handed over, our Roge that is.
So, I mean, obviously things are around the timetables, but again, those change from time to time, and it is really very difficult to ascertain precisely what the situation is.
I totally appreciate that. Given the effective collapse of the SDF, is the department aware of any Australians who were previously detained escaping? So are you aware that anyone has
we are aware that there were some escapees. We have no visibility as to their identity.
So, sorry, I just missed...
Whether they were, we are aware, obviously, there were media reports that there were some breakouts previously, but we are not aware whether there were any Australians amongst those.
And so has there been any attempt by the department to investigate the situation in the camps?
Well, as I've said previously, Senator, our information is very patchy. We don't have a presence on the ground. We're monitoring as best as we can, but the information we have is very patchy.
Minister, and I'll go back to you on this. Just two final questions that I wanted to ask you. Can the government or will the government guarantee that no ISIS brides or others associated with ISIS will be granted passports despite the situation in Syria?
Senator, I think I've answered that it feels like we're doing this over and over again. We have legal obligations that officers have to discharge. It's not a discretionary decision. What we do have is mechanisms to manage Australians of interest, and I'll refer you back to my previous answer on that.
And just, I did ask this of the department, but not specifically of you, Minister. Are you aware of any other ISIS brides or their children, any other cohort who have either arrived in Australia or who are on their way to Australia?
Senator Cash asked that earlier, and I'll refer you to that answer.
Okay, so there's...
Senator Cash
I don't know
asked the question answer.
I'm not sure that you actually confirmed whether you knew of anyone coming to Australia, on their way to Australia.
Well, I think Senator Cash did ask me that, and I'll refer you to that answer.
Could you just, for the benefit of the committee...
No, Senator, really, I've been very polite.
You said you think, so I wasn't sure.
I think the Minister provided a response. I need to move the
we seem to be traversing the same territory over and over again. But
So if just for the benefit of this committee, given you're not... And look, I have to be obviously very frank, I wasn't sure that you addressed that particular part of the question. I might be wrong, and I'm not reflecting on you in any way, Minister, but do you know of anyone either on the way to Australia or any group or cohort of people who intend to come to Australia?
Sure, I can answer that again. I'm not aware, or I haven't been advised of any further arrivals. I am broadly aware that there are a number of individuals who are seeking to return to Australia. We've been upfront about that, as has your government.
Thanks, Minister. Thanks, Chair.
All right, excellent. All right, now, Senator Faruqi, you have the call, and then we'll have our afternoon break.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I will start off with some questions on the murder of Zomi Frankham by Israel. So, Minister, it has been almost 2 years since the murder of Zomi Frankham by Israeli forces on April 1st, 2024, and Israel has still not been held to account. Meanwhile, your government has invited and warmly welcomed the head of the state, which killed Australian aid worker Zomi Frankham. Minister, have you formally responded to the letter from Zomi's family opposing President Herzog's visit?
Senator, I did cover this quite extensively with your colleague earlier today, Senator Shoebridge.
So about a letter from the family as well?
No, about the issue, the issue more generally.
Sure. I might have a couple of different questions.
Well, maybe. Perhaps I could finish. Would that be all right?
Sure.
Thank you. I did cover this earlier, the issue earlier, including what has been raised with President Herzog and also the nature of his visit and my engagement with the Francois family. Your question specifically about a recent letter?
Yes. Have you responded to a letter from Zomi's family opposing President Herzog's visit?
I will check, Senator. I will take that on notice.
Okay.
I know my office has been engaging with the Francois family. I previously engaged, as I spoke to Senator Shearbridge about, obviously, with him about this. And I think we have also communicated what I have said here, that both the Prime Minister and I had raised the investigation with President Herzog.
Minister, at what point will you accept that Israel will not properly investigate itself and refer the matter on to the ICC or request the ICC, like a truly independent investigation, to be held? It has been 2 years, nothing really has happened. So are you considering at all requesting the ICC to look into it independently?
The 2 points. First is obviously we immediately commissioned the Binskin report, which I released publicly. And secondly, there is a process underway in Israel. Of course, it is taking longer than we would want. And the Prime Minister raised this directly with the President, as did I.
Minister, there was an issue of the drone strike audio, which had not been provided to Australia of the killing. Has that been now provided?
This is something that has been raised with me. I would prefer to take on notice what representations have been made about that.
So has the audio been provided or not? That's my question, Minister. Has the audio been provided to the Australian government?
I would like to take that on notice for the purposes of making sure I provide you with accurate information, including in relation to what Mr Binskin had access to and what representations were subsequently made. I don't have that detail here, but I'm happy to provide it, or to look if I can provide it.
Minister, during today's hearing, you have mentioned several times in relation to President Herzog's visit that the temperature should be lowered, the temperature should be dialed down. Do you think police assaulting Muslim men peacefully praying in Town Hall Square on Monday evening is turning the temperature down or turning the temperature up by assaulting peaceful Muslim men praying?
Senator, I think many Australians have found the footage, of what has occurred this week very difficult. What I've said is people have very different views and very strong views about the Middle East, and they're entitled to express those. I believe they should do that in a peaceful way. I think we do need to lower the temperature in this country. I think it would be in our interests.
So my question was...
Sorry, I hadn't finished my answer. Please. I think Australians believe that people have a right to pray in peace. And I believe that many Australians would have found those scenes confronting, and I think it would have been particularly confronting for Muslim Australians. I found them confronting. And I would say that freedom of religion and the peaceful expression of different views is an important part of who we are. As the Prime Minister said yesterday, I understand that the New South Wales Police have committed to an investigation with a review of the footage, and I think many people will want to understand the circumstances surrounding that. I will await those findings before I would say anything further.
Minister, you might know I have spoken to many Muslims since that time, and people are really scared. People were crying when they met me. I think there is a real obligation for the Prime Minister and you to actually ask Premier Minns to apologise to the Muslim community for what happened. Minister, you have often pointed to the declaration for the international protection of humanitarian personnel as one of the big victories.
I'm not sure I don't think I used the word victory, Senator.
Maybe you didn't use the word victory, but it's something I feel that you think was an important step forward.
Well, I think I was responding to you being very critical of it and accusing us of just being engaged in words only.
Yes.
Which, again, that is what diplomacy involves, Senator. And sometimes it's simply that you don't like the words. But I think it was an important step and there's more to do.
So what has been the effect of you're criticising me for criticising you for words while using more words. What has been the effect of that declaration? Because in 2025, a year after the declaration was signed, there's still 334 aid workers who have been killed. I'm sure you are aware of that.
Perhaps I will ask, who am I asking to go through what we have done on the declaration?
I just want to know how has it stopped aid workers from being killed? Because it hasn't.
Senator, international law, international norms rely on state parties and other parties to observe them. There is no magic wand. There's certainly no magic wand in the Australian Senate if we simply yell about it.
Minister, there is a better way of dealing with this by sanctioning those countries that kill aid workers.
Senator Faruqi.
Rather than just words on paper.
Thank you, but let the Minister finish.
Thank you. The international system does require parties to to work to strengthen norms around behaviours. Now, it is imperfect. It is not like a nation state being able to very clearly proscribe behaviour, regulate behaviour and impose sanctions for failure to act or to act in certain ways. This is about trying to strengthen norms. So I will ask whichever official is best placed to talk about how we have sought to operationalise this, including with the International Committee of the Red Cross.
Senator, as you flag, the last 2 years have been the deadliest years for humanitarian workers. It's obviously the reason that the Foreign Minister with 7 other ministers organised a ministerial group to prepare and launch the declaration at UNGA High Levels Week last September.
Sorry, my time is limited. I know what happened. I just want to know the effect of that.
Senator Faruqi,
please.
I think the
official should be able to finish.
Yep.
So I was just giving the context in terms of
the
declaration. Since the launch of the declaration, the government has committed $15 million of funding to look at how we can both make it safer for aid workers and delivering assistance, particularly in funding to the UN Department of Safety and Security that has a responsibility in terms of how it supports local humanitarian workers, humanitarian agencies in the field, provided funding to the Australian Red Cross to provide safety and security for the work the Red Cross does globally. It's provided funding to humanitarian outcomes. It does a lot of public data collection to ensure that we're understanding what the trends, the challenges and the violations against humanitarian workers. The government's also announced $2.5 million of funding as part of the package to support aid workers and their families who are impacted by attacks or have people who have lost their lives, and also provide legal assistance for those being assisted. We've also launched the declaration of in December. The Friendship Group Secretariat for the declaration was launched in Geneva at that time. Following that, we're in the process of how we work with the ministerial group to ensure that in a number of the major crises around the world at the moment, we've got the countries that have committed to the declaration, over 110 now, looking at how they work together to try and practically shine a light on the ongoing violations and impacts that humanitarian workers are facing in crises, including in Myanmar, Sudan, Bangladesh, Gaza, etc.
Okay. There was a branch in DFAT for the protection of humanitarian personnel. Are there any staff in this branch anymore? Because it's no longer on DFAT's organisational chart.
It wasn't a branch. I'll just give the context. I'll pass it to Steve Scott, just talk about how it fits within the humanitarian division. It was a small task group that was pulled together that brought together some of our personnel staff from the multilateral division, from our humanitarian division, to really do the work in lead up to declaration. Once the declaration was launched, we then embedded it in as part of how we're integrating it into our humanitarian.
Okay, I think that's fine. That's enough of a response. Minister, as you're well aware, under the current legislation, humanitarian organisations are liable to criminal charges when delivering aid to civilians in regions controlled by proscribed terrorist actors, purely because of geographical proximity. In November last year, I moved an amendment to the Criminal Code Amendment, State Sponsors of Terrorism Bill 2025, to create an exemption under the Criminal Code for designated humanitarian entities when providing aid in conflict zones. The Labor government did vote against it, but agreed that they were looking into it. Yeah. Senator Green stated that in order to change Part 5.3 of the Criminal Code to make such an amendment, it would require the agreement of the First Ministers. Has there been any progress with this agreement? Has this been made?
I'll get one of the officers to my left to update that. I mean, I think, I don't know if I said this in the chamber, Senator, this has been raised with me by NGOs. I have some sympathy for the challenges. I think the advice to me was complex, frankly, but I'll ask Mr Isbister or Mr Scott perhaps to update you on what's happened since.
Yeah, just very quickly update on how this agreement is going, if it is being progressed with the First Ministers.
Sorry, yeah. Steve Scott, Senator, First Assistant Secretary, Humanitarian Civil Society Division. That work's led by Attorney General's Department. We stay in regular contact with them, and also obviously with the NGO sector that's obviously particularly interested in that. As you rightly point out, it's very complex and necessitates careful consideration and consultation. My understanding is that work will be progressed this year, but for specifics of how that's progressing, that should be directed to Attorney General's Department.
Just last question from me, Chair. I know, Minister, that you answered some questions that my colleague Senator Shoebridge had about this, but I just have a follow-on question. As I understood from the responses to those questions, this is about this supposed Board of Peace. As I understood it, the government has not yet made a decision about Australia accepting or rejecting the invitation to join Trump's so-called Board of Peace, which has, I think, many have very aptly called it a pay-to-pay club. I'm just wondering when the government will make that decision and make it public.
So, yes, I did respond to Senator Shoebridge on this front, and I think I made a few points. And I should have added, and obviously we're engaging with other partners on this. You know, it would be an international treaty with legally binding obligations, so that's a different arrangement to many arrangements such as the Quad, for example, that we engage in, that we will continue to work with the US, obviously AUKUS, Quad, G20. I also made the point to Senator Shoebridge that we remain strong supporters of the UN, notwithstanding the fact I think the UN is facing a difficult period, and the imperative of reform is something I have spoken at length about, that it will have to reform to survive. We'll continue to work through that, Senator.
Yeah, just when will the decision be made? Because other countries have made decisions, like New Zealand has rejected this already, others have as well. When will you make a decision?
We'll continue to work through it, Senator. In part also, you may have missed the exchange. We do want to understand how we can continue to engage on the progress of the peace plan, because the original Security Council discussion about this resolution, was it 2803 resolution, the Board of Peace was envisaged as the entity which would help the transitional administration for which is central to the progress of the peace plan, and obviously we have a strong interest in doing what we are able in a practical way to support the peace plan.
It's changed completely from what it was envisaged at the start. You would be well aware of that.
I think we were upfront about that, how it was envisaged, and that Mr. Asbestos gave evidence, I think, about the terms, the Constitution, Charter. I'm sorry, I couldn't recall the phrase.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the Charter doesn't even include anything about peace for Gaza, so I do hope you make a decision soon and rip up that invitation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. On that note, we are now going to break for afternoon tea, and we'll be back here at 4 p.m. All right, welcome back. The Australian Centre for International Ag Research is now been released. The committee's also agreed to release the agency. So thank you for making attendance today. Sorry we couldn't get to you. Now, Senator Henderson, I'll give you the call.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, on the 13th of January 2026, you announced that Kevin Rudd would conclude his term as Ambassador at the end of March 26. It's been widely reported that he was leaving his post a year early. Just to clarify, when was Mr Rudd's original term supposed to conclude?
I might get the Secretary to answer.
Senator, normal diplomatic postings are 3 to 4 years. I think the original expectation was that Ambassador Rudd would most likely serve 4, but for various circumstances that have been explained publicly, it will now be 3 years.
And so what was the original date when his term was up?
Do you have the exact date?
Sometime in February.
February 2027. If you could just come back to us with the exact date, that would be terrific, on notice, of course. What was the reason that Mr Rudd finished his term early?
Senator, I think that has been put in the public domain by the government, and that's the situation.
I'm aware of the media release, but I don't know that it spelt out the reasons for...
We did a media release and we did a press conference where the full press pack could ask us questions for Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister, myself, in the courtyard. So I think we've gone through it in detail. Sorry, I've just been trying to deal with something else.
No, that's okay. Look, for the benefit of this committee, if you could just inform us why Mr Rudd left his concluding his term early.
Well, I'm not going to amplify the comments that have been made publicly by the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister. The position at the Asia Society in New York became available.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I was just looking for the press release that I put out, or any... as we said, the position of Global President of the Asia Society came up. Mr Rudd Ambassador Rudd decided that he would conclude his posting to accept that role. I again record our thanks to Ambassador Rudd for his tireless work, and he has achieved a great many outcomes in the role to the benefit of Australia.
And while I appreciate, and I'm looking at your release, Minister, of the 13th of January, while I appreciate you've set out what Mr Rudd is doing next, he's accepted this role with Asia Society. What was the precise reason that he left his role as ambassador early?
I just answered that.
Well, I'm just wondering, though. I understand he's accepted this.
No, he wanted to accept the role as global president of the Asia Society, and he's going to head the Society for China Analysis. And as you would probably know, Mr Rudd is one of the world's foremost experts on China-US relations.
So it didn't have anything to do with the difficulties in the relationship with the President of the United States and what unfolded last year?
The meeting with the President and the Prime Minister went extremely well, and that was in great part due to the work of Kevin Rudd. So the premise of your question is wrong.
Well, I'm asking about the reflection that the President made on Mr Rudd, the incident that happened during that press conference.
no, the reason Mr Rudd left is as I've outlined.
When did you last speak with Mr Rudd prior to his announcement?
Oh, I'd have to take that on notice. Obviously, there's quite a lot going on in the in terms of the new administration. Well, it's not the Trump President Trump's administration. We engage regularly with him.
So he, sorry, Minister.
That's fine.
So he obviously was previously the head of the Asia Society in 2021 to 23. So he's gone back to the role that he did prior to becoming the ambassador. Did he ever express to you that he was unhappy as ambassador to the United States and he wanted to return to this role?
I don't disclose personal conversations, but I know, and I'm disappointed that you want to, go about it this way, Senator. Mr Rudd, if we could just possibly leave partisanship aside, he is an outstanding diplomat, and he, as a former Prime Minister, brought great weight and heft to that position, and particularly at a time where we saw not only with the last administration but a change in administration, he was instrumental in ensuring that the meeting with the President and the Prime Minister went well. He's delivered concrete outcomes both under the Democrat and Republican administration. He secured congressional authority for legislation for the AUKUS agreement with full bipartisan support. The critical minerals announcement that the Prime Minister and the President made was driven in great part by him, along with people here in Canberra as well across government. We have a critical technology agreement he was part of. He had worked to deliver something that Mr Hockey had said he would work on, but it was Kevin Rudd who actually delivered it, which is the Global Entry and Transport Security Administration services for Australian travellers into the US. These are some of the concrete examples, Senator.
Minister, I just want to take issue with your characterisation of my question. And in fact, when that incident occurred last October and the President of the United States said, as part of that conversation, I don't like you either and I probably never will. After that occurred, I did a radio interview and I actually said strongly that it was a very important Team Australia moment. I never called for Mr Rudd to leave early, so I just want to put that on the record.
I accept that. If you did, I wasn't aware of that. Sorry, Senator.
Yes.
I don't follow. You do a lot of transcripts, if I may say. But I don't follow all of them. But if you did, then kudos to you, because I actually think a little less partisanship from some on your side on the US relationship would be a good thing for the country. Well, but thank you.
Of course, I did reveal that Mr Miles and Mr Farrell had met with Mr Conroy last year, and they were discussing the prospect of Mr Rudd leaving. Now, I'm not going to draw you into that. I'm not.
Well, I think.
But they were discussing.
No. Sorry, Senator. I think Senator Farrell has been very clear publicly about refuting that proposition.
No, he didn't refute it. Well, he just didn't address it.
I'm not sure that's
Sorry,
right.
No, he certainly didn't refute it. But in any event, I certainly made some comments about that meeting, and there were others who were perhaps anxious to see Mr Rudd depart early. But in any event, I just want to set the record straight. But just going back to the resignation, given the record of achievement as you just described, did this resignation come as a surprise to you?
Senator, I understood why he wanted to go to what is quite a prestigious position, and we discussed, and he and the Prime Minister obviously discussed his preferred timing, and we've announced, I think, a very effective, a very good replacement.
Yes, as we certainly farewelled Mr Moriarty yesterday, and I endorse that, Minister. Secretary, when did you, as the Secretary of the Department, become aware that Mr Rudd intended to resign?
Senator, shortly before the announcement, exactly when I can't recall, but shortly before.
Could you take that on notice, just to provide us with the details of when the department was told?
Sure.
Thank you. And did this information come from, was that through the Minister or was it through the Embassy? How did that come about, the notice of the resignation?
I can't recall. I have to take it on notice.
Right. Was there any discussions with the Prime Minister's office?
I was not discussing it with the Prime Minister's office.
Minister, were there any discussions with the Prime Minister or anyone else in an attempt to ask Mr Rudd to continue to stay on?
I'm not, Senator. Mr Rudd determined the time frame for his resignation, and that was agreed.
It was widely reported that Mr Rudd may run to be the Secretary-General of the United Nations. Is that something that is on the cards, or have you discussed this matter with Mr Rudd?
I think Mr Rudd has refuted that publicly too, but obviously you will persist in asking questions notwithstanding that.
Well,
I would say
I can't add to that answer because I haven't seen that, so I can certainly take you on your word for that. Yes, sorry, Minister, go on.
I mean, I think the point that has been made publicly is that generally there is an informal, regional kind of, not allocation, what's that? For Secretary-Generals, there's often a view within the UN, as I understand it, about who rotation between regions. Someone can help me.
And
Ms. Robinson, I might just.
Sure.
Ms. Robinson will actually be able to explain that more clearly. I'm getting tired. I'm not clear. Please go ahead.
Angela Robinson, First Assistant Secretary, Multilateral Policy and Human Rights Division. Yes, Minister, there is sort of a convention that the representation will circle between regional groups, and the Latin America and Caribbean group hasn't been Secretary General since the 80s.
So if Mr Rudd, I understand that you've provided information that he's refuted, that he's going to run as the Secretary-General of the UN, but if he was to either change his mind or persist with that, is that something that the Albanese government would support?
Oh dear. Okay, so, Chair, that's a complete hypothetical. So if this and if this and if this...
Hypotheticals
may I finish?
Hypotheticals are permitted in Senate estimates.
Actually, no.
Yes, they are, Minister.
But anyway, but the point is...
Not during a normal hearing, but in Senate estimates, I'm not prohibited from asking hypothetical questions.
Let the Minister finish, Senator.
I don't know there's much point in answering because she just keeps interrupting me,
No,
so I'm just going to wait. We have told you that Mr Rudd has publicly said that's not the case, and Ms Robinson has told you that the rotation convention would suggest that the rotation this year is for Latin America. So I think that is the answer to your question.
It's not on the cards.
It's not on the cards.
Were there any discussions about whether your government might support Mr Rudd running as the Secretary-General of the United Nations?
This is...
matters of great interest, Minister.
No, well, I would say this is a... I don't know where this story came from, put it that way.
Right.
Right?
Okay, but can
It is not something that I understand to be on the cards.
So there's no contemplation that the government would support Mr. Rudd's nomination if he was so far inclined? No, you didn't answer whether the government would support it. I understand it's a hypothetical question.
It's not on the cards.
It's been suggested to me that Mr. Rudd sought an extra year in the role as ambassador. So he was actually seeking to extend his role by a year. Did that occur, or were there any discussions along those lines?
The timing of Ambassador Rudd's conclusion of his term was a decision of his own. 3 solid years covering a presidential election and the first year of a very active new Trump administration. It's been a remarkable record of achievement, as has been outlined several times. And the decision to accept the role of the global president of the Asia Society was a decision taken by Ambassador Rudd.
No, I appreciate that, Secretary, but what I was actually asking was, did Mr. Rudd ever seek an additional year of his term? Because that was my precise question.
Well, he has completed a 3-year term. That's a big effort, and I applaud him for what he has done.
Could you answer my specific question, though? Did he seek to add an extra year to his term?
Well,
Senator, I would take on notice. I thought that we had actually.
Well, the 4 years is
already... I think we already had indicated, and this might be public, a 4th year. So that had already been determined, which underscores the fact that Mr. Rudd made a decision that he wanted to move on.
Yes, this is a separate question. This is about whether prior to his resignation, did he ever seek to extend his term from 4 years to 5 years?
Well, we'd already extended it. That's my recollection. I don't remember if that was public. But
do you recall whether he sought to extend his term by an additional year?
No, we had already been extended to 4.
Yeah, the 4.
No, I appreciate that, but my question, Minister, did Mr. Rudd seek to extend his term to 5 years?
Senator, the question wouldn't have come up in a sort of de facto sense, because 3 years is normal. An extension of 1 year to 4 years is sometimes granted or requested, sometimes requested and sometimes approved by the government. So we would not have been in the would there be a further extension after the 4 years territory. That's not a normal de facto approach.
No, I appreciate that, but what I'm asking is, did Mr. Rudd seek to extend his term to 5 years? I'm not suggesting that this is an ordinary, an ordinary appointment. I'm just asking specifically, did Mr. Rudd seek to extend his term to 5 years?
Senator, what I'm saying to you is that question wouldn't have arisen because the 4th year was still ahead of us.
So is that a no? So he didn't seek to extend by another year?
What I'm saying to you is that the question wouldn't have arisen.
Well, I don't know whether it's arisen or not, but it's been suggested to me that he did seek.
Well, where did you? Who suggested?
Well, that's,
anybody you might know anything?
I'm not at liberty to say that, Minister. Other than I'm actually asking the question. Did Mr. Rudd seek to extend his term to 5 years?
That'll be the last question now.
Yeah. Look. as the Secretary has explained, the initial appointment was for 3 years. You can extend for 4. My recollection, and I will check this on notice, Senator, is that we had already made the decision to extend for a year. Obviously, you know, you wouldn't get into any conversation about what happens after that.
So I'll take
whilst
that
you're
you're not
still in the
willing
third year. No, let me just
question.
finish.
So, Minister, you're not willing to address that particular question?
I can't answer the question.
I've tried.
That's not true.
Okay, I'm
Minister.
giving up.
I
try to be helpful, and you just I try to be helpful.
You're helpfully not answering the question, Minister.
So, Senator, I've finished my answer. Thank you.
Thanks, Minister.
Chair, I have got more questions, but I'm happy to share the call, obviously.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else want the call? Okay. Hello, Senator Shoebridge. You have the call.
Hello, Chair. Minister, I have some questions initially about Robert Pether, and then I have some questions about Ranjit Thumbiraja, just to indicate to your team behind.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I will get staff to the tables. Chair, as I said to you in the break, sorry, Chair. As I said to you in the break, I do have a counterpart call to do and to prep for, and so I did want. We did schedule it for after when we thought this would be done, but obviously it's up to the committee. But I've asked Minister Watt to come and be here, and if you're still going when he's finished, when I've finished, I'll come back.
Okay. Well, I've got the pleasure of Minister Watt for the rest of the night, I think, in trade.
Yeah. I mean, you'll find he's funnier than I am.
I know. I actually, he actually is. Anyway, I do miss him though. We used to spend a lot of time in RAT, and although he does create a lot of work for the committee too. So.
Oh, there you go. You can have some more entertainment.
Don't worry.
Anyway, if I leave during your question, Senator Shoebridge, that's why. Sorry about that.
I understand, Minister. Minister, I spoke with Robert Pether's wife, Desiree, this morning, and I'm sure you would understand her deep distress. Her husband, Robert, who was jailed in 2021 on trumped-up fraud charges driven by the Iraqi Central Bank, and faces potentially other charges also being driven by the Iraqi Central Bank. He's in desperate situation, urgently needing medical care he can't obtain in Iraq. Minister, we've covered this before, so I don't want to go back over the past history, but what's the current state of play between the Australian government and the Iraqi government about getting this Australian citizen free?
I'll ask Ms McGregor to add to my answer, and I'll again reiterate what I said. I think in October, the government acknowledges the immense toll that Mr Pether's detention and particularly his travel ban has had on him and on his family. I've publicly called for the Iraqi government to lift the ban on humanitarian grounds, and I make that call again today. We would like, the Australian government seeks that Mr Pether's travel ban be lifted on humanitarian grounds and in recognition of our long-standing bilateral relationship. The government's made representations, including at the Prime Minister's level, with his counterpart, and myself with the Iraqi Foreign Minister most recently in September, and will continue to make representations. We are working with like-mindeds, including the European Union and Ireland, to this end. I don't know if there's anything that Ms McGregor or Ms Sidhu can add to that.
I'm not trying to stop Ms McGregor giving the history, but I know there's been a substantial amount of consular engagement, and just given the limited time, unless there's something distinct and unique to add. Minister, one of the central calls from Desiree and from Robert's family is this prosecution is largely being driven by the Iraqi Central Bank, yet the Australian government is at the same time providing financial support and organisational support to the Iraqi Central Bank. And Desiree's call, which I join her in, is to say, why won't the government say to the Iraqi Central Bank, unless you stop the prosecution, or say to the Iraqi government, unless the prosecution is stopped and Robert is freed, that assistance will cease. Put that economic pressure and diplomatic pressure directly on Iraq.
We fund CBI in order to further our interests in countering financing for terrorism and for transnational crime. It's the only institution in Iraq that regulates cryptocurrencies, and as evidenced by the recent arrest of Hazem Kazad, is that how I say that? Hazem, I think it's Kazad, we have shared interests.
I join you in efforts to fight terrorism, but there must be other ways to apply those resources to fight terrorism in the region. And the words that Desiree raised with me this morning, actually, I'll draw that. There must be other ways to fight terrorism than funding the central bank, which is effectively persecuting an Australian citizen.
Well, Senator,
And the concern that's raised is this Australian citizen is almost like a bargaining chip on the board, but he's a husband, he's a father, and he's an Australian citizen. And if not now, then when would we put that pressure on Iraq?
well, we have engaged at length, including at the highest levels of the government, in relation to Mr Pether. So it is wrong to say that, well, any implication that we have not, I would dispute. So, secondly, I've explained to you what that funding is for. It is the only, I've now closed my folder, but I think it's the only entity that regulates cryptocurrency. And we do have an obligation to Australians in relation to the financing of terrorism, to work with institutions to prevent that. Chair, I'm very sorry, Senator Shivridge, I'm going to have to leave.
Thanks.
It's been such a pleasure, even if I am not funny.
You are.
While Minister Watt's coming to the table, I might just ask if you could take on... I might ask if the Secretary could take on notice what the financial arrangements are and the funding and other support is that Australia gives to the Iraqi Central Bank, and if you could articulate that going back since 2021 when Robert was put in.
Certainly.
Thank you. Secretary, as I indicated, I was going to ask some questions about Ranjit Thambiraja, who has been detained by the Vietnam's Ministry of Public Security and has been in detention since October 2024. I've been approached by legal representatives, Ranjit's legal representatives. They're deeply concerned about Ranjit's welfare and believe, I think on reasonable basis, that this is an example of arbitrary detention and an improper use of Vietnam's legal system to detain an Australian. Can you give any update on consular assistance and the state of Ranjit?
Thank you, Senator, for your question. Just to correct the record, I understand Dr Thambiraja has been detained in Vietnam since October 2025. We are providing consular assistance to him. We have consular access. We are meeting with him regularly. His health and welfare are our highest priority. His legal processes are ongoing. We are not able to intervene in the legal processes of another country, but we continue to provide that consular assistance to him in accordance with the consular charter.
Has the Australian government, through its mission in Vietnam, raised concerns about his lengthy detention without charge? Because it's my understanding he still hasn't been formally charged. Has those concerns been raised?
So we understand his legal processes are ongoing. We remain engaged with the Vietnamese authorities on his case, and as I mentioned, his health and welfare are our highest priority, and we raise any concerns with the Vietnamese authorities as needed.
Can you provide on notice the details of when such representations were made, the nature of the representations, and any consular visits to Ranjit?
Certainly within privacy constraints, Senator.
Yeah, indeed. I am going to move on to another matter now, which involves Bangladesh, and then I have another brief matter involving Pakistan, just so the officials are on notice. Secretary, literally as we're having this hearing, Bangladesh is commencing its election, and I think there are many in the Bangladesh Australian community who are celebrating the chance of a free and fair election. And it is a country that is going to an election with the youngest, I think, electorate on the planet. But members of the Bangladesh Australia community have asked me to ask the Australian government, has the Australian government put in election monitors, and what, if any, assistance has the Australian government given to the interim government in Bangladesh to ensure, as best as we can, this election can be free and fair?
Senator Sarah Story, First Assistant Secretary, South and Central Asia Division. Thank you very much for your question. This is a significant milestone election today as the people of Bangladesh seek to return to democratic and inclusive governance. Yeah. Australia has been following and monitoring the situation very closely, including close coordination with the interim government. We have provided $2 million to the United Nations ballot, which is an acronym standing for the Bangladesh Democratic General Election Support Project. This has been focused on enhancing ability to deliver transparent elections and supporting long-term sustainability and reform. In terms of election observers, while there are no Australian observers, Senator, we have committed some funding towards the Asia Network for Free Elections, and they have deployed some observers, mainly from Southeast Asia.
How much funding went to the network?
To ANFREL. I can probably get that back to you today, Senator.
Thanks. I'd appreciate that if you could, Ms. Story. Secretary, as Ms. Story has pointed out, this is a historic opportunity for Bangladesh. Does Australia have any plans about what it can do at the conclusion of the election to support a young democracy and to provide support for Bangladesh? For example, many people in the Bangladesh community here are talking about a structured engagement with Bangladesh to increase bilateral trade and increase investment. Is there any planning for that to help support a young democracy?
Thank you, Senator. In fact, we're already quite underway with that support. We're very conscious of the fact that the popular unrest that ousted the previous authoritarian regime was driven by youth with a deep sense of disaffection and economic disenchantment.
And bravery.
Yes, indeed, Senator. So we've been working with the interim government, but also coordinating and in touch with BRAC, one of the world's largest NGOs, in fact, around a program to orient our development assistance to Bangladesh to try to focus on some of those matters, such as inclusion, participation by youth, and we've also sought to respond where possible within our development assistance program to support Bangladesh interim government's request for greater trade and investment. For instance, we've held senior officials talks and trade and investment framework agreement talks. I led both of those in December last year in Dhaka.
Thanks, Ms. Story. We hopefully can come back to this as a good news story after the elections in this next estimates. I do now have some questions about Pakistan and the High Commission in Pakistan. Is that again you, Ms. Story?
Yes, it is.
Concerns have been raised with me by the Pakistan-Australian community about a photograph taken with the Australian High Commissioner in Pakistan and Interior Minister Mohsin Naqvi. Mohsin Naqvi is seen as overseeing an extremely brutal security apparatus in Pakistan. Does the government have any response to these concerns? Because I share those concerns.
Senator, thank you for your question. We understand that there will be concerns within the very strong and proud 160,000 diaspora in Australia around such photographs. But I would say, as the Foreign Minister has often said, we need to engage the world as it is, not as we would like it to be. Part of diplomacy is engaging the host government, and we've made no secret of the fact that we hold very serious concerns around what we see as a broad pattern of erosion of democratic governance in Pakistan.
What that part of the diaspora that's contacted me about this are so concerned about is they understand there may need to be meetings with people who are exercising authority, even if we're appalled by some of their conduct. What they've raised concerns is about the photograph and the social media and the sharing of the photograph afterwards. That they are concerned that is the government giving legitimacy to the Interior Minister when they have very real concerns about the human rights record. Do you understand those concerns?
Yes, Senator, I do. I would also add potentially some context that may be helpful for your constituents. We've had raised at estimates on several occasions before concerns around the forced deportations of Afghan citizens into Afghanistan by the government of Pakistan. Minister Naqvi is the minister responsible for that portfolio, and so we need to engage with the minister constructively in order to raise our very serious interests.
My final question on Pakistan is, I think Imran Khan's family, his close associates, and definitely his many, many political supporters are deeply, deeply concerned about his welfare in continuing detention. Will the Australian High Commission seek to get access to Imran Khan to independently check upon his welfare?
Senator, thank you for that. I would say in relation to the last element of your question, we prioritise our assistance to Australians in terms of consular support. However,
just stopping you there, sorry, about 160,000 Pakistan Australians want to see Imran Khan safety checked. That is important to Australians.
Senator, I can understand that concern. We hold very serious concerns around the very broad and clear pattern of the erosion of democratic governance in Pakistan, whether it be civil and political rights, democratic freedoms, electoral processes, judicial independence and human rights. And in relation to the case of Imran Khan, former Prime Minister, we note the government of Pakistan's continued attempts to ban the main opposition party since they ousted him in 2022. In relation to this broader pattern of diminishing democratic space, and in the case of former Prime Minister Khan, his wife, PTI leaders and many, many party workers, we follow developments very closely and we regularly advocate that Pakistan adheres to rule of law and procedural fairness regarding its own constitution. And we note, for instance, even calls by the Pakistan Bar Association in support of human rights. We've made 32 representations on human rights since the last election, including on Prime Minister Khan. But I note the suggestion you have made around his welfare, and we will consider what we may be able to do.
Chair, question. Well, I have my final question is about the very final question for estimates is about some issues in relation to terror financing in the Philippines. It'll probably take about 5 minutes.
Well, I need to move the call on because I thought you would have been wrapped up by now.
Well, could I just ask them briefly and see if we can get a brief response?
Maybe ask them and then we'll get maybe a bulk response.
Cool. Secretary, while the officials are coming forward, this is a question about Australia's financing, particularly the Strengthening Philippine Justice Response to Violent Extremism program. There are very real concerns amongst the Philippine Australian community, and they're shared by groups like Human Rights Watch, that Australia's funding of that program in part is going to what the Philippines government call a crackdown on terrorism, but actually is a process of red tagging, where unionists, religious workers and journalists are being targeted by the Philippines government. The most recent concern, is about the sentencing of two Filipino journalists, young Filipino journalists, Franchi May Cumpio and Mariel Domaquel, who both received lengthy sentences for allegedly financing terrorism when in actual fact they were journalists seeking to expose the wrongs of the government. Is any of Australia's funding going to that red tagging, and in this case, the false tagging of journalists as terrorists?
Senator, and I stand to be corrected, but I expect that such a specific question will have to take it on notice.
Well, perhaps you could respond, has Australia made any, I'm happy for it to be taken on notice, but has Australia made any representations to the Philippines government about the jailing of these two young journalists? And I don't know if you saw any of the coverage of their sentencing. The young, strong women, I think in their mid-20s, they broke down into tears as they were sentenced to jail for the crime of being journalists. Have you made any representations to the Philippines government about that?
We'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
I expect that the embassy has, but I think we should get you some details on notice.
All right. I note the Chair. Note the time, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Senator Shoebridge. Now, Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Secretary, I know the Chair covered off on a number of matters concerning the horrendous situation in Iran, but I just wanted to ask you some questions about the most current assessment of the situation in Iran. If you would just summarise that for the committee, please.
So you were after an assessment, Senator, just because of the current situation in Iran?
DFAT's current assessment of the situation in Iran as of today.
Well, we are obviously monitoring very closely the developments in Iran. As the Minister has said previously, earlier today, we have expressed deep concern and at the killing of protesters and unequivocally condemn the regime's brutal crackdown on its own people, including killing protesters, use of violence, arbitrary arrests, and its nationwide telecommunications blackout. These protests have continued since the 28th of December 2025, motivated by anger over currency devaluations and decades of economic mismanagement and corruption. Those protests broke out in Tehran but quickly spread to other parts of the country. While the protests have largely now subsided, there is a continuing concern that we have about the situation and obviously what has occurred since during the protests. Human rights observers estimate over 6,900 people have died, over 11,600 further cases remain under review, and over 11,000 civilians have been seriously injured. Nearly 51,000 people have been arrested. So that is a very serious situation. The government has been very vocal in our condemnation of those actions, and very clear that we stand with the Iranian people against such a regime. We are gravely concerned by the horrific scale of brutality against innocent civilians and have called for an immediate end.
51,000 Iranians have been arrested.
Correct. And those are estimates, obviously.
Yes. Have you got any estimate as to how many may possibly face execution?
We don't. I don't have that detail.
Mr Griffiths, are you able to provide any further information?
Yeah, no, Senator. Paul Griffiths from First Assistant Secretary of Middle East Africa Division. No, Senator. The only thing I'd really add to Ms Sidhu's testimony is of course the internet and telecoms blackouts make it very difficult for us to follow up and sort of verify a lot of the figures, and those figures are changing. I'm not sure what date we have on those ones, but those figures are changing all the time.
Just want to ask about, and Senator Sharma has some questions also, but I just want to ask some questions about the autonomous sanctions regime. So on the 3rd of February, the government announced a further 20 individuals and 3 entities were added to our autonomous sanctions regime. What was the criteria which was applied in determining which individuals and entities were listed?
Julie Heckscher, Senator, First Assistant Secretary of the Regulatory and Legal Policy Division. The sanctions announced on the 3rd of February recently were under our, apologies, just actually digging out the details, were under our Iran extended, basically our extended sanctions criteria under our Iran framework.
So what's the evidentiary threshold which applies? So what does the Australian government need to see by way of evidence to impose those new autonomous sanctions? Just curious as to what the process here, given the extraordinary complexity, including in relation to accessing information.
And I'm going to give you the specific details of what is under the Iran sanctions. So basically, Australian Autonomous Sanctions Framework for Iran, the criteria are individuals or entities that have contributed to or is contributing to Iran's nuclear or missile programs, has assisted or is assisting Iran to violate the UN resolutions, is engaging in, is responsible for or complicit in or has engaged in, been responsible for or been complicit in any of the following: the oppression of women and girls in Iran, the general oppression of people in Iran, undermining good governance or the rule of law in Iran, is assisting or has assisted Iran to threaten or undermine the sovereignty or territorial integrity of another country, is the specific criteria under the Iran framework.
So it's fairly wide-ranging, in other words, given what's going on in Iran.
Yes, and just earlier,
including
I'm not sure
horrendous
if you were here,
human
Senator,
rights abuse. Sorry.
The criteria was expanded in July 2023. Before that, it was limited to the first couple of criteria I mentioned, which was the proliferation-related ones, the UNSCR ones, and then the government expanded the Iran country criteria in July deliberately to cover that broader range.
So are you considering any further sanctions under the framework?
You'll be unsurprised to hear me say, Senator, that as in accordance with our usual practice, we don't comment or speculate on any potential sanctions.
So the government announced a joint statement with the Foreign Ministers of Canada and the European Union. Minister, I know you're here in an acting capacity. Do you know which country initiated discussions leading to this statement, or to you, Secretary?
I don't know, but the officials may.
No, that's fine.
So are you referring to the 10 January 2026 statement? So in that case, the Minister...
Sorry, I thought it was... Yeah, 10 January, sorry, I think I might have said 10 February. So I'm talking about the joint statement with the Foreign Ministers of Canada and the European... It was
Canada and the EU, correct,
and the EU,
condemning the regime's killing of protesters and commending the bravery of the Iranian people.
Yes, so which country initiated that statement?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
Mr Griffiths, do you know?
No, we'll have to take it on notice, Senator.
So when did DFAT first begin drafting or negotiating that statement?
We'll take that on notice, Senator.
And just what was the process involved in approving that statement? So which minister or ministers were consulted or signed off with respect to Australia's participation?
Yeah, it's a ministerial statement, so generally speaking, we would consult with relevant agencies if they are affected, but otherwise we would vet it and clear it through the system, and obviously we always clear a statement through the minister before the minister signs on to a statement.
If you could just provide the details on notice, I would be grateful.
Correct. Yeah, fine.
And does the government intend to pursue further coordinated action with these partners in response to developments in Iran? Is there anything else in the works?
Senator, you'll understand I'm not aware of that. I can't possibly speculate on what that might be. We would consider each case as it came along.
Secretary, are you able to add to that?
Only to state the obvious, which is that we work closely with partners like the EU and Canada on Iran, obviously, and will continue to do so.
Thank you. Anything else you can provide on notice would be appreciated. Chair, do you mind if I just hand over to Senator Sharma, who's got some
That's fine. Yeah,
questions also on Iran?
Thanks. Thanks, Chair. Afternoon.
Senator.
Nice to see you all. I just wanted to understand, and apologies if this has been covered before I had a look at the transcript, so I think I'm familiar with what was covered, but consular assistance to Australians we might know of in Iran. Obviously, our embassy is closed or suspended operations, so are we working with third country embassies that are still operational in country? What are the mechanisms we have to provide consular assistance and support inside Iran at the moment?
Senator, yes, evidence was given this morning by Consular Division on that, including reading into the transcript the Consular Emergency Centre phone numbers, which is the recommended first line of approach.
Okay. Did you wish to add something, Ms. Sidhu?
I could just repeat that.
Just
if that helps.
high level, if you don't mind, I would appreciate it. I'm sorry I missed this morning's.
Well, our travel advice, which was most recently updated on the 27th of January this year, advises Australians do not travel to Iran, Iran's been a do not travel destination since 2020. We do that on the basis that the security situation in Iran is extremely volatile. We advise Australians to avoid public gatherings and protests, and Australians, including dual nationals, are at high risk of being detained and arbitrarily. For Australians in Iran, we urge Australians to leave as soon as possible if it's safe to do so. Commercial flights are available, but we know that this could change at very short notice. If Australians decide to remain in Iran, we advise Australians to be prepared to shelter in place for an extended period. As you've mentioned, Senator, the Australian Embassy's operations in Iran are suspended, and so our ability to provide consular services in Iran is extremely limited. Many embassies have left Iran, many of our partner embassies and like-minded embassies. There are some that are still operating there, but in the end we do encourage Australians who require consular assistance to contact the 24-hour Consular Emergency Centre in the first instance. And I can repeat the phone numbers for you if you like.
That's okay, if you've got it in hand, so that's fine. Do we have an estimate of the number of Australians in Iran, or are there Australians in Iran who've registered through Smart Traveller or through the Crisis Centre helpline or other means?
We do. I think it's a small number. I'll have to take that on notice. It's not a large number.
Like in the hundreds, or?
It could be in the hundreds or the low thousands.
Okay, all right, thank you. And if people in Australia have concerns about fellow Australian citizens or residents who are in Iran, obviously they should contact the Crisis Centre in the first instance.
That's right.
How are you able to, I mean, I know it's a very difficult operating environment, so I don't have high expectations, but what are you able to do in that situation to try and ascertain safety or whereabouts or those sorts of things?
Our ability to do that is very limited. You're correct, Senator, that we would advise Australians who are making inquiries to contact the Consular Emergency Centre if they're unable to contact people directly. However, the telecommunications blackout has made communications very difficult. So that's the basis of our consular advice, which is to say we have extremely limited ability to provide consular assistance or to contact people or to seek information.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator. Senator Collins, I'll give you the call.
Chair. I'd like to ask about the Pacific Pathways NRL deal, please. Thank you. Can I get just a quick update on the dispersed funds for the Pacific Pathways section of the NRL deal?
Senator Collins, Charlotte Blundell, First Assistant Secretary, Pacific Infrastructure and Economic Division. The answer is $3.1 million.
And what's that gone to?
To support the Pacific Championships, in particular games that were played up in Papua New Guinea.
Okay. $3.1 million for the games?
3.1 million towards the championships, yep.
So what exactly did that pay for?
I might have to take it on notice. I don't have the grant funding agreement with me, but there was, I'm not 100% sure, so I don't want to mislead you. And there were some activities in Tonga as well that were supported, so okay. I can come back to you.
That would be terrific, because that does sound quite a lot of money for a competition. Yeah. I also asked on notice at the last estimates if I could get some details of the Pacific Pathways proposal before the deal was announced. I haven't received that yet. Do you have any updates on that?
So on the design for the Pathways program, Senator Collins?
No, I can read it for you, but I'm just going to truncate it because we're short on time.
Sure.
But it was whether I can get on notice a proposal from the Pacific Island countries, so Fiji, Tonga and Samoa, on the Rugby League Pacific Pathways, and any correspondence and consultations that happened before the PNG NRL deal was announced on 12th of December. So there was the announcement on 12th of December about the NRL deal that included the Pacific Pathways, and I was just wondering if we could get, I asked at the time for the details on consultations from Fiji, Samoa and Tonga before the deal was announced.
Sure.
Do you have that at hand today?
I'm happy to explain it, Senator. So there's a long-standing interest in the Pathways Development Program. The 4 countries that are participating are the 4 countries that participate in the international competitions and in our Pacific Oz Sports Activities League for Life. So they've been the partners for us and for Australian Rugby League and New South Wales and Queensland Rugby League for a long time. But this investment, including the Pathways program, the driving force was really Prime Minister Marape. And I think I've explained before that he engaged strongly over a period of time, including writing letters. Ultimately, what DFAT received was a formal written proposal, and it's normal for us with the sports programs to receive that from the Australian entity that's going to receive the funding, who need to demonstrate the engagement they've had with the Pacific NSOs and stakeholders. But we also consulted during that period of negotiation and since. I think I've stated before that this time last year, the Australian Rugby League Commission and DFAT officials went to all 4 countries and undertook consultations with over 250 people. and those conversations are ongoing as the final design is completed and we start to move forward into scaled up activity. We've also had messages of support, including to the Foreign Minister, from all of the leaders of the countries that are involved.
If I may just add one comment, Elizabeth Peake, Head of the Office of the Pacific. Senator, often these ideas and proposals evolve over time, and as we were looking back on the history, we saw a proposal not dissimilar that came into the Office of the Pacific when it was first established early in 2019, 2020 from those 4 countries, from those rugby league associations. And so that demand has been there, we've tracked for some times, and there have been multiple conversations that have occurred at the political level, the ministerial level, and of course at the community level with the rugby league organisations. And what Ms Blundell described is absolutely accurate in terms of the, I guess, modern expression of the Pathways program as we are, as it is evolving today.
Okay. Can I ask the proposal from Marape or from the Papua New Guinean government, did that include Fiji, Samoa and Tonga?
So, yes, the proposal that came in included all 4 countries, yes.
Okay, so those other 4 countries consulted with Prime Minister Marape on this deal?
I'm not sure if that was the process, Senator. I think but there were regional conversations occurring. But when we received the final proposal, as I said before, it came from Australian Rugby League Commission, and then we consulted ourselves to assure ourselves of the support of the countries. There were some letters that came in. There was some engagement with more Fiji and PNG as well on the opportunity to play in the NRL, and then what the Pathway program would mean for supporting that.
So was that with the sporting codes in those countries, or was that at ministerial level?
The
engaging on with the NRL.
So RLC's engagement, which I wasn't a party to, but I would infer is probably more with the sporting organisations and stakeholders. Ours was with the governments.
Okay. So all of those consultations, and I think you mentioned here there were 250 consultations in the countries. That was across all 4 countries.
Correct.
Before the deal was announced, between the sporting codes, or was it between government to government?
So before we received the proposal, there were consultations that RLC and DFAT had separately. After the proposal and commitment was made, that's when those further consultations to do a formal design occurred. That's when I'm referring to 250 people spoken to. That was around January, February of last year.
Across all 4
Across
countries.
all 4 countries. And it's ongoing, Senator, of course. And maybe I'll just add that the countries themselves have, throughout this period, developed their own 10-year plans to further detail how they'd like the Pathway program to work, from engaging the youngest children through to sort of more mature kids and then up into the elite sport.
May I just add that prior to the government announcing the NRL deal and the Pathways program, there were consultations with governments and the NRL bodies in parallel. So the consultations, Ms Blundell, there's sort of two phases, as I would think of it. One is as it was being developed, as it came in from Prime Minister Marape and the ARLC, consultations occurred in that phase, and then at the point of decision, there is very detailed consultations on precisely what the program would look like, and that's what we would call a formal design phase.
Okay. So, and that would include the $250 million figure?
Yes, it's specifically to outline what's to be achieved, what are the activities, how's the budget distributed across those activities.
This, we're talking about sports diplomacy, so I'm just wondering whether part of those consultations, we've got 250 people that were consulted, were the rugby union bodies consulted as well? Did anybody bring up, I guess, the financial issues in rugby union in these countries?
So definitely other sporting organisations were consulted. I would want to check to be kind of accurate, Senator, if the union bodies were, but we ourselves have been speaking to the union bodies. I think the way the Pacific understand this opportunity for them is very much from a youth engagement perspective. And the sport is growing in their countries, and obviously it's the number one sport in PNG, but it's still an important sport in the other three countries. But yes, there have been some stakeholders that have raised that concern that maybe it's all, maybe it's a threat to union, but I would note that that Prime Minister Rambuka was here last July, and he was specifically asked that question at the press club, and he said he didn't think that that was the case and that this was a great opportunity for Fiji.
It was also a public place that he was asked that question, so it might not truly reflect his views, but I was just wondering on the point of the youth engagement perspective, are you aware that the NRL is now going to high schools in Fiji, and I think perhaps in Samoa and Tonga, but I can't confirm that. But they are going in there and trying to flip rugby union schools to NRL, to rugby league. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware of that, okay. Senator.
I just, perhaps should be aware of it, because if we are trying to do sports diplomacy, I feel like this, could have colonial intonations to it. I don't think that's what this Pathways program intended to do. I think, as you said, it's about youth engagement, and it's about supporting these countries and the things that they really want to do. And I think that's probably an issue that you might have to look into, because if you think about the issues that rugby union will be facing there, it's essentially poaching players.
Senator, if I may, we were very honoured to have Lord Fafanua, the new Prime Minister of Tonga, visit Australia in his first international trip, and he expressed a sentiment that I had heard from a number of leaders in the four countries, which is that what they anticipate is that the investments that go into rugby league will also benefit other sports. So, for example, if ovals are upgraded, there are many sports that will have the opportunity to utilise those ovals. If there are gyms that are invested in, that won't just be for rugby league. So they perceive it as a good opportunity to build sports and all the benefits we know that come from sports in terms of health and development, confidence, across multiple sports.
Sure, I accept that. I just think, going into schools and trying to change the nature of the sport that they play there, I think is a very different prospect. But I will end on this, because I know I'm out of time, but on the point of sporting ovals and so forth, just can you clarify again whether any of this funding will go towards infrastructure?
Senator, it's that we haven't signed a grant funding agreement that says that, but that is my expectation, that it will go towards, this is just for the pathways, because we've talked about the big infrastructure for the PNG Chiefs, so leaving that aside, that yes, that it could go, for example, towards, in particular, toilets, which are really important for girls' participation. It could go towards lights for some of the ovals. So it's absolutely within scope, but there's we're not advanced enough in delivery for me to say unequivocally. But it would make a lot of sense. It's been discussed.
Yeah, no, that's good. I just wanted to check whether will you have local content rules about that funding, and whether the tenders will exclude construction companies or companies from any particular countries. Will they go to local countries? Local tenderers? Will you have local content? Will you have local employment? That sort of stuff. Is that part of DFAT's obligations at the moment?
Senator, with all of our infrastructure work in the Pacific, we wherever there is a local market that can deliver those kinds of services, we seek to utilise that local market for the benefit of employment and business growth in the Pacific. So that's a principle that exists more broadly, so it will be applied here as well.
Excellent. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Senator. Okay, now, Senator Barbara Pocock, I'll give you the call.
Thank you, Chair. And my questions go to the Official Development Assistance Program 1.2. And I want to just put on the record my appreciation for a recent briefing to me and my staff in relation to a range of these matters. I want to follow up on a recent answer to my question on notice portfolio number 303 regarding contract breaches by tenderers. In her verbal response to my questions relating to the safeguards that DFAT may have instituted to ensure managing contractors do not pass on information gained through design or evaluation of programs to their business development unions, Ms Cohen stated that managing contractors are required to sign confidentiality clauses that limit such advantages. I asked Ms Cohen to inform the committee when such agreements were last breached, and the answer was that the last breach related, ODA-related tender processed by a tenderer was in July 2025. With no further details provided. So could you now give us information on the nature of this breach, the programs it related to, the value of these contracts, which tenderers were involved in this breach, and what was the outcome of the breach?
Thank you.
Sorry, there's a lot of little questions in there.
Thanks,
and it's
Senator.
late in the day.
Natalie Cohen, First Assistant Secretary, Development Programming Division. The breach that you had asked about the last time a breach occurred, and you're right, I responded along the lines that you spoke about. That breach, I probably don't have all the information that you've asked for with me now, but that breach related to the submission of the inclusion of information in tender in the bid documents that was not meant to be there. It was referring to a reference to a DFAT staff member within the tender bid, and the company was excluded from the process. I don't have further detail with me.
So if you could take on notice then the value of the contract, which tenderers were involved, and they were excluded from the contract. Were there any other consequences for them as a result of that breach?
No.
Could you give us the details on notice for every such breach in the last 5 years?
I'll take that on notice and see what we can provide.
As we have discussed, I've got concerns about actual and perceived conflicts of interest, particularly where the same contractor or its affiliates involved in the design, implementation or evaluation of aid programs. In December, DFAT agreed to take on notice my request for a list of all those large contracts over $10 million awarded to manage aid programs over the last 5 years where the same company or its affiliate was involved in multiple steps in the process. And the answer arrived and states that from January 2021 to December 2025, of a total 103 contracts valued at $10 million and above, published on AusTender, 12 were designed by the same company or people working for the company that won the subsequent procurement. And you gave me the table on that, which shows that, say, just a couple of examples, DT Global designing the PNG Australia Transport Sector Support Program Phase 3. They designed it and then they were awarded a $223 million contract to implement it. Cardno designed the Solomon Islands Infrastructure Program, and then when they were awarded a $73 million contract to implement it. DFAT's practice note titled Guidance on Managing Perceived Advantage in Procurement for Foreign Assistance Projects references the Rule 10.8 of the CPRs in saying that relevant entities must, quote, avoid a potential supplier or group of potential suppliers gaining an unfair advantage in a competitive procurement process. How is this allowed under your procurement policies? It does seem like a huge conflict of interest on very large contracts. They're not small contracts.
So, Senator, I might just make an initial comment on it and then ask Natalie maybe just talk about the issue about how we manage issues of potential conflicts of interest in programs going forward. I think as you'd asked last time, this question here is where there's incidences where there's a contractor that may bid for a design and that contractor then may bid for the implementation. I think, as we said, it's 10% or less than 10% of the programs that we have. But this is an issue we've looked at over a number of times about how we try and ensure that we're getting the skill sets and the people that we need to be able to design often quite complex programs in the countries we're operating in. So particularly in the Pacific, we've got small markets, we've got programs that are dealing with quite complex arrangements about how we deliver transport, health, education programs. And there's incidents where we have had a much clearer breakdown where we won't accept it and we don't get the quality of people or tenders putting in for the design. Because if they've got people on their company, and you've got to remember in some of these countries, you're talking about very small markets, a limited number of people have got that expertise, and if they're potentially going to be involved in the implementation of a program, they won't put their hand up for the design. And so that can be a challenge for us when we want to ensure that we've got the right skill sets, capacities and abilities to have the personnel to be part of designing often multi-year complex programs that are dealing with managing risk issues, government, business engagement, etc. Having said that, when there is a question where then a company has designed it, then the issue about how then we manage any issues of conflicts of interest in the implementation, I'll ask Ms Cohen to talk through a bit, but some of that, as you recall, the briefing went through in terms of probity advisors, the signatures that people are going to make on their conflicts of interest. But yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, and to put on the record, Senator, of course, it's in our interest to have the broadest playing field, possible of companies that are bidding. We want to get the best value for money, the lowest cost, the highest effectiveness. We do, as you've said, allow organisations to bid for subsequent work. If they've done the design, they can bid to do the implementation. But we do look to manage those probity and conflict of interest risks. There are a few ways we do that. One is that we release all of the relevant information to the market early in the procurement process. So we do that through business notifications, we do industry briefings, and we have what we call collaboration spaces where we work through concepts with a short list of tenderers before going to market for the full design. We do ask tenderers to warrant that they have not received improper assistance and that they've acted ethically in preparing their bids, as you mentioned before. We have confidentiality obligations in all DFAT contracts, and we apply those confidentiality requirements to tenderers, but also to DFAT staff who are involved in the process and who may be sitting on evaluation committees, for example, as part of the procurement process. And we also seek external probity advice for any probity issues that involve incumbents, designers or evaluators. And we have independent external probity advisors on all procurement processes above $3 million, and we often have probate advisors assigned to procurements of less value than that, where we see that there's a risk to be managed.
Isn't there a risk that if you allow significant big players and the field of potential competitors know that someone big has tendered for the design and won it, that you then, thin out the field for the implementation group? Like, there's a risk both ways, isn't there?
I mean, there is. I mean, there's always a risk in terms of trying to ensure that we get the quality and the best design that we can ensure goes out to market on it, while also trying to ensure that companies feel there's a transparent, fair process on it. It's an issue which we continue to test. We continue to look at what the market, how we best engage and address the market on it. But I think the key point that Ms Cohen talked about is the industry briefings that go forward. And it's not just a one stage, put it online, here's a design. There's an industry briefing where all industry can come, they can ask questions on it. They can all pose questions which then the department will then respond to to all providers to have. So there's a way that if there were concerns in relation to, well, is there information that one may have more than others, any provider who may be thinking for a tender can put forward that in their industry briefing. And there's often, for our bigger ones, there's a two-stage industry briefing process where it initially goes out to say, this is what we're looking at, this is the type of direction we're approaching on it, and then once the design's finalised, there'll be then more detailed sort of industry briefing sort of on it. But look, we're often, frankly, Senator, we're dealing with, in complex environments, we are always trying to encourage competition. We're in the fortunate situation now when one might argue where there are more companies that are now looking at, with some of the unfortunate cuts in ODA, they are looking at opportunities, and we're looking at how we can engage and bring them in. So it's I think we've got the systems to try and manage it. We're open to companies about where we do think the risks are. We've got the clear issues of conflicts of interest, but it is a space we need to continue to evolve and think about how we best balance those risks.
Thank you. I've got some questions about the amount of corporate tax paid in Australia by the top 10 managing contractors. You had agreed to take on notice my request for this information since DFAT's procurement process requires all applicants to provide all tenderers valid and satisfactory statements of tax records to be submitted. Your department hesitated in responding to this query and cited there were privacy provisions associated with tax. However, the ATO's publicly available corporate tax transparency reports indicate that some of the largest managing contractors for the Australian Aid Program, including Palladium, Boston Consulting Group, DT Global and APT Associates, all paid zero taxes in 23-24, despite holding very sizable Australian contracts. Private managing contractors, particularly those with parent entities registered and headquartered abroad, have corporate structures that allow profit to be booked offshore, meaning Australian taxpayer-funded contracts generate a very limited domestic tax return. So I'm reiterating my request for this data. I'm asking for the total amount of corporate tax paid in Australia by these top companies over the last 5 years. I am very concerned, and Minister, I'd be interested in your view about the use of transfer pricing, for example, to avoid the payment of tax in Australia by these very large, very profitable entities.
Well, I mean, as a statement of principle, the government supports all organisations paying the tax that they are legally required to do. Beyond that, I'm not aware of any position that we've taken that specifically addresses your question.
Okay, well, I'll look forward to that information.
Well, I mean, Senator, the only thing I'd say further on, I think, as we said in the answer, what we require when any company submits for a tender is that they've met their requirements under the tax arrangements. We obviously don't, DFAT doesn't have responsibility for the tax policies, tax arrangements. Obviously, the ATO can provide that, and as they should. I think the only point I would make, and I can't verify in terms of which companies have or haven't paid tax, but some of the companies you've mentioned as well, they were Australian companies that often, when they bid for the work, they've been implementing the work, but there's also been a range of mergers and acquisitions over the number of years. I think we mentioned this, which obviously the department itself doesn't control in terms of the corporate commercial elements of that. So we ensure that whenever a company submits in a tender, they've got to demonstrate they're meeting the tax requirements. But that question you ask, I guess, is one really more for the Treasury and the ATO.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to go to a recent OECD report, and I've got some questions in relation to it. It's titled OECD Development Cooperation Peer Reviews Australia 2025. Are you familiar with that report?
Yes.
Yep, thank you. It was quite critical of Australia's aid program delivery on my reading. Page 10 says that, quote, the significant use of contractors across design and delivery is contributing to missed opportunities. It says that when coupled with high turnover and often limited development experience amongst posted DFAT staff, it can contribute to short-term, risk-averse decision-making, leading to missed opportunities for more strategic, innovative and transformative programming. How do you respond to this criticism?
I mean, I think if you put it in the full context of the report sort of highlights where the Australian government is and has invested a lot more in terms of its capability and how it manages, complex development programs in the Indo-Pacific region. The benefit of an OECD peer review is it is an opportunity to sort of share experiences and perspectives across different development organisations. I think what it's highlighted is that we. As I said earlier, we're operating often in smaller markets in the Pacific. We're often working in complex countries where we're managing those elements, and we've made it clearly why we need contractors at times to be able to ensure that we can not just get the skill sets, but the local capacity that we need to be able to deliver those. I would say that one of the recommendations on that we do accept and we need to consider is it is important to have continuity. We do always face a challenge that in our international network we have people posted for periods of time, often 2, 3, 4 years, and whenever those change over and you've got contracts over that, you've got to manage that carefully, and that's something which I think we acknowledge and we want to look at investing in. One of the things which I think the report does highlight, which we agree and we've accepted we'll take forward, is how we continue to invest in our locally engaged staff. They're the backbone often of the management of our programs. They're the ones who do provide the continuity of that. And we, I believe, have very high quality staff across our network. But as we deal with an evolving situation with more disruption occurring with the development assistance environment, we need to invest more in those staff and ensuring in managing contracts and these complex arrangements that we can deal with it. But yes, I think we don't accept all the findings of the report, but we think it was certainly helpful in terms of peers sharing perspectives on different implementation arrangements on the development program.
And do you intend to adopt specific steps in relation to their analysis and their critique?
Yeah, so the report came out, I think, a couple of weeks ago. And I might pass it to Kath to talk on in a second, but it only came out a few weeks ago. We have been engaged with the OECD on the report. I was at the OECD in early December when we went through the elements and they wanted to ask further questions on the process, and we absolutely will be taking on different elements of recommendation, how we can continue to improve on our implementation of the development program.
Right, I look forward to hearing that next time maybe we come together. Did you want to add anything more, Ms Gill?
Thanks, Senator. Catherine Gill, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Development Policy and Equality Division. The report was released on the 20th of January, so it's obviously quite recent. We're looking in detail at the recommendations. The report is built on consultations that were done with a lot of our really key stakeholders in Australia and during the visit to Timor-Leste. So NGOs, academia, our contracting community were all engaged in the report. So we've undertaken to go back to those stakeholders to discuss the report's findings. A number of them, because it's been the DEC peer review process itself was over a year, we've been having extensive discussions all along, and a lot of the reflections and recommendations in the report are things that we're already considering and integrating into the program.
Okay, look forward to hearing more about that in the future. I wanted to move to contractors and the banning of those who behave badly. In response to my question on notice number 303, DFAT said, quote, if a tenderer is found to have made false or misleading claims or statements or to have obtained improper assistance connected with the preparation of its tender, DFAT may exclude the tenderer from further consideration. I'm just interested in how that works. And just for context, I have introduced a private senator's bill to ban unethical contractors from getting government work for up to 5 years where they're shown to have behaved unethically or illegally. Can you walk me through the process of how DFAT can or does exclude tenderers from further consideration?
Thank you, Senator. The first thing is to say that for the development program, All of the procurement processes that are valued above $500,000 are managed through a central procurement team with professional expertise who work closely with the program area that will be implementing the program once the contract's finalised. So through that process, we step through the various parts of the cycle. Some of those I covered in my earlier response about how we manage the conflict of interest and confidentiality issues. But as I also mentioned, we have an external probity advisor assigned to each of those too. So the probity advisor will work with us right through from the sort of initial briefing on the concept through to setting up the procurement process, going through the bids, and then writes a report afterwards. And they also help us communicate with a variety of stakeholders. Should we be made aware of any breaches, for example, the one that I referenced earlier, or perhaps we get a tip from somebody or advice, we will consult with the probity advisor and look at, what kind of an issue is it, what's the proportionality of the risk or the concern relevant to the process, and we can make a decision to exclude a tenderer, which is what happened in that earlier example as well. So that's the sort of steps that we will go through, and we will take advice from the probity advisor throughout that process, depending on the amount of funding and the financial delegate. It may be that the financial delegate is a deputy secretary in the department, and we would be consulting with whomever the delegate is along that process as well.
Any last question for this? To wrap up.
Yep, I can do.
I've got another senator before 6, and we have to finish at 6.
So I'll squeeze this bit in. In the case of PwC and its breach in using confidential government information to make money, there was no exclusion of PwC subsequent to its misdemeanour. It was excluded from government contracting by mutual agreement, as opposed to a decision to ban or prevent contracting. Have you, it sounds to me that you have gone about excluding contractors by directly preventing them from continuing with a bid and not by mutual agreement. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. How many times in the last 5 years have you used your power to exclude tenderers from further consideration?
I'd have to take that on notice for the 5 years, Senator. Yep.
Thank you. Finally, let me ask, does DFAT currently have rules regarding personnel who move from the department to working for managing contractors or from managing contractors to the department in terms of cooling off?
Yep. Yes, we do, Senator. So the rules are around a 9-month cooling off period if somebody has been involved closely in for example, the design or the concept of a program and then wanting to work on that particular issue or program, or if they've worked very closely with a DFAT officer who's engaged in the same program. But that's a policy run by our Chief People Officer. So if you want more information, we'll need to.
Thanks. I'm interested in at what level that applies, what level of staffing it applies, and whether you keep track of employees who are subject to such cooling off. I'm happy to take that on notice if it's complex.
Yeah, take that on notice.
I can take it because across all staff.
She's dying to talk about it.
I know, but unfortunately we don't have much time left. All right, thanks, Senator. Senator Dean Smith,
Thanks for your
and then we'll be finishing at 6 o'clock and releasing this part of the department. Senator Dean Smith's not here? Where is he? Where's Dino? Well, no, we can finish early too.
So?
Where is he? Is he around?
Oh, here
he is. Come on, Dean. I called you twice. Third time, third final strike.
Thank you very much. Do I have the call?
Yes.
Great.
We've been
Thank you
looking
very
for
much.
you. We've got a search team out.
Thank you for your participation this afternoon and this morning. I just want to follow up a line of questioning that I pursued earlier in the week at the Senate Environment and Communications Committee, and that's in regards to preparations for the COP31 pre-conference meeting or meetings. During that line of inquiry, DQ was able to confirm that an interdepartmental group had been established, of which they are, I think, the primary or the lead, and Foreign Affairs and Trade were members. Is that correct?
No worries, mate.
So yes, this is in terms of the an IDC process for the preparations of 31?
Yes.
Yeah. So, yes, I was part of a Band 3 conversation, I think, in mid-December, where obviously it was fairly recent we'd come to the resolution and outcome in terms of the process with Turkey A1, and I think there's another one planned in the next week or two. I'd have to have a look at my diary.
So that will be the second one?
Yes. I mean, having said that, there's regular, constant engagement between the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, the Department of Climate Change and PMC. DQ's a lead on this, obviously. We support them in relation to engagement. So the Ambassador for Climate Change here, Ms. Nankervis, is regularly speaking to them. But yes, there was a Band 3 IDC I participated on, as I said before, Christmas. I think it was the 16th of December, and there's another one planned in the next week or two.
So, Ambassador, I'm assuming you have a forward work program when it comes to the government's delivery of COP31?
Will Nankervis, Ambassador for Climate Change. Yes, something of a forward work program, although the venue and the timing of the pre-COP meeting, for example, is yet to be determined. So obviously that's something that we're taking forward in partnership with Pacific partners. So we're working through those processes at the moment.
Can you take on notice, making available to the committee some high-level details about your forward work program as it relates to COP31 pre-conference event?
Yeah, I mean, maybe just so for the Ambassador, one of his key roles is obviously international climate diplomacy, so how we're engaging with countries, both in communicating the work that Australia is doing on climate, how we're working and driving ambition of other countries on that. But
so I'm specifically interested in the COP31 pre-conference event or events. Just step me through what is the decision-making process in determining the venue for the COP31 pre-conference event and the timing. Now, when I say event, I might mean events as well, plural. And what are the known timelines or expected timelines around the pre-COP31 pre-conference events and the decision-making around those?
Yeah, so I think you recall, I think it was at last estimates, Senator, when we were talking on this, was one of the outcomes of the resolution was having a pre-COP leaders event in the Pacific. Mm-hmm. That was something that obviously the Pacific themselves had highlighted as a really key thing, was bringing people and leaders to see the challenges being faced by Pacific Island countries. The process is fundamentally going to be around a number of Pacific Island countries have expressed some interest. There'll be a discussion actually occurring now between Pacific leaders and through the involvement of the Pacific Island Forum to determine who will be the host and then the timing of that event. So the key thing is it'll be a decision largely informed from Pacific Island countries as to what they see as the most appropriate location and timing for the COP.
Yeah, so that is all to be expected. What I'm interested in understanding are what are the mechanisms and processes that sit under that broad statement. So has the Australian government sought formal expressions of interest from Pacific Island nations?
Sorry, can you say that again, Senator?
Formal expressions of interest from Pacific Island nations to host the pre-conference event?
Yeah, so there was a Troika meeting. A Troika is the three countries met. And Minister Bowen was part of a week and a half ago now, I think, where there was discussion around the pre-COP, and it was proposed that countries that were interested would put forward an expression of interest. And that's now been done, and I refer back to my earlier point that will now lead into discussions between leaders to determine where the hosting and timing of the
So the expressions of interest have been lodged with us from our Pacific Island nations?
The Pacific Island countries themselves have lodged those.
So which have lodged an interest?
I mean, I think I'd prefer not to go into it in estimates. It's obviously those countries have put it forward in terms of respecting the process and decision in that.
So we'll just hold that thought for a second, right? I'll come back to that. Just explain to me the Pacific Island Forum mechanism. My understanding is that the Pacific Island Forum usually meets in August, September. That's right on the eve of COP, I would say. So how is the Pacific Island Forum mechanisms, how are they engaged, at what level are they engaged, and does it require a formal Pacific Island Forum endorsement of the Australian choice or the Australian preference?
Well, I might make a couple of comments, and then my colleague from the Office of the Pacific is probably better to talk around the sort of architecture of the Pacific Island Forum. But there are a range of different parts of the Pacific Island Forum. There's a climate change ministers element where they meet, and Minister Bowen's met with them a number of times to talk in the preparations of COP31 resolution, and then subsequently on this, there's Solomons is currently the chair of the PIF, and Palau will be the incoming chair. And but the PIF have both got formal and informal process structures for how they come to consensus or come to decisions around issues of future hosts and arrangements, including, as I've outlined, the process we see that will unfold in deciding on the pre-COP.
Good afternoon, Senator. Elizabeth Peake, Head of the Office of the Pacific. The short answer to your question is it doesn't require the Pacific Island Forum leaders to formally meet in person at the Leaders Summit. As Mr Isbister has said, there are mechanisms to allow countries to have a view, and often that is via the chair sending a notice out to countries and allowing them to provide feedback.
So I understand that. So does the PIF require, is the PIF required to give a formal endorsement, whether it's an endorsement because everyone meets in person or whether it's an endorsement via email? Are they required to provide a formal endorsement to Australia's choice or Australia's preference?
Senator, I think the characterisation is, if I may, are not quite accurate. It wouldn't be our choice. I think ministers...
So what is the correct way to describe it?
It will be the Pacific Island Forum members' choice, and it would be by
So what is the
consensus.
mechanism that they will endorse a choice or make a choice?
Ultimately, that will be a matter for the Pacific Island Forum Secretariat in consultation with the Chair and the Troika. But typically what happens is that there is a discussion in the Troika, a proposition is put in writing to all of the Pacific Island Forum members, and then they would have an opportunity to express a view. And if they didn't express a view, there might be a time frame that passes, like a silence procedure, we would call it in other fora, and consensus will have been reached in that modality.
So in choosing a location, does the location have to be in a Pacific Island nation, or could Australia host it in Australia on behalf of a Pacific Island nation?
Senator, the expectation is very clear that it would be hosted in a Pacific Island nation.
Thank you.
If I could just add, Senator, the Turkey-Australia partnership modalities agreed with Turkey indeed says the pre-COP will be hosted in a Pacific Island country in a location to be decided by the Pacific, supported by the Government of Australia. So it's very clear that in that agreement that it will be in a Pacific Island country in a location to be decided by the Pacific, hence the process that Ms Peake and Mr Isbister have talked about with the Pacific Island Forum taking that forward.
So what is the time frame? What is the time frame then for that decision making?
Senator, there's no explicit time frame that's been articulated yet by the chair of and the Secretariat of the Pacific Island Forum, although we do expect it is on everyone's mind, as you might imagine. There is a lot of enthusiasm around the idea of the pre-COP being in the Pacific and having world leaders and other senior people attend and see the climate issues on the ground, and so we anticipate that it will be resolved shortly.
Thank you. What funding allocation has been made specifically to the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade to progress our COP31 pre-conference commitments?
Senator, the department has received an allocation. It was through the additional estimates process, 13.089 million over 2 years from 2025-26 to support and deliver on Australia's role in COP31.
So that's COP31 generally?
Generally to deliver on commitments to the Pacific, pre-COP and pre-COP leaders.
Right. So on notice, can you provide me a breakdown of that $13.089 million in terms of what amount of funding for what initiatives or projects, whether they be accommodation, travel commitments, etc.? So combined with the $79.1 million that was provided to DQ as part of its additional estimates, that would bring the total to close to $102 million in regards to your department and DQ. That's more of a statement than a question. Given the hard marker of 6 o'clock, I do want to go back to your previous comment about not wanting to disclose information in this forum. I respect that. So, Minister, I was hoping that I might be able to secure a private briefing with officials around the COP31 pre-conference preparations.
I'm sure that will be fine to organise a private briefing. Obviously, the officials will need to consider what information can be provided in that briefing.
And we can discuss the terms and conditions under which the briefing is provided. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. And we'll have a chat about that at a later point, I guess, as a committee. Thank you, everyone. On that note, we are now going to break for dinner, but just to be clear, we'll be now releasing the non-trade part of the department. So thank you, Ms Adams.
Thank you, Chair.
I understand we'll have the trade folks after dinner.
So we're moving straight to trade.
Trade, yep.
Okay.
Yep. So we'll be here after dinner.
No dramas.
Okay. Thanks, everyone.
No worries, thanks all.